rather than the first 3 or 4 to cross the line, it will be they'll look at the times of all the crews and put the fastest through to the finals.
Yeah, I don't know how many heats this starts.
3.
3 heats, yeah. So it might be the typically it would be the first 2 to progress straight through, and then the 2 second boats with faster times will potentially go through, given that there's actually 9 lanes at Cranbrook, but typically we race 8. But yeah, 3. My maths is right. 3 heats, 2 quickest boats on each finals, and then the
by Blake Sixsmith. And again, this field looks pretty close, Nathan.
Well, I don't know about the timing, because it certainly doesn't look like there is a 25-second margin at the halfway mark. According to the time, and Cranbrook Grammar might well be in front. They're on the far side in lane 2, but there certainly doesn't look to be 25 seconds between them and the rest of the field, so it might not be as far out. But according to our timing, it's Armadale School in second and Cranbrook in third, but we'll see them as they come through the 1500 mark.
So just to let you know, as they come through the 1,000-metre mark, we get the readout of the real time from the timing huts. The timing huts are all manned by volunteers, and my guess is this early in the day we possibly have some new people, might be just getting the hang of it. When you sit in the timing huts, you have 3 lanes each. You've got to try and thumbs and fingers pressing all the buttons as they cross the line so we get as accurate times as possible. It can be quite tricky, so if any of you ever have time at a regatta, please stick your hand up to volunteer. We're always short of volunteers. The regattas are all run by volunteers. Now this race has come up through the 500-metre mark. It does look to me to be the crew over on the far side.
Yeah, Canberra Grammar.
Canberra Grammar has
it did say they were 25 seconds in front. They've certainly got some distance between them and the trailing pack. But that sounds very. They go through a time of 5:26.46, and usually there is some gap. But yeah, they're well in front. Whether or not the 25 seconds in front, we'll see. The rest of the pack
certainly have a healthy lead over the rest of the pack. Then my guess is, looking at it is the Armadale School, which is out there in the middle in lane 5.
Well, there you go. Yeah, the time doesn't lie. So it says Canberra Grammar have got over a 31, almost 32-second lead now. So those boys from Canberra Grammar have put the pedal to the metal in the first 1500 and absolutely cruising now.
They're looking very tidy as they come up to the last 250 metres now. I think they realise they've got a healthy win, but they're not letting up and resting on their laurels. They're putting everything they have into it.
Well, if the fastest to the finish is the way forward, the first heat finished, the winners of the first heat was 6:54. The winners of the second heat, which were the Armadale School, finished in almost 25 seconds slower. So there is a time to be achieved here. I'm sure these boys are going to get it. They're a long way out in front. Let's see how they go.
So they are being followed by the Armadale School out there in lane 5, who are working hard to hold off both the Cranbrook crew over there in lane 3 and the other Canberra crew on this side. Pushing through out in the middle there seems to be the Redlands crew as well. So
Canberra Grammar across the line in first place there in a time of 7:19.74. That's some 20 seconds. Some 22 seconds slower than the first winner. But you must say they took it very easy indeed. So they've still got something to do. It looks like the boys in the distinctive yellow bucket hats in lane 5 from the Armadale School are going to take second.
Just not quite, they don't have their timing together, but they're still managing to get the boat to run somewhat.
A lot of diving around in that boat, a lot of bum shoving, as it's known. It's a technical term, that, obviously. In lane 3, the boys from Cranbrook finish third.
Looking like the Strokes trying to pull the boat along all by himself there.
In lane 4 from Redlands in fourth. Cranbrook Grammar finish 5th. And Cranbrook, second boat, bringing up the rear. So, good win there for Cranbrook Grammar. Very easy in a time of 7 minutes, 19 seconds.74. They've still got some work to do. It's not going to be easy for them in the final. The boys from Kinross Walleroy finished in a time of 6:54.12. So a bit to be made up.
And now we're back to 1,000-metre races. This is the schoolgirl year 8 coxed quad sculls, and there are 6 heats. As with both masters and many regattas these days, the women are outnumbering the men.
100%. I know
well, my daughter's in the actually year 10, although she's in the year 9 coxed squad. I think they've got 26 boats.
Yeah.
So it's great to see.
So they're lining up now on the 1,000-metre mark. The first heat is a full house. That means we have all 9 lanes racing. And again, it's fastest to the finals. So that's out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heats. So we expect to see some great racing here. Over in lane 1 from Loretto Kirribilli, we have Allegra Thompson, Sienna Scrooby, Grace Zuckerman, Charlie Orth, coxed by Audrey Lonergan. In lane 2 from St Catherine's, Olivia Steed, Olivia Brill, Isabel Hartley, Cadence Lim, coxed by Isabel Verujas. In lane 3 from Askham, Amelia Butler, Emily Zhu, Jess Brown, Jess Rebillard, coxed by Poppy Mallet. In lane 4 from North Sydney Girls, Sarah Liu, Chloe Zhu, Claire Wei and Ying Yu Yang, coxed by Ryu Wang. In lane 5 from Loretto Normanhurst, Constance Whittaker, Camilla Ogilvie, Camilla Lampe and Clara Bradford, coxed by Ava Forrester. In lane 6 from Pimble Ladies, Eloise Gavagna, Edith Cullinane, Daisy Leahy and Emma Lloyd, coxed by Hilary Ayres. In lane 7 from Redlands, Sammy Halliday, Jade Kwan, Annalise Beattie, Pearl Brown, coxed by Calvin McNabb. In lane 8 from PLC Sydney, Molly Ammett, Grace Clausing, Lara Sankston, Myla Stewart, coxed by Lily Burrows. And in lane 9 from St Catherine's, Gracie Lou Farthing, Jala Vadat, Matilda Carroll and Monty Bowers, coxed by Matilda Mills. So if you're watching the screen, you can see they are gradually drifting onto the start line. It's actually a very difficult for the starter to get an absolute dead straight line. So the starter will be inviting those crews that are lagging back to tap their boats up to try and get a line, and then he will be instructing, for example, lane 8, you can see is slightly out in front, to be holding their boat while the other boats catch up. And in these starts, it's very rare that we will see an absolute straight start line, straight line across. But from what we can see on the screen at the moment, that's looking pretty good, considering these are year 8 schoolgirls.
This will be the first race for, I would have thought, the majority of these girls now. So they'll be very nervous. It's nine boats, so you can have one more boat than usual in this circumstance. But yeah, the line up pretty good.
Yeah, they've got a very good line there.
1,000 meters. Yeah, like herding cats comes to mind, but they'll be all ready. First race of the season, and off they go. There's usually some creative steering. Creative
they are
rowing.
All coxed, so we hope
I've seen certainly some crews take, let's say, a more scenic route down to the finish than others in past regattas, but they all seem to
this race. But the Sydney Rowing Club, Heidi Heap, has a very healthy lead over the rest of the field. I would actually say it is Bianca McKenzie from St Ursula's. She's got very long reach out the front there, so she's getting very nice long strokes. Giselle Dweiser from Glebe is pushing hard. She's realised she's in the last 250 metres, and she's just taken it up to see if she can claw it back. Over here in lane 7, it's lane 8 actually, Sophia Stevenson from Winona. We seem to just have a couple of them in different lanes to what they may be on the program, but that's okay. So it's actually Heidi Heap from Sydney Rowing Club is just about to cross the line in a very healthy lead over the rest of the field. And she will be followed across over on the far side there by Bianca McKenzie from St Ursula's. Then it will be Giselle Gueza from Glebe and St Vincent's in 3rd place. She followed across here in lane 8 by Sophia Stevenson from Winona. And then Catherine Waltz from Mont St Angelo. And a couple more rowers still coming down the course. We're just moving to the medal presentation. Ready to go?
And we'll turn our attention once again to the medal pontoon. This is for the schoolgirl Year 11 single scull Division 1. In 3rd place with a great finish, we have from MLC School, Sophie Winnell. In 2nd and silver medal position, we have from Ascombe, Isabel Bugg. And presenting the gold medal, Mr. Ray Pearson, the principal of Armidale School, we have the winner, Isabel Henderson from the Armidale School. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the schoolgirl Year 11 single scull, Isabel Henderson from the Armidale School.
So just as the final sculler crosses the line from the Division 3 of the Year 11 single scull there, we have roaring down the course the first division of the schoolgirl Year 11 double scull. This is a 2,000 metre race. They're just coming into the last 500 metres. Over on the far side in lane 3 from Winona, Sophie Hay and Alice Stringer. In lane 4 from St Catherine's, Emily Plowman and Genevieve Links. In lane 5 from Roseville, Eva Zhang and Annabelle Eburn. In lane 6 from Redlands, Francesca Richardson and Catherine Budden. In lane 7 from PLC Sydney, Isadora Sachs and Mia Wilson. In lane 8 from Tara School, Hannah Ryan and Olivia Bailey. And as they come down the course, it does look to me to be the Redlands crew, I think. Francesca Richardson and Catherine Budden battling it out with the crew closest to the grandstand, Hannah Ryan and Olivia Bailey. And then on the far side in lane, I think it's Sophie Hay and Alice Stringer from Winona. Over in lane 3. Then further back we have the Roseville crew of Eva Zhang and Annabelle Eburn, and the PLC crew of Isadora Sachs and Mia Wilson further back. So real battle to the finish now as these doubles crews are in the last 500 metres. It could be any of the 3 crews that are out there in the lead. I would call it now for Tara School, who have just taken their rating up and are really pushing hard against the Redlands crew just to the inside of them. Will Redlands be able to hold them off? It looks like Redlands have taken up the challenge, and then over on the far side we have Sophie Hay and Alice Stringer from Winona, who realise the challenge is on as well, and they've just taken it up. They're looking across to see the other two crews.
This is close. This is going to be very close.
The Tara School girls may have they gave it a push and they dropped back a bit, and now they're just giving it a second push. But look at that over on the far side. Sophie Hay and Alice Stringer from Winona have pulled it out of their bag and are giving it everything they've got. They've got a length now ahead of the rest of the field. It could almost be a photo finish for second place, but no, it is Tara School's Hannah Ryan coming in second, and then the Redlands crew, Francesca Richardson and Catherine Bidden. What a great race there. So
great race, great race. The
placings, I think, changed in the last 250 metres. They'll be followed across the line by the Roseville crew of Eva Zhang and Annabelle Ebern.
Very close there.
Very close.
Winona just taken it by a second from Tara, who just themselves were half a second in front of Redlands.
Yeah, so very close splits there. So the Tara was only 0.99 of a second behind Winona, and they were only 0.46 of a second ahead of Redlands. So just rounding out the field here, we have the final crew about to cross the line. What a fantastic effort. Please give them a good hand as they come across down to the last 250 metres. Sorry, about 50 metres to go. And we'll be moving to a medal presentation shortly. But in the meantime, we have Division 2 of the Year 11 double sculls, schoolgirls double scull roaring down the course. Over in lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Iris Rangier and Madison Harris Talbot. In lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar, Kensington Steele and Heidi McKenzie. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, Iris Rangier and Eliza Jones. It looks like Iris Rangier's in 2 boats there, so I'm not quite sure how that works. In lane 5 from Blacksland High, Sophia Whitelaw and Vitty Young. In lane 6 from MLC School, Isabel Ing and Rebecca Beaton. And in lane 7 from North Sydney Schools, Sherry Liu and Sienna Fong. And they're just coming up to the last 250 metres.
We'll just very quickly turn our attention to the medal pontoon. Once again, it's race 16. It's Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 11 Single Scull. In third place from Newcastle Grammar, Roxana Brown. We'll just turn our attention to the model pontoon once again. It's race 16. It's the Schoolgirl Year 11 Single Scull Division 2. In bronze medal position, it's Newcastle Grammar's Roxana Brown. In silver medal position, it's Redlands' Alana Winder. And please join me in congratulating the winner of Division 2, Schoolgirl Year 11 Single Scull, from Our Lady of Mercy School, Charlotte Olivia.
And quickly back onto the course, we have a fantastic finish here from Kensington Steele and Heidi McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar. They've got 2 or 3 lengths out over the Sophia Whitelaw and Vitty Young from Blacksland High. Beautiful finish there from the girls from Newcastle Grammar. And as I said, Sophia Whitelaw and Vitty Young from Blacksland High just crossing closely behind them. A few lengths back now to Isabel Ing and Rebecca Beaton from MLC School. Further over the far side there, they'll be followed across by Iris Rangier and Madison Harris Talbot from Canberra Grammar. Then a little bit further back here, they're just struggling to find that finish line, is Isabel Ing and Rebecca Beaton from MLC School. So please give a big cheer for these girls putting on a great effort here as they cross the line. That is Sherry Liu and Sienna Fong from North Sydney Girls.
And we'll quickly turn our attention back to the schoolgirl Year 11 Single Scull Division 3. In bronze medal position from St. Vincent's, Gisela Dueza. In silver medal position from St. Ursula's, Bianca McKenzie. And in gold medal position from Sydney, Heidi Heap. Please join me in congratulating the Division 3 winners of the schoolgirl Year 11 Single Scull, Heidi Heap.
Okay, and roaring down the course now we have the schoolgirl single scull Division 1. So this is just, I don't think there's an age limit on this. It's race 20. Over in lane 2 from Regatta Kirribilli we have Eva Eels. In lane 3 from MLC School, Charlotte Penny. In lane 4 from Loretto Normanhurst, Mika Trindle. In lane 5 from Queenwood, Sophie Bennett. In lane 6 from Manning Valley Anglican, Zoe Hutchison. In lane 7 from St Catherine's, Chelsea Baker. In lane 8 from Roseville, Grace McKinley. And in lane 9 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Grace Conry. And from what I can see up here, it does look to be Chelsea Baker from St Catherine's who has a lead over the rest of the field. She's been hotly followed by Zoe Hutchinson, who's come all the way from Manning Valley Anglican to try and make sure she goes home with something for all that distance. And in lane 8, Grace McKinley from Roseville. A little bit further back over on the far side there from Loretto Kirribilli is Eva Eels, and she's been followed by Charlotte Penny from MLC School there in lane 3. But they just come into the last 250 metres there, and Chelsea Baker's from St Catherine's is looking very nice as she is holding a comfortable lead over both Zoe Hutchison from Manning Valley and Grace McKinley from Roseville. And I think Zoe Hutchison is going to take it out over Grace McKinley. Very nice row there from Chelsea Baker, looking very comfortable as she knows she's in the lead. She's getting great boat run there, putting everything in. Zoe Hutchison, she's looked across to just see where Grace McKinley from Roseville is, but I think she knows she's got it. She's about a boat length now in front of Grace McKinley. We have Chelsea Baker just about to cross the line from St Catherine's, looking very comfortable. She knows she's won that one. She's followed across by Zoe Hutchison from Manning Valley, then Grace McKinley. Bit further back there to Eva Eels from Loretto Kirribilli. She'll be followed across by Charlotte Penny from MLC School, and some distance back to the rest of the field.
There's definitely names to watch out for there. Zoe Hutchins, Grace McKinley and Chelsea Baker all winning the schoolgirl single scull Division 1.
So that was Grace Conry from Northern Beaches Secondary, just crossed the line. Still a couple of girls making a great effort to finish this race. That is...
That's Sophie Bennett from Queenwood. I know she's been putting the time in. I've seen her around the river myself, getting coached by Kieran Glynn. So well done there, Sophie. And then Loretto Normanhurst's Mika Trindle bringing up the final in 9th position there. And we'll turn our attention to the medal pontoon once again. This is the schoolgirl Year 11 double scull Division 1 winners. In bronze medal position from Redlands School, we have Francesca Richardson and Catherine Budden. Once again, race 18 will bring our attentions to the medal pontoon. This is the Division 1 winners of the Schoolgirl Year 11 double scull. In bronze medal position from Redlands, we have Francesca Richardson and Catherine Budden. In silver medal position from the Tara School, we have Hannah Ryan and Olivia Bailey. And the winners in a time of 8 minutes 48 seconds, the gold medal winners from Winona School, Sophie Hay and Alice Stringer. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 11 double scull, Winona's Sophie Hay and Alice Stringer.
So coming down the course now, we have Division 2 of the Schoolgirl single scull. This is race 21. Over on the far side from Glebe and Alexandra Park School is Stella Lagan, coached by Nicholas Galea. In lane 3 from Redlands, Jemima Hugman. In lane 4 from Blackstone High, Zoe McLeod, coached by Daniel Waddell and Angus George. In lane 5 from Canberra Grammar and is Estella Robertson and coached by Kendall Brody. In lane 6 from Tara School is Amy Rouse, coached by Jack Crampton. Laura Breeness and Ben Board. In lane 7 from Winona, Scarlett Bradshaw, coached by Ben Wolf and Joshua Hewitt. And in lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Annabelle McKenzie. Now I'm hoping we're going to see lane 2 out in front. Our very own Glebe Stella Lagan. There's no bias here from the commentary team, thank goodness. But it does look to be Annabelle McKenzie.
I wouldn't go quite that far if there's no bias from the commentary team. Yeah.
It does look to be Annabelle McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar closest to us in lane 8 who has the lead. Then I would suggest it is probably Amy Rouse from Tara and Jemima Hugman.
That's right, yeah.
But we wait and see what the times show us as they come through.
Yeah, coming through the 1,000 metres. They're about to approach the 1,500, but it definitely was Annabelle McKenzie would have commanding lead from Tara Schools, Amy Rouse and Jemima Hugman, who were very close at the halfway mark.
So the difference between us is I rely on what I can see out the window, whereas my colleague here, Nathan, very cleverly looks at the screens to see what the times say.
Yeah. Data doesn't lie.
And a very nice bit of racing here out on the course. We're seeing Annabelle McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar with a very healthy lead over the rest of the field. A bit hard to call second place at this stage. It does seem to be Amy Rouse from Tara School closer to us, and across on the other side there, Jemima Hugman from Redlands.
They're trading blows. They've swapped at the halfway mark. It was Amy Rouse with the nose in front, and now at the three-quarter way mark, Jemima Hugman's got a nose in front.
Looking at it, I reckon Amy Rouse is still... Got it over Jemima, but we wait until they get a little bit closer. They're coming up to, Annabelle McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar is well inside the 250 mark now. The other two girls are just coming up to the 250. So Annabelle McKenzie, it looks like she knows she's got a very comfortable win here. She's just cruising down this last couple of 100 metres. Over on the far side there, yes, it does seem to be Jemima Hugman from Redlands who has a bit of a lead over Amy Rouse from Tara School.
Hey, what a great scull, though, from Annabelle Mackenzie. She's dominating. She looks absolutely put together. Coming through the 1,500 metres, she was very comfortable.
Beautiful long strokes there.
Yeah.
Finishing right through to the... Getting all her power down. Very nice bit of sculling there.
Well done, Annabelle. All I can say from here, it looks amazing. Well done, Annabelle. It's a great scull. It's a great win.
So over on the far side there, we have Jemima Hugman from Redlands looking very comfortable as well. I think she knows she's now got it over Amy Rouse. Amy putting on a good final push there. So that was Annabelle Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar. She's going to be followed across by Jemima Hugman in a comfortable second place from Redlands. She'll then be followed across by Amy Rouse from Tara School. So a fairly wide field, this one, in terms of the finishing distances. Fourth place should be taken out by Stella Lagan from Glebe and Alexandria Park School. She'll be then followed across by Estella Robertson from Canberra Grammar. And a bit further back to be rounded out by Zoe McLeod from Blaxland High. And then a little bit further back to Scarlett Bradshaw from Winona. So I think we're just going to go down to a medal presentation now. Just wait for this race to finish. And we have the next race roaring down the course as well, but we'll squeeze in the medal presentation.
Thank you, Mark. This is the medal presentation for race 19. This is the schoolgirl Year 11 double scull, Division 2. In third place, bronze medal winners MLC School Isabel Eng and Rebecca Beaton. In silver medal position from Blaxland High, Sophia Whitelaw and Vitti Young. And in a very quick time of 8 minutes 31.45, the winners of the schoolgirl Year 11 double scull Division 2, Newcastle Grammar's Kensington Steele and Heidi Mackenzie. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the schoolgirl Year 11 double scull, Newcastle Grammar.
And coming down the course is race 22, which is the schoolgirl double scull. It looks to be a straight final. And it's a full house. So over in lane 1 from Pinball Ladies, we have Charlotte Craig and Celeste McDermott. In lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, Sadie Smart and Roxana Brown. In lane 3 from St Catherine's, Melanie Poulos and Eveline Stigter. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, Hannah Griffiths and Charlotte Lee. In lane 5 from Roseville, Emma Dupreez and Abigail Kelly. In lane 6 from Redlands, Annabelle Huang and Kira Attard. In lane 7 from Queenwood, Zara Taylor and Gemma McLaren. In lane 8 from Tara School, Hannah Wilkins and Maria Karoutsos. And in lane 9 from Armidale School, Isabel Coddington and Georgia Henderson. And I would expect this will be a pretty good race. It does look to be Queenwood's Zara Taylor and Gemma McLaren in lane 7, who have a bit of a lead over the rest of the field. A bit hard to call the rest of them, but it looks to me like Isabel Coddington and Georgia Harrison from the Armidale School in lane 9 are battling it out with, does look to be Melanie Poulos, I think. No.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. St
Catherine's Melanie Poulos and Eveline Stigter.
Yeah, that's right.
And then
Roseville fourth, yeah.
Yeah. And then a little bit further back Canberra Grammar's Hannah Griffiths and Charlotte lead. They're just coming into the last 250 metres there with the Zara Taylor and Gemma McLaren with a very healthy lead over the rest of the field, and they know they're in the last 250 metres. They've just put the power on to make sure they get a really good finish. They're followed by Isabel Coddington and Georgia Henderson from the Armadale School. Then across there in lane 3, Melanie Poulos and Evelyn Stigter from St Catherine's. They're followed by, I think, Redlands, Hannibal Huang. No, it's Emma Dupree's and Abigail Kelly from Roseville, their distinctive colours. How can I get that wrong? Then it's Annabelle Huang and Kira Attard. But a very strong finish here from Zara Taylor and Gemma McLaren from Queenwood.
Yeah, no bias at all from the commentary box, but that's a great finish from those girls.
Very nice finish, and they have pushing it right through to the end. Very strong. Girls. They look to be quite big girls as well. Armadale School's Isabel Coddington and Georgia Henderson putting on an equally strong finish as they just hold off over on the far side there, the St Catherine's crew of Melanie Poulos and Evelyn Stigter. Quite some distance back now to the Roseville girls of Emma Dupree's and Abigail Kelly. Then they'll be it's going to be neck and neck beat with the Redlands girls, and I think they're just going to pip the Newcastle Grammar girls over on the far side there. A little bit further back to the to round out the field there, over on the far side, the Pimble Ladies girls, Charlotte Craig and Celeste McDermott. So very nice win there by Queenwood in 7:54.09 and a margin of 14 seconds back to the Armadale School and further 1.7 seconds back to St Catherine's. So we will be moving to another medal presentation shortly, but roaring down the course now is the Schoolboys 4. And they're rapidly approaching the finish area here. Over in lane 2 from St Joseph's, Oliver Haas, Jed Holkett, Bryn Whittaker and River Phelps. Coxed by Lachlan Moulders. In lane 3 from Canberra Grammar, Lachlan Brooks, Thomas Olafson, Max Chesworth, Thomas Berry, coxed by Ryan Pouncey. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, Marcus Tremopoulos, Nicholas Vanderwalt, Marcus Dafter, they're coxed by Lucas McLean. Lucas McLean, they're coxed by Taniola Bulligan. In lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Alexander Griffiths, Cameron Schmidt, Ethan Murphy, Benjamin McGregor and coxed by Timothy Robson. In lane 6 from Canberra Grammar, Byron Ellis, Archie Vagg, Alistair Bridgewater, Oliver Pracey, coxed by Benjamin Pedler. In lane 7 from St Augustine's, Jason Cow, Hamish Wise, Rory Parker, William Pender, Ryder and coxed by Ryder Taylor. And in lane 8 from St Joseph's, Angus Falk, Ari Geach, Samuel Spork, Matthew Reeves, coxed by Darcy Willis, and flying down the course are being chased by a shower of rain as they come. It does look to be one of the Canberra Grammar crews out there. I think it's the lane 4 crew, stroked by Marcus McLean. It's Canberra Grammar against Canberra Grammar. No, it's the St Augustine's crew here in lane 7 is holding second place. It is the lane 5 crew of Canberra Grammar, so I called that incorrectly. It's the one that's stroked by Benjamin McGregor. They are holding a comfortable lead over the St Augustine's crew. So very nice finish there by the Canberra Grammar crew of Griffiths, Schmidt, Murphy and McGregor. They're going to be followed across by St Augustine's. Very nice finish there, looking very tidy as they came across the line. This is the Schoolboys 4s. Crossing over in third place will be the Canberra Grammar crew of Tremopoulos, Vanderwelt, Dafter and McLean. they're going to be followed across by the St Joseph's crew closest to the grandstand here in lane 8, and over on the far side the second St Joseph's crew. Then rounding out the field will be the final Canberra Grammar crew.
We'll turn our attention very quickly to the medal ceremony for race 21. It was the schoolgirl single scull division 2. In bronze medal position from Tara School, Amy Rouse. And with a great race to finish in silver medal position from Redlands, Jemima Hugman. And with a dominant win and gold medal winner from Newcastle Grammar, Annabelle Mackenzie. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the schoolgirl single scull division 2, Newcastle Grammar's Annabelle Mackenzie.
And the races come thick and fast. We're now back to the 1,000-metre mark for the Year 9 schoolgirl coxed quad scull. So this is Heat 1, and it's going to be the fastest to the finals again. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, goodness me, 5, 6 heats of the schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad sculls. Again, the girls are outnumbering the boys here. So they're lining up at the 1,000-metre mark. We have a full house for the first race, first heat. It's Pymble Ladies of Madeline Gaydon, Rose Jones, Madison Langgrebe and Claudia Wyatt, coxed by Emmy Wang. In lane 2 from Loretto Kirribilli, Ariel Wood, Alyssa Dunn, Rosie Massara, Lucia Bartlam, coxed by Sabella Bates. In lane 3 from Kinross Walleroy, Georgia Tancred, Millie Condon, Matilda Whiteley, Paxton Buckerfield, coxed by Chloe Caro. In lane 4 from PLC Sydney, Zooey Lee, Madeline Miller, Zoe Leisha, Sophie Miller at coxed by Talia Kinleyside. In lane 5 from Redlands, Sarah Yates, Aloia Pollock, Georgia Grace, Liv Law, coxed by Kyra Benoliel. In lane 6 from Loretto Normanhurst, Anna Ward, Sahara Bornstein, Ruby Mullins, Alexandra Hare, coxed by Charlotte Fagan. In lane 7 from the Armidale Schools, Anna Ross, Matilda Coddington, Ellie Cullen, Jasmine Ryan, coxed by Sophie Slack-Smith. In lane 8 from MLC School, Lucy Stoddard, Elizabeth Ravens, Stella Vincent, Maya McBrien, coxed by Mara Nichols. And in lane 9 from Canberra Grammar, Abigail Miller, Grace Ralston, Marsha Body, Lexi Fuchs, coxed by Ada Duckworth.
It's great to see these younger years, years 8 and years 9 and even in year 10, with so many competitors in both schoolboy and schoolgirl rowing. So, 6 heats in both of these, 5 or 6 heats in both of these for the boys and the girls in year 9. So obviously rowing is very strong in their schools. A great pyramid to build off for the future of Australian rowing. And the numbers keep on increasing. Year on year, very much, to the efforts of Rowing New South Wales and Rowing Australia. So, and obviously all the efforts of the schools and the volunteers. But it's great to see a real kind of strong pyramid at the base of the sport through the schools' support.
And again, the girls outnumber the boys. There's 6 heats of the girls and 5 of the boys.
Well,
so I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, as a father of 3 girls, I should think so.
and the racing is underway for Heat 1 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. So they've just started again with a line at the 1,000 metres, and we're seeing a great effort there. I think he's not quite sure which crews those are, but we've got a little bit more finesse compared to the Year 8 girls that came down earlier. So some great camera footage there from the cameras located on the boat race officials' boats.
That's a Redlands crew there, I think. It looks like Normanhurst crew in the black and white there. next to the Redlands crew.
So Redlands there, just their timing's just slightly off. So it's Loretto Normanhurst. You can just see that extra little bit of finesse and the reason that they're out in the lead there ahead of Redlands. But it does look to be Canberra Grammar closest to us in lane 9 that is possibly has a lead, but very hard to tell. The distinctive Kinross Wallaroi out there in the blue in lane 3. And then the out of our sight, but coming into sight now, Pimble Ladies over on the far side putting up a good effort as well. So very hard to tell here.
And we'll just very quickly jump to the medal ceremony for the awarding of the Schoolboy 4, race 23. In bronze medal position from Canberra Grammar, Marcus Tremolopoulos, Nicholas van der Walt, Magnus Daffer, Lucas McLean, and Cox Teneola Balogun.
So just before she rushes off to do the silver medals, we're coming into the last 250 metres here of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, and it's very close. Over on the far side there, the Pimble Ladies crew is pushing hard. They're a little bit out of field, so it's a bit hard to tell between the Kinross Wallaroi crew over in lane 3, is battling it out with the PLC crew beside them. But closer to us, the Loretto Normanhurst crew has a fairly handy lead, and they're battling it out closest to us in lane 9 here with Canberra Grammar. But look at the PLC Sydney girls over on the far side, looking very tidy as they come into the last 50 to 100 metres there. The real battle's going to be on for second and third place. I would call it, I thought it was going to be Kinross Wallaroi, but I think it's now going to be the Armidale School, is it? Here in lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst. And they are pushing hard to hold off the Kinross Wallaroi crew, which they have done by about a canvas. And they'll be followed across by the PLC Sydney. And then it is the Canberra Grammar crew, then Redlands, and they'll be rounded out by the Armidale School, and over on the far side, the Loretto Kirribilli crew, and further back we have another MLC School. So we can now finish off our medal presentation here. Jamming it all in keeps us all on our toes.
Yeah, so this is the medal for silver medal position for race 23, the Schoolboy 4. Silver medals go to St Augustine's Jason Cow, Hamish Wise, Rory Parker, William Pender, and ably steered by Cox Ryder Taylor. And the winners of the Schoolboy 4, all the way from Canberra Grammar, we have Alex Griffith, Cameron Smith, Ethan Murphy, Benjamin McGregor, and Cox Tim Robson. Please join me in congratulating the winners of race 23, the Schoolboy 4, Canberra Grammar.
And roaring down the course, I've just come through the 500 metre mark, is race 25, heat number 2 of the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. We have over on the far side a crew from Kinross Walleroy of Williams, Hilda, Maslin and Karasic, coxed by Sophie Caro. In lane 2 from Roseville, Phillips, Pappas, Fassos and Ben, coxed by Vienna Spear. In lane 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Leal Henville, Lonergan, Foster and Cossins, coxed by Evelyn Russell. In lane 4 from St Catherine's, Griffiths, Morgan, Love and Jamison, coxed by Sibylla Howes. In lane 5 from Loreto Kirribilli, Payne, Lee, Roberts and Mutton, coxed by Lucinda Rose. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Walters, Capano, Blackmore and Munro, coxed by Lexi Howard. In lane 7 from PLC Sydney, Cohen, Volandis, Lane, Askew, coxed by Lola Britt. In lane 8 from Tara School, Shen, Maharajan, Sivaram, Marchetto, coxed by Abby Whitgraham, sorry, I won't even attempt to pronounce it. In lane 9 from Pimble Ladies, Paris, Elliott, McLaughlin and Leg Hughes, coxed by Phoebe Hutton. And they're just coming into the last 200 metres, and it does seem to be the Roseville College crew over in lane 2.
Yeah, they're the winners at 500 metres, or they were certainly in front. Like St Catherine's were in second, but it was throw a blanket over the first 3 boats. And they were followed by Kinross Walleroy at the halfway mark.
And then here in lane 9, out of view, it's the Pimble Ladies putting on a pretty strong effort. The battle is really going to be for 3rd place, but really what they're after is the fastest crews to go through to the finals out of the 6 heats.
Yeah, it looks like Roseville are going to hang on there to first place.
Looking very tidy as they cross the line.
And it's St Catherine's in second, and it is Pimble Ladies in 3rd. In 4th on the far side, it will be Kinross. And Hunter Valley in 5th. 6th, just on the line, it's going to be Loreto Kirribilli. They just picked PLC. 7th, and then in 8th is Newcastle Grammar. Brings up the rear. The time of 3 minutes 51. It's some 8 seconds slower than the first heat.
And these Tara girls are the bow seat there, busy, and 2 seat, busy looking, where is that finish line? Nearly there, girls.
Keep your heads in the boat.
Well done.
Yep.
You made it. Okay, and roaring down the course, we have heat 3 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls, schoolgirls. So in lane 1 from Roseville, I'm going to just whiz through the surnames again. Edge, Ryan, Harris, coxed by Carmen Gow. In lane 2 from MLC School, Lee, Bentley Lamp, Quit and Bentley Lamp, coxed by Tabitha Lloyd. In lane 3 from Loreto Normanhurst, Jermaine, Whitaker, Matthews and Edwards, coxed by Rosie Lennon. In lane 4 from North Sydney Girls, Guo, Lee, Wang and Nguyen, coxed by Selena Q. In lane 5 from Pimble Ladies, Sharp, Ritchie, Teal and Zhang, coxed by Margot Marset. In lane 6 from Armadale School, Caulfield, Glover, Donahue and Kelly, coxed by Catherine Flynn. In lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, Commons, Murrells, Smith and Gower, coxed by Isabella Rose. And in lane 8 from Redlands, Halliday, Connell, Brown and Hurley, coxed by Lily Van Holsen. And I've come through the 500 metres.
It was Loreto Normanhurst in lane 3, who just had their noses out in front of Pimble Lady in lane 5.
Looking down on the course, though, they do all look very close. The first 4 boats. So that's over in lane 3, 5, 7 and
1
and 8. Oh, in lane 1.
Yeah, and 1. Yeah. So within the first to 4th, there was less than 2 seconds between the 4 boats. So it's going to be a very close finish here. So Loreto Normanhurst, Pimble Ladies, Canberra Grammar, Roseville and Redlands might still be in it there as well.
A very close one, this one. So great bit of racing there. Does look like Loretto Normanhurst or low, hard to say. I think Pimble Ladies here in lane 5 are the ones in front, but then again it could also be the Canberra Grammar Girls in lane 7.
Yeah, come strong in the last 500. We'll see as the angle starts to unwind from the commentary tower here.
It's real test of endurance now to see which girls are able to just last the distance. You can see the PLC girls are really giving it everything they've got, and they've probably overcooked themselves from the look of it. Nice comeback here from the Canberra Grammar Girls. Yeah, they're holding it together, but look at the PLC girls over in over the other side there. Is it PLC?
Yeah.
No,
that's Normanhurst.
Loretto Normanhurst.
They're just tiring Normanhurst, but it looks like
we might have a photo finish here.
Yeah, girls from Canberra Grammar, Pimble Ladies, Canberra Grammar pushing hard for the last 10 strokes. There they go, heads up. It's going to be very close. I'm going to give that to Canberra Grammar in lane 7, followed by lane 5, PLC, Pimble Ladies, then Loretto Normanhurst in lane 3, and then Roseville in lane 4. Very, very close indeed.
What a fantastic bit of racing there from our Year 9 coxed quad schoolgirls. So, just rounded out there by... numberless, but going by the colours, it looks like the Armidale School just finished across the line there. And lining up at the start, we have Heat 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls.
Yeah, so just on that final race, Canberra Grammar, who finished first, they finished in a time of 4 minutes 5 seconds. Some way off a number of the boats in the previous heats. So they'll have to wait to see if they're in the A final. If not, they'll be in the B final.
So Heat 4 has just started over in, again, pretty full house over in lane 1 from Loretto Kirribilli, Charlotte Taylor, Clem Mattock, Chloe Hunter and Lucy Hines, coxed by Arabella Johnston. In lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Charlotte Prosser, Abigail Hardy, Harriet Digweed and Emily Wertenauer, coxed by Ruby Rosen. In lane 3 from Kinross Walleroy, Alexandra Whitehead, Anna Orr, Matilda Tink, Millie Hellier, coxed by Harriet Bird. In lane 4 from Redlands, Jade Kwan, Ella Fella, Rose Collier and Annalise Beattie, coxed by Matilda Hugman. In lane 5 from PLC Sydney, Lily Sullivan, Madeline Barrett, Lily Sabowell, Isabel Graves, coxed by Eva Lazarus Hall. In lane 6 from Loretto Normanhurst, Catherine Stark, Ella Jones, Sally Hines and Poppy Bensley, coxed by Amelia Bassotti. In lane 7 from Roseville, Kalila Liao, Zoe Edmondson, Eleanor Our Young, Chloe Zhang, coxed by Libby Atkinson. And in lane 8 from St Catherine's, Talika Vakachiwa, Stella Copland, Delphi Waldsman, Madeline Ennis, coxed by Anya Roofley. And as they come down the course, bringing a shower of rain with them, it does look like the St Catherine's crew closest to us in lane 8 has a lead over the rest of the field. A little bit harder to call, but I would suggest Loretto Normanhurst.
Or Kinross Walleroy.
Yeah, in Kinross Walleroy are the two battling
in lane 3, yeah.
Yeah.
They've just got the nose of height. So Kinross Walleroy in second place at the 500 metre mark, and Loretto Normanhurst just a couple of seconds behind them in third.
But St Catherine's here in lane 8 going very nicely. It looked to me like they just gave a bit of a push as they came past the about 600 metres, but I think they're continuing to push strongly.
Yep, all the boats here will be going for time rather than pace in this the heat. But they'll all be progressing through to an A, B or C or D or E or F final eventually, I think.
So the St Catherine's crew is holding their lead. They're into the last 250 metres, pushing strong, not easing up at all. Then it does look to be the Kinross Walleroy boat over there in lane 3 has a slight lead over the Loretto Normanhurst crew in lane 6.
Yeah,
then a little bit further back, it's a bit hard. This is PLC Sydney in lane 5, and then across in lane 2, the Canberra Grammar crew. I suspect Canberra Grammar is going to push ahead of the PLC crew. Something's happened here with the Loretto Normanhurst crew. They've just fallen apart, but got it back together slowly. Very nice, strong finish here from the
St Catherine's
St
boat.
Catherine's crew.
Yeah. Comfortable over the line in a time of, well, not that time, which is appearing on my scoreboard.
They're followed across by the Kinross Walleroy crew. They'll be followed through by Canberra Grammar there over in lane 2. The girls here from Loretto Normanhurst, something happened and they've dropped back, and it's probably going to be a photo between them. I think they might have just pipped the Loretto Kirribilli crew over the far side. And then it was the Redlands crew. No, not sorry, the PLC Sydney crew. They're followed across by Roseville and then the Redlands crew.
So we're still waiting on for some official timings, and there we go. Official timings there. St Catherine's won that heat. Very quick heat. Timing to believe a 3:44, which is some 20 seconds quicker than the previous heat.
So coming down the course is Heat 5, Year 9 Cox Quad Schoolgirls in the Quad Sculls. Over in Lane 1, PLC Sydney, Eve Boyle, Lily Burrows, Imana McCarthy, Camille Brown, Cox by Quail Lane and Navarro Flood. Apologies for any mispronunciations. In Lane 2 from Pimble Ladies, Siri Taubenschlag, Charlotte Lynn, Sophie Harris, Stella Walsh, Cox by Eloise Jenkins. In Lane 3 from Loretto Normanhurst, Eloise LeVay, Jazz Burgoyne, Zoe Naden, Eloise Moore, Cox by Ella Freeman. In Lane 4 from St Catherine's, Matilda Jack, Lucy Brown, Eve Bell and Ali Avery, Cox by Ali Carr. In Lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Estelle Fogarty, Caitlin Stoker, Lily Clark, Sally Fitzgerald, Cox by Ada Barger. In Lane 6 from North Sydney Girls, Yue Wang, Chloe Macri, Erica Quee, Sarah Newton, Cox by Erie Williams. In Lane 7 from Armadale School, Mila Wright, Ella Back, Momoka Williams, Harriet Coupland, Cox by Poppy Post. And in Lane 8 from Loretto Kirribilli, Heidi Batar, Cooper Courtney, Ellie Bailey, Georgia Woodward, Cox by Maya Robinson. And a very interesting race out there. They're into the last 250 metres. It does look to me to be the Loretto Kirribilli crew closest to us. Could be anyone's guess for second place, but I think it's going to be Loretto Normanhurst over the far side. They're battling it out here with, I think, the North Sydney girls in lane 6. St Catherine's over there in the middle in lane 4, battling hard to see if they too can be in the mix. But yes, it's going to be the Loretto Kirribilli crew closest to us, although the Normanhurst crew over on the far side have done a final push and they are catching up. They might push through.
I think that's Pimble Ladies, actually.
Oh, Pimble Ladies.
Yeah. Loretto just trying to hold it together. It's going to be close, though, between Loretto and Pimble. Loretto just they've just taken it on the line. Pimble in second in lane 2. And in lane 3, North Sydney Girls.
Then it was the St Catherine's crew, and they'll be followed across by Loretto Normanhurst. Then here in lane 7, the Armadale School. They've brought a shower of rain down course with them. They'll be followed across by Canberra Grammar. And coming down the course is Heat 6, which is the final heat of the schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad scull. In lane 1 from Pimble Ladies, we have Gavana, Cullinane, Leahy and Lloyd, coxed by Hilary Myers. In lane 2 from Loretto Kirribilli, Macedone, Trip Smith, Sarah Brooks, coxed by Olivia Stevenson. In lane 3 from St Catherine's, Brooks, Bell, Waters, Hathorn Jarman, coxed by Beatrix de Bell Hancock. In lane 4 from St Catherine's, Gilchrist, Brown, Harris and Rose Innes, coxed by Lily Freeman. In lane 5 from Loretto Kirribilli, Hopkins, McCloskey, Psychodius, Squire, coxed by Molly Mattock. In lane 5 from Pimble Ladies, Polites, Carruthers, Rogers, Pisani, coxed by Poppy, Fox Ashwin. In lane 7 from Pimble Ladies, Sue, Connors and Georgiakis, coxed by Mia McAuliffe. And lane 8 from Canberra Grammar, Napa, Bill, Nottle, Bowen, coxed by Scarlett Mukherjee. And what a clear lead the crew from
Roseville. 10 seconds at the halfway. Sorry, it wasn't
not Roseville.
St Catherine's, sorry. St Catherine's 10 seconds at the halfway over Loretto Kirribilli in lane 5, and they may well have extended that lead as they approach the last 100 metres to go.
So that's the St Catherine's crew of Brooks, Bell, Waters and Hathorn Jarman.
Yeah.
In lane 3, what a very healthy lead they've got.
Yeah, 10 seconds, 10 and a half seconds at the halfway. Possibly a bit more than that now. So
they're going to be followed across the line by the Loretto Kirribilli crew. Then it's going to be a close one for third place. It's going to be the other St Catherine's crew if they can hold off the Pimble Ladies crew here in lane 6. So lane 4 and lane 6 battling it out there. So second place there will be Loretto Kirribilli. And it could be a photo for the third place. No, the St Pimble Ladies crew has just managed to pip the St Catherine's crew by about quarter of a boat canvas. Over on the far side there, the Loretto Kirribilli crew are crossing ahead of the Canberra Grammar crew. And there's another crew way back down the course there. I think it's a Pimble Ladies crew. They seem to have, no, it would be lane 7. Yeah, one of the Pimble Ladies crews. Something's happened. Let's just hope the next race that's roaring down the course is not going to overtake them, which is a schoolboy Year 9 coxed quad scull, Heat 1 of 5 heats. Over on the far side in lane 1, we have Newcastle Grammar. In lane 2, in the bright red, St Joseph's. In lane 3, Redlands. Lane 4, Kinross Wallaroi. In lane 5, from Shore. Lane 6, Sydney Grammar. Lane 7, Cranbrook. And in lane 8, Canberra Grammar. And these schoolgirls from the previous race will need to get a hurry on
they better get a wiggle
before
on.
they're run down by the boys from year 9 roaring down on top of them. Out there in the middle, it does seem to be the lane 5 crew of Shaw, which is Bassinthwaite, Scammell, Wood and Corcoran. They're coxed by William Johnson. And over on the far side there, the St Joey's crew of Woodbridge, Benyas, Nigleen and Brown look to be comfortably holding their second place. They're being pushed by the third place getters of Kinross Wallaroi in the distinctive blue boats. Now a bit of a battle here between the Redlands crew over there in lane 3 and the Canberra Grammar crew here in lane 8. But that was the Shaw crew came through first, followed by St Joseph's, then Kinross Wallaroi. Very close here. The Redlands boys have just managed to hold off the Canberra Grammar as and they're followed across by, who is that? That's Sydney Grammar.
Yeah, Sydney Grammar, then Cranbrook.
And Cranbrook.
Yeah. Yeah. So Shaw took that with a time of 3:22.49. They've put the marker down for the rest of the heats in this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, roaring down the course, we have race 30. No, sorry, race 31.
Yep.
I thought I was confusing myself there. We've just taken some time out for a little chat with Sinclair Taylor, who's the new president of Rowing New South Wales, and Melissa Ashton Garrard, the CEO. But we have Heat 2, Year 9 coxed quad scull schoolboys roaring down the course. Over on the far side, we have the Northern Beaches secondary crew in lane 1 and lane 2, Newcastle Grammar. In lane 3 from Sydney Grammar. In lane 4, Newcastle Grammar. In lane 5, Armidale School. In lane 6, St Ignatius. In lane 7, Canberra Grammar. And in lane 8, St Augustine's. Now, as looking down the course as they come into the last 250 metres, it does look to be the Canberra Grammar crew.
It was, I think it was actually St Ignatius in the lead.
We seem to be missing a crew here. Probably St Augustine's is no lane 8. Yeah. So it's actually the lane 6 crew from St Ignatius.
And then it was Newcastle Grammar in second at the 500 metre and Sydney Grammar in third. But the St Ignatius boys seems to have maintained their lead.
It looks like the Newcastle Grammar boys over there in their turquoise hats putting on a very strong finish there to hold off the rest of the field and hold their second place from the St Ignatius crew, who looking very tidy as they come into the last 100 metres here up to the finish line. Sydney Grammar putting in a good effort there.
Yeah,
so they'll take third place.
Yeah, so the first heat finished in 3:22.49, won by Shaw. These guys finished from St Ignatius in 3:39.02. So, yeah, some kind of 16, 17 seconds behind the winners of the first heat. We'll have to hold on to see whether or not they go through. So, in fourth, Sydney Beach's secondary, who looks like they're racing in Mossman colours, but in fifth, from Canberra Grammar in lane 7, the boys in lane
Newcastle
Grammar in lane 4, finished 6th. And then we have, bringing up the rear, I think, in lane 5, the Armadale School, Peach, Bolch, White, McKemmy, and coxed by Charlie Rose.
And roaring down the course, looking very tightly bunched. Going to be a hard one to call. This one is the Heat 3 of the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. And over in lane 2, we have a Shore Crew. In lane 3, St. Ignatius. In lane 4, St. Joseph's. In lane 5, another St. Ignatius crew. In lane 4, St. Ignatius. In lane 5, Kinross Walleroy. Lane 6, Cranbrook. Lane 7, Redlands. And in lane 8, Kinross Walleroy. So as they come into view and coming up to the last 250 metres, it does look to be, to me, to be the Shore Crew over the far side. Am I right?
No, it was Cranbrook up the lead in at 500 metres, and they were from Redlands. So Cranbrook in lane 6 and Redlands in lane... Oh, no, that can't be right.
No, I think our hard-working timers have maybe just pressed the wrong buttons, because it does look to be Shore over the far side, and then St. Joseph's. And then I think Kinross Walleroy here, but being pushed very hard by St. Ignatius on the inside there.
Yeah, so
both the St. Ignatius crews trying to get a placing, even though it's only a heat, it's all part of the fun.
Let's have a look. As they come into the last 100 metres, definitely looks like Shore on the far side in lane 2, furthest away from the grandstand, keeping their rhythm and their length and their finish very solid indeed. Pushing together, pushing those legs down together, driving the boat away from them as they cross the line. We'll see what time they get. Shore in lane 2, Amaretti, Clant, Ferguson, Wilson and King as the cocks. They finish in a time of, as they come through, second will be Joey's in the pink, and then actually in Kinross Walleroy in third. We'll see as the time goes through. An official time there from Cranbrook of 3:25.59, which puts them actually just only 3 seconds slower than the Shore winners in Division 1, but certainly a few seconds in front of the St. Ignatius boat, which won Heat 2. So quicker heat by the looks of things in Heat 3.
And a great bit of racing there. So coming down the course is race 33, which is Heat 4 of the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls over in lane 1 from Cranbrook. We have Mindrescu, Farquhar, Daly and Moylan, coxed by Thomas Lukes. In lane 2 from Northern Beaches Secondary, I seem to be getting feedback here. Young, Lusher, Wallace, Greuter, coxed by Harry Coddington. In lane 3 from Redlands, Parsons, Purdy, Gate and Coonan, coxed by James Dory. In lane 4 from Shore, Kearse, Edwards, Dalgleish and Yun, coxed by William Thompson. In lane 5 from Grammar, Millen, Webb, Mand and Fahey, coxed by Tommy Ware. In lane 6 from Shore, Nutt, Tams, Hadfield, Hamilton, coxed by Lachlan Ward. In lane 7 from St. Ignatius, Harper, Matthews, Kennedy, Clock, coxed by Charlie Jackson. And in lane 8 from Redlands, Mishra Mall, Humphreys, Dresler and Besley, coxed by Calvin McNabb, and they are rushing up. They're probably about 350 metres out at the moment. It looks to me like it is the Shore Crew in lane 6 and the Shore Crew in lane 4 that have a bit of a lead over the St. Ignatius crew in lane 7. And then a little bit further back to the rest of the field, my guess would be lane 5, Canberra Grammar. But hard to tell. They'll be battling it here with Redlands as well in lane 8. The Cranbrook crew over in lane 1 are putting up a pretty good effort as well. So they're into the last 250 metres. Well, they're about 200 metres out now. It's the two shore crews battling it out, and we have the St Ignatius crew giving it everything to see if they can catch those pesky shore crews. I don't think they will, but they are making a really good effort. It's the shore crew over in lane 4, stroked by Philip Young, who has the lead over the shore crew in lane 6, stroked by Ollie Hamilton. St Ignatius pushing hard, but they're not quite going to make it, and a very close finish there by Shaw. They've probably been out racing each other on the river. First and second to Shaw, followed across by St Ignatius, quite some distance back now to the rest of the field.
That contrary to what our timing says, it's the two shore boats, shore 3 and shore 4 came first and second there in race 33. It's the boys from Canberra Grammar finished 4th. Redlands, it looks like they might just have been pipped by the boat on the far side, which is the Cranbrook boys in the bucket hats for 4th and 5th. It's Northern Beaches Secondary School in 6th, Redlands in 7th.
And roaring down the course is Heat 5, so it's the final heat of the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. We're running out of time once again to run through all the names, so just over on the far side we have a St Ignatius crew. In lane 2 from we have lanes 2, 3 and 4 we have Cranbrook crews, and they are all spread out. In lane 5 we have, and 6 we have shore crews, and in lane 7 a Redlands crew, and in lane 8 another shore crew. So we seem to be missing the Redlands crew in lane 6. The boat race official boat is actually heading the wrong direction in lane 6. Oh, sorry, in lane 7. The shore crew in lane 6, so that's Parry, Octon, Tonkin, Hughes and Barnes, coxed by Thomas Mann, have a fairly healthy lead, but look over the far side there in lane 1. St Ignatius once again trying to catch the shore crews. The shore crew closest to us of Roxburgh, Matheson, Gilligan and Watson, coxed by Thomas Manchi, I think may be able to hold off the St Ignatius, will they? St Ignatius pushing hard. I think St Ignatius actually have the advantage over the far side. They look a bit tidier than the shore crew, but it is the shore crew in lane 6 of Parry, Ockenden, Tonkin, Hughes and Barnes who take the win there. And yes, the St Ignatius crew a length ahead over on the far side there of the shore crew that's closest to us. Out in the middle there, it is Cranbrook going to come through in 4th place. They will be followed through by the other shore crew, by the shore 7 crew. We're running by numbers rather than names at the moment. So we have Cranbrook and shore galore, and the 2 Cranbrook crews, that's the number 5 crew and the number 6 crew coming in across. And now we get a little bit of a breather while the starter goes from the 1,000 metre mark down to the 2,000 metre mark. where we will then have the schoolgirl year 10 coxed quad sculls. So they're due to start about 10 minutes ago. So I would say as soon as the starter gets organised down there, we'll see a start, but the boats haven't yet pulled into the starting blocks. So we'll just take a little bit of a breather.
So as we wait for the next crews to line up at the start, it's race 35. It's a 2,000 meter race. It's the schoolgirl year 10 coxed quad scull. There are 3 heats in this, and therefore there will be 3 finals. It looks like we've got a scratch from the Roseville crew. So in lane 2 on the far side from the Armadale School, we have Lila McFarlane, Emily Pitch, Alice Howlett, Georgia Cadzow, Grace Roberts as Cox. In lane 3 in the black and the red, we have from Queenwood, Charlotte McWilliam, Isla McMillan, Laura Scullina, Eloise Linvelt, and Cox by Alice Holmes. In lane 4 from Redlands, we've got Grace Ford, Liv Goodland, Eva Simpson, Lillian Forsyth, and Lily Van Hulsen. In lane 5, in the blue from Kinross Walroy, Sienna McFarlane, Laura Chudley, Emily Wise, Belle Clinton, Harriet Barnett Coxing. In lane 6 from MLC School, we've got Mina Kathanakis, Isabel Warasuvitranai, Nicola Keast, and Gemma Blake, and Cox by Liana Y. We've also got a scratch in lane 7 from Pimble Ladies, so that moves us on to lane 8, Tara School, Nicholas G, Isabel Dulimov, Kelly Lai, Rita Lowe, and Charlotte Goy as Cox. And then in line 9, nearest the grandstand, is Canberra Grammar's Charlotte Lynch, Alice Allen, Claire Templeton, Ali Webb, and Isla Morgan is Cox. A couple of scratches in there, so in lane 1 from Roseville, and then in lane 7 from Pimble Ladies. They're still lining up on the starter pontoons. It's a 2,000 meter race. There's a little bit of a crosswind blowing up now from the north. So the weather forecast today is going to be a very light breeze, but the breeze has just slightly picked up. So maybe a bit of a tailwind by the looks of things. Very, very minimally. And if we look down the course from the commentary tower, we can see the odd kind of wind shadow here and there as the breaks in the trees just allow a bit of breeze to creep through, but very, very minimal impact on racing. There's no real benefit to any lane. Often courses have one particular side which is favoured when the wind blows in a particular direction, but we're lucky here to be pretty protected. So the racing is very even.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're back racing again, race 35. It's 2,000 metre race. It is the schoolgirl year 10 coxed quad sculls. So there are 2 heat. Oh no,
Yeah, that's
just
right.
counting the heats.
Heats. I've called all the names, and I've
have you?
Yeah, I've called all the names. So everybody's heard Grace and Charlotte and Laura and whoever name they are in the boats.
Excellent. So they're roaring down the course at the moment.
Yeah, and it looks like in first place after 500 metres is the Kinross Walleroy boat in lane 5, stroked by Belle Clinton, by the looks of things. They had a good lead at 500 metres of over 6 seconds from Tara School in lane 8, who were in second position, and the third was MLC School. Then followed in fourth by Redlands, 5th Queenwood, 6th Armadale, and 7th Cranbrook Grammar School.
Yes. Oh yeah.
And a public service announcement to all competitors, coxes, coaches. Can you please return your bow number as soon as possible to race control as soon as you've raced. We are running short of them, so please make sure, coxes in particular, and coaches, please return your bow number. And also, there's a shout out to any volunteer boat holders who've put their hands up, or anybody who'd like to put their hand up right now. We are short of boat holders, so if you'd like to participate, volunteer, please go down to the starter tent at the beginning of the course. And if you volunteered previously for a starter position, a boat holder position, please go down and tick your name off. We're short of boat holders at the start of the 2,000 metre course, so please go down if you've got a spare couple of hours.
Yeah, if you've got a bit of time to kill, it's a great way to see a different aspect of the regatta, and no real skills required. Just get down there and help out. The regattas such as this all run on volunteers, so by all means, get in, lend a hand, and we have a race roaring down the course here.
Yeah, at the halfway mark, Kinross Walleroy had extended their lead, almost doubled their lead over Tara School to almost 14 seconds. So they'd really pushed on in the first half of that race, looking very, very solid. Nice controlled stroke and rhythm. No real drama at all in that boat from Kinross Walleroy. In second place, Tara School still battling away with Redlands for second and third. Queenwood are in the picture in fourth. They've moved up slightly on Redlands and are pressuring Redlands into that third position. Fifth at MLC, sixth the Armadale School, and seventh Cranbrook Grammar. But yeah, Kinross Walleroy, familiar name, familiar blue boats, out in the lead at the moment as they're approaching the 1,500 metre mark.
And bringing a bit of rain with them. It does look like a bit hard to tell actually from up here. We're sitting in air-conditioned comfort looking down the course, but we can see the wind is only coming up slightly. The water's still very nice and calm, but it does look like a bit of drizzle out there. So very nice bit of racing here from Kinross Walleroy. They have a nice, comfortable lead. They're looking comfortable, pushing hard. It's a bit hard to tell who's in second place. What was it on the timing? It looks to me like
Tara pushed through.
Tara in lane 7 here.
And Kinross are just extending that lead. 8. Yeah, Kinross are just extending that lead. So they were 12 seconds at the halfway spot. They're now 22 seconds at the 1,500 metres mark. So really by far the quickest boat on the course at the moment. Tara School, 2.5 seconds ahead of Redlands. Queenwood just dropping off the pace a bit. They'll be lucky to be in the top 3 now.
I don't know. Looking down there, I think Queenwood is starting a bit of a push.
Could be.
Queenwood have the Armadale School right beside... Oh, sorry, no, Redlands it is.
Yeah.
That's the Armadale School over in the bright red yellow hats. So it's Queenwood, and it's Redlands really pushing hard against Queenwood there next to them.
Yeah, and Tara in lane 8.
Yeah.
Kinross, though, long way out. Let's see if they can extend their lead even further. So 22.5 seconds at the 1,500 metre mark. Let's see if they've pushed on. This is a heat, so obviously times do matter.
Looking very nice and strong as they come up to the finish.
Yeah. Yeah, sitting up tall, levering the body past. Arms going away. Nice. As Bal just looks over her shoulder for the finish. Kinross Walleroy finished first in a time of 7:48.58.
So then second place here, it is, I think the Tara School are going to take it over Redlands. They're both looking across to each other to see where they sit. But I think Tara, closest to us in lane 8, is going to probably get the Redlands by about half a boat length. Oh no, less than that.
Yeah,
just a
close.
Canvas. Yeah, about half a length in the finish there. So that was the Tara School, followed across by Redlands. Then over beyond them, the Queenwood School in lane 3, followed across by MLC School. Then here in lane 9 will be Canberra Grammar, and over on the far side, the Armadale School.
So Kinross Walleroy win that quite convincingly in a time of 7:48.58. So keep that in your mind for the next heat. 7:48 is the time to beat.
So that was heat 1. We move into heat 2, which is race 36 from Redlands, Sarah Yates, Saskia Kay, Aurora Crennan and Isabel Solgaard, coxed by Kyra Benalil. In lane 2 from Queenwood, Bronte Hanna, Elsie Hood, Juliet Talbot Stern, Lauren King, coxed by Stella Tumbers. In lane 3 from Kinross Walleroy, Charlotte Doyle, Livy Taylor, Georgia Clunas, Zara Broom, coxed by Poppy Warren. In lane 4 from Loretto Kirribilli, Gracie Murrell, Phaedra Kevin, Belle Tripp, Indiana Orth, and coxed by Charlotte Clarkin. In lane 5 from Mont St Angelo, Amelia Reid, Amelia Darcy, Isabel Armstrong, and Chloe Phillips, coxed by Abby Wrightson. In lane 6 from PLC Sydney, Isabella McFarlane, Sophie Meyer, Chloe Lau, Vicky Russell, coxed by Mirinda Conatulli. In lane 7 from North Sydney Girls, Andrea Deng, Sarah Wang, Luogia Tang, Felicity Moy, coxed by Daisy Meng. In lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Kensington Steel, Megna Lakundi, Valero Trujillo, Evelyn Baker, coxed by Xavier Eisen. And in lane 8 from the Armadale School, Elsie Caulfield, Matilda Gordon, Minnie Chick, Matilda Butcher, coxed by Felicity Henderson.
Yeah, and coming through that halfway mark, it was Loretto Kirribilli, who were almost 6 seconds ahead of Kinross Walleroy. So Loretto Kirribilli in lane 4, across from Kinross Walleroy in lane 3.
So, and it did look like the battle would be for third place, where there was a margin of less than a second between the two boats. Yeah. They've dropped off the screen for me. So
yeah, then North Sydney went through in third place. Monty St Angelo 0.8 of a 2 second behind them. And 6th was Armadale. In 7th, Queenwood. In 8th, Newcastle Grammar. And 9th, PLC Sydney. So it's going to be first and second, Loretto Kirribilli, Kinross Walleroy. We'll see which decides them as they come in the last half of the race. But third place, it's going to be a battle royal between North Sydney Girls and Monty St Angelo. We'll see how it transpires as they're approaching the 1,500 metre mark.
So again, it's all on time. It's not on placings as such. So time, best times across, I assume, across all 5 heats, is it?
Yeah, it's five heats, 6 heats.
No, 3 heats.
3 heats, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's an ABC final as well, so they'll all progress to whichever final, depending on how quick they are over the heat. But it looks like the Loretto Kirribilli, the blue and the yellow of Loretto Kirribilli, are placing down a marker. We've got a couple of maybe one boat length and a half from Kinross Walleroy in the blue. But both boats seems to be chopping away quite nicely.
So that misty rain is lifted. We're getting a much clearer view down the course now. A bit easier to see. They're coming up to the last 250 metres. A little battle there. I think Kinross Walleroy might have come back, have they? They look to be pushing very hard to try and catch the Loretto Kirribilli girls.
Yeah, they seem to be, the stroke rate seems slightly higher. Loretto maybe a bit laboured here. Let's see if they can lift it in the last 250. Loretto just kept going through the 1500 metre mark, just kept that 6-second gap. Cox there for Loretto, calling away, urging their crew, pushing it through. They'll be being told there's 200 metres to go. Keep that length, keep that rhythm.
Both crews looking pretty tidy for Year 10 girls.
Yeah.
Holding it together. It's hurting now.
Let's go for time. Amy Clay, the coach, the head rowing coach of Loretto Kirribilli, will be proud of this crew, I'm sure, as they finish in first place. But the time that matters, pushing right through to the end, finishing in a time of 8:07.93. It's considerably slower, some 20 seconds slower than the first heat. Kinross Walleroy second. And who is...
So some distance back now to the rest
Monty,
of the field, but it's Monty D'Angelo.
Yeah. Not a rain school, of particular note, but it's good to see them here finishing third. And then North Sydney finished fourth.
Redlands over the far side finishing fifth. They'll be followed across by the Armidale School here in lane 9, and then by Newcastle Grammar. And then quite some distance back we have a...
That's PLC
crew who perhaps had a mishap along the way.
Yeah, something may have gone wrong there. Queenwood just sneaking over the line in 6th there. And that's a win for Loretto Kirribilli in a time of 8:07.03. That is some 20 seconds behind the winners of the first heat. And the next race in race 37. We have a number of Queenwood boats. In lane 1 from Queenwood, Arabella Lynn, Jasmine Ramsey, Ava Francis and Chloe Grimmond. Coxed by Maddie Fallon. In lane 2 from Queenwood, Morella Gillies, Annie Deng, Edith Birch, Minnie May Ulgiati, and coxed by Naomi Garland. In lane 3 from Tara School, Sharon Agarwal, Navya Singh, Adelaide Toa, Naomi Cross, coxed by Caitlin Uwano. In lane 4 from Redlands, Ella Hurley, Olivia Pollock, Liv Law, Georgia Grace, coxed by Anne Mishra Mal. In lane 5 from Queenwood, we've got Penelope Rolls, Laura Ben Nahate, Claire Pullinger, Jen Hughes, and coxed by Carolyn Sun. In lane 6 from Tara School, we've got Caitlin Lelevre, Piper Walker, Sydney McCartney, Victoria Eaton, and coxed by Chelsea Hodges. In lane 7 from Queenwood, we've got Clara Ann Tucker, Scarlett Bennett, Ashwarya Sharp, Alexis Keel, and coxed by Lynn Landin. And in lane 8, also from Queenwood, we've got Ella Hinton, Nyla Russell, Piper Sherlock, Viv Walk, and coxed by Juliet Yardley. So that's race 37, and they are underway. So there are 4 boats from Queenwood. Sorry, 5 boats from Queenwood, Tara School, and 2 boats from Tara, and 1 boat from Redlands. And as they've come through the 500-metre mark, it's the girls in Queenwood 4. It's coxed by Maddie Fallon and stroked by Chloe Grimmond, who are in the lead. They've got 4 seconds on the boat from Queenwood in lane 8, which is coxed by Juliet Walk and stroked by Vivi Walk. Then it's Redlands in 3rd. It's Queenwood 6 in 4th. Tara School in 5th. It's Queenwood 7 in 6th. Queenwood 8 in 7th, and Tara 3rd in 8th. So very confusing here. So it's Queenwood 1st and 2nd. Redlands 3rd, Queenwood 4th, Tara 5th, Queenwood 6th and 7th, and Tara in 8th. But still a long way to go.
So as I've come through the 1,000-metre mark, we have a Queenwood crew out in the lead. They're pretty close though. It's only 3 seconds back to Redlands crew, then a couple more Queenwood crews. Field reasonably spread out. They should be able to hold these positions through to the finish. We just have to work out which Queenwood crew out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are in this race is the one in the lead.
I know them all quite well. It's the one which I'd have said would have been going true to form. It's the Queenwood boat in actually lane 1. Arabella Lynn, Yasmin Ramsey, Eva Francis and Chloe Grimmond. I know they're the quickest year 9, although they're in year 9, they are racing in a year above them, but they're the quickest year 9 4 that I think Queenwood have got at the moment. In second place, there is the Redlands boat, though, of Ella Hurley, Olivia Pollock, Liv Law, Georgina Grace and Anne Mishramal. They were second at the 500-metre mark.
It looks like this Queenwood crew here, Nathan, in lane 8 of Hinton, Russell, Sherlock and Walk are in the mix as well.
Yeah. They were in 3rd, coming through the 1,500-metre mark. I might have just pushed through.
So it makes quite interesting dynamics here where the first 3 crews, one is in the middle, one is on the far side in lane 1 and the other one is in the near side in lane 8. So when you're racing like this, it's a bit hard to work out how your position is compared to the crews way over the far side of the course.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? When you're not really side by side, you've got to, I'm sure most coaches say keep your head in the boat. Don't worry about what the other boats are doing. That's what the cox is for. It's difficult though, if you're particularly stroke or bound, not to turn the head and look where you are, particularly in the last 500-metre races. So they'll all be, I'm sure, giving each other the hairy eyeball as they approach the last 300 metres. Particularly these 2 Queenwood boats who've been kind of chopping away at each other for the last few weeks, training out of on Spitbridge, Middle Harbour, as they approach the last 250 mark. It's Queenwood from Redlands from Queenwood.
It looks to me like Redlands have managed to push themselves in front of the 2 Queenwood crews. They're just coming into the last 250 metres.
Yeah, let's see what they've got left in the tank.
The Redlands crew does look fairly tidy as I think they've just taken it up a point or 2. They realise there are only about 200 metres to go now. The Redlands crew over the far side looks a bit tidier than this one closest to us, who just did a little bit of a wobble. But they're giving it everything they've got to try and get themselves up there with the other two crews.
That's
But
right,
yes,
yeah.
it's Redlands have managed to pull ahead by about a length.
That's a scalp, indeed.
So it does look like the Queenwood crew over the far side have just dropped off. They may have overcooked themselves as they came into the finish line. So Redlands having a very nice finish here. So they're now about 2-3 boat lengths in front of the Queenwood crew over the far side of Lynn, Ramsey, Francis and Grimmond. And then they're followed across by the Queenwood crew closest to us of Hinton, Russell, Sherlock and Walk. So this was the final heat of the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Still a few boats to round out the field.
Yeah, and Queenwood in lane 3. Is that lane 2? Lane 2. I'll be having a word with somebody in that boat later on the drive home. Lane 6, Tara School. Going to finish 5th. In lane 5 it will be Rolls, Laura Benahit, Claire Pollinger and Jen Hughes who will finish.
I think this Queenwood crew here in lane 7 just would like this race to be over just by the general demeanour you can see in the boat. They sort of all stopped and had a look around. Their timing's gone off. I think they've realised they don't have far to go. The Cox is trying to get them back together.
Well, there's an interesting style. Anyway,
I think it's called, they've just discovered how long a 2,000 metre race is.
Yeah. They certainly look like they're putting the effort in anyway. Well done, girls.
And over on the far side there we have the Tara School. Not quite getting the length that would be helpful for them to move a little bit faster. But getting there, it's a great effort. Every effort counts.
Yeah. Well, it's a good win there for Tara School, though. Time of 8:27. Some considerable distance behind the winners of Heat 2, which in turn were another 20 seconds behind the winners of Heat 1. So there's a big almost 40 seconds difference between the winners of Heat 1 and Heat 3.
Now roaring down the course is the schoolboys Year 10 8, and as they get closer you will certainly hear the roar. We have 4 boats in this race. Over in lane 3 from St Joseph, Samuel Sidotti, Harry Adamo, Rupert Cornell, Vincent McAllister, Louis Benuska, Lexington Spees, Mitchell Hughes, Rocco Densley, Cox by Noah Bellantonio. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, Blake Sixsmith, Oliver Leasing, Thomas Marburg, Cameron Snow, Arthur Cox, Jacob Thompson, William Weir, James Moss, Cox by Charlie Wu. In lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, James Wilson, Fergus Whiteside, William Shockley, Lucas Windle, Malty Skridstrup, Harry English, Xavier Moss, Archer Doherty, Cox by Gabriel Bowman. And in lane 6 from St Augustine's, Henry O'Hare, Oscar Porteous, Jasper Moy, Oliver Kennedy, Jack Penberthy, Jesse Bray, Matthew Giuretta, Lachlan Schofield, and they're coxed by Henry Goldsworthy.
Yeah, now the 1,000 metre mark, it was St Joey's with the nose in front by about 4 seconds from Canberra Grammar in lane 5. Who had, again, probably a boat and a half lengths lead on St Augustine's. Then the second Canberra Grammar boat had been dropped quite quickly off the start and is in 4th position. But St Joey's through the 1,500 metre mark. They're under pressure from Canberra Grammar. We've just eked back some time into them, so must have been a push through the 3/4 mark for Canberra Grammar. They're only 3.5 seconds behind, so less than a length. St Augustine's have got to do something to keep in touch with Canberra Grammar. They're dropping back slightly. And then the second Canberra Grammar boat there is struggling to keep in touch at all. So St Joey's, Canberra Grammar is going to go down to the line. Give them a shout from the grandstand.
So Joey's took it up about 50 metres go. Putting everything they've got here to hold their lead against the Canberra Grammar crew.
Yeah.
St Augustine seems to have dropped off, either that or the Canberra, I dare say the other two crews have actually pushed harder. Just left St Augustine's behind a little bit there.
Yeah, it's going to be close. Canberra Grammar looks a bit more, bit tidier, a bit more length in that stroke. Moving together slightly better than the Joey's guys, but the Joey's guys are still got their noses in front. I'd say by about half a length. Canberra coming though, each stroke. Joey's skidding their wheels somewhat to the finish. Canberra keeping it long. Bit of washout there from the Canberra crew, but Joey's look like they're going to take it by half a length just at the finish. St Joseph take the win there in a time of 6:40.76, 1.3 seconds behind Canberra Grammar. Good finish there from Canberra Grammar. Nice to claw back some distance. St Augs take third, 11.78 seconds behind, and then the second Canberra Grammar boat will bring up the rear. So that was race 38. It was the final of the schoolboy year 10-8.
And the winning time there unofficially of 6 minutes 40.76 and a margin of 1 second 30 back to Canberra Grammar. So very tight race there.
Yeah, super race. Well done there. Quickest race of the day so far, as you'd expect.
So coming down the course now, we have Division 1 of the Schoolgirl 4. So 2,000 metre race. There are two divisions. And over in lane 1 from Canberra Grammar, we have Nellie Byron, Sophia Smith, Estella Robertson and Hannah Griffiths, and they're coxed by Lucy Robbins. In lane 2 from Queenwood, Gemma McLaren, Madeline Walk, Eva Thompson and Grace Bennett, coxed by Zara Milner. In lane 4 from St Catherine's, Alice Steed, Isabel Yardley, Eveline Stigter, Chelsea Baker, coxed by Georgia Parks. In lane 5 from Kinross Wallaroi, Xanthi Staniforth, Tessa Wong, Olivia Searle, Lucy Reedy, coxed by Philippa Martin. In lane 6 from Askham, Lucy Yabsley, Chloe Hitchens, Sabrina Koskar and Kitty Elias, coxed by Remy Malouf. These girls also row out of Glebe Rowing Club. In lane 7 from Queenwood, Isabella Kennedy, Lucinda Doku, Scout Ferguson, Winter Shervington, coxed by Isabella Goss. And in lane 8 from Roseville, Emma Dupreez, Grace McKinley, Chloe Franklin and Abigail Kelly, coxed by Alex Davies. Now I'm expecting to see the Askham and Glebe girls in lane 6 have a nice comfortable win here, but
I think you'd be well we'll wait and see. I mean, some of these names are very familiar. I've followed some of these girls from early on, so the Lucy Yabsleys, the Isabel Yardleys, the Staniforths, they're very, very familiar names. So these girls will be quite experienced at racing. So it really shows. So as they came through the halfway mark, Kinross Wallaroi had a lead in lane 5 of some way from Queenwood, who were some 8.8 seconds behind. And St Catherine's were third, Canberra Grammar were fourth, the second Queenwood boat fifth, Roseville sixth, and Askham seventh. So
something's gone wrong with the Askham girls, because
you would have expected them to be up there.
Very high-powered rowers in that boat.
Yeah, Sabrina Coxlar, Chloe Hitchens, Lucy Yabsley. I think they had all of them had a great. I know most of them would have already rowed in the single, but the New South Wales Championships, the Schoolgirl Championships last season, they all featured very, very strongly.
Very well.
Yeah, got some great rowers and some names to certainly watch out for the future. So as they come up to the 1,500 metre mark, it still looks like to me from this point that the girls from Kinross Wallaroi have got a good lead.
They do. As they're coming into view, they're coming up to the 1,500 metres. You can see the Kinross Wallaroy boat out in lead.
Yeah. And then it looks like Queenwood on the girls' right-hand side, it's the Queenwood boat and St Catherine's boat in lanes 3 and 4 respectively. Kinross Wallaroy in lane 5.
Interesting, and you can really see the Eskom girls clawing their way back as well. So whatever's happened, they've certainly put it back together and putting themselves back into the mix. So you can see the strength of that crew. It does look to me to be the Queenwood crew over on the far side in lane 2, which are holding second place at the moment.
Yeah, lane 3, I think they're in. Yeah, it's Cranbrook on the far side. Yeah,
lane 3. Yeah, the second boat in from the other side.
Yeah, so as they come through the 1,500 metre mark, the timings tell us Kinross Wallaroy have still maintained that 8.8 seconds, 8.9 seconds now from Queenwood, who in second. St Catherine's are just a second behind Queenwood. Then we've got Cranbrook Grammar, then Queenwood, then Roseville, and Askham is still in 7th, but it doesn't look like that from here, to be honest.
Yeah, very comfortable lead there by Kinross Wallaroy, who look like they would certainly hold that. Then it's across to the Queenwood crew.
Oliver Kennedy, Jack Penn Berethy, Jesse Bray, Matt Regatta, Lachlan Schofield, and coxed by Henry Goldsworthy. In silver medal position from Cranbrook, we have James Wilson, Fergus Whiteside, William Shockley, Lucas Windle, Malthe Skysdrups, Harry English, Xavier Moss, Archer Doherty, and coxed guy Gabrielle Bowman. And the winners of the schoolboy Year 10-8, please join me. St. Joseph's School, Samuel Sidoti, Harry Adamo, Rupert Cornell, Vincent McAllister, Lewis Benuska, Lexington Spies, Mitchell Hughes, Rocco Densley, and coxed by Noah Bellatonio. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the schoolboy Year 10-8, St. Joseph's.
And roaring down the course, so in the last 250 metres here we have the second division of the schoolgirl 4, and over on the far side there in lane 2, it is one of the Canberra Grammar crews has a very healthy lead. That's Rangier, Vannon, Shockley and Jones. They are leading ahead of the St. Catherine's crew here in lane 6 of Hall, Poulos, Borthwick and Connell. And then a real battle here for third place, which is going to be between Winona of Heap, Nutt, Stevenson, Turner-Smith and Tara Schools, Waterhouse, Ryan, Rouse and Bailey. So that was the
that was Division 2 of the schoolgirl.
Division 2, but I'm just trying to see who came across first. So that was the Canberra crew.
Yeah, Canberra Grammar finished in a time of 8:01. Yeah,
and followed across by
St. Catherine's.
St. Catherine.
And then Tara.
Yep. So our apologies there, squeezing in a presentation of an 8s as a race roared down the course, but it is a division, so they are likely to come in for presentations as well.
Loretto Normanhurst finished 5th. Looks like it's going to be a battle between the other Loretto Normanhurst, who will finish 6th, and Canberra Grammar on just on their right, who finished 6th and 7th respectively.
So that was the Canberra Grammar crew in lane 2, stroked by Iris Rangier in first place, followed by St. Catherine's in lane 6, stroked by Lucy Hall. Tara School in third place in lane 7, stroked by Gemma Waterhouse. And then it was the crew stroked by Heidi Heap in 4th place. Yeah, here it is. It's since 267.
And we've got race 41 underway. In fact, just going through the halfway mark at the moment. In first place was in lane 4 was the boys from Kinross Walleroy there. They had about 4 seconds, that's a length lead on Redlands, who were in second, and Cranbrook were in third, just a nose behind. St Augustine's were in fourth, Hunter Valley Grammar 1 in fifth, Newcastle Grammar in sixth, Hunter Valley Grammar 2 in seventh, Newcastle Grammar in eighth, and then Redlands in ninth. So, yeah, bit of a nose out the front there for Kinross Walleroy at the halfway line, and then Redlands and Cranbrook both fighting it out for bronze and silver medals.
So this is heat 1 of the schoolboy coxed quad scull. There are 2 heats, so the final is going to be an exciting race. We have a full house. In lane 1 it's Redlands, lane 2 and 3 is Newcastle Grammar, lane 4 is Kinross Walleroy, lane 5 Cranbrook, lane 6 Hunter Valley Grammar, lane 7 Redlands, lane 8 Hunter Valley Grammar, and in lane 9 St Augustine's. And who's in the lead here, Nathan, as they've come through the 500 metre?
Yeah, as they come through
meters.
It looks like Kinross Walleroy are actually really smooth quad here. Got this under control, seem to have everything in the bag as they come through the 1500 metre mark. Redlands have pushed through and actually now have taken a bit of a lead on Hunter Valley, have also come through into the third. St Augustine's dropped back a bit. So it looks like
pretty close. Hunter Valley Grammar, St Augustine's and the Newcastle Grammar's crews are all
very
close.
Second. Yeah,
really battling it out for that third place.
Whether or not they've got enough in the bag, or they've burnt it all in the first half. But yeah, Kinross Walleroy, very, very nice. Again, some familiar names here. Harry Dimmock, Toby Buckland, Nick Tancreed, Oliver Smith, and Henry Barker. Well, Henry Baker, should I say, sorry, is the Cox.
Aside from Kinross Walleroy, though, looking what we can see is it's pretty close. Everybody else is pushing hard. It does look to be the Redlands crew in lane 7 who are trying to hold off this Hunter Valley Grammar crew right next to them.
It's going to be
Cranbrook pushing hard.
Good win for Kinross Walleroy. Will take your time.
So very comfortable win there for Kinross Walleroy, but what a battle for second, third, and
Redlands
fourth positions.
Versus Hunter Valley. Who's got it? It's coming down to the line. It's going to be by a third of a boat length. Redlands in second.
Hunter Valley Grammar, then over in lane 5 Cranbrook, here in lane 9 St Augustine's, over in the far side Newcastle Grammar. Then it will be Hunter Valley Grammar and the second Redlands crew and second Hunter Valley Grammar crews over on the far side. So that would be the fastest crews of this, and the next race will go through to the final.
It's a good time there, 6:45 from Kinross Walleroy. Under no pressure at all.
Yeah,
that's pretty quick.
This is just sort of like the open schoolboys. So.
Yeah.
The second heat is coming down the course. We'll just run through it. It is, so this is schoolboy cox quad scull. Over in lane 1 from Kinross Walleroy, we have Davis, Hunt, Cleary and Shaw, coxed by Zoe Mackay. In lane 2 from Redlands, we have McClellan, Tebbit, Mackay and Cook, coxed by Toby Priestley. In lane 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Leonard, Crop, Lonergan and Powell, coxed by Lucas Wilson. In lane 4 from Kinross Walleroy, Price, Robson, Condon and Zoster, coxed by Jock Peterson. In lane 5 from Cranbrook, Scararellans, Dawson, Stathis, Williams, coxed by Thomas Lucas. In lane 6 from Redlands, Fenton, Turton, Collier and Whitney, coxed by Jack Feller. In lane 7 from Cranbrook, Og, Tregarthen, Mason and Stallone, coxed by Nicholas Wagner. And in lane 8 from Cranbrook, Allen, Harwood, War and Mason, coxed by Will Gloucester. So they are just coming up to the 1750. They'll be up at the 1,000 metre mark before too long. Some great footage there from the officials' boats, showing the Cranbrook crew up close and the Redlands crew up close.
Yeah, great shot there.
see the bit of rain on the lens of the camera, so we're just getting the odd showers keep washing down the course.
Confirmed first was Cranbrook Grammar 2 and third Tara School. Okay, we'll just turn our attention to the medal pontoon once again. It's race 40. It's Division 2 of the schoolgirl 4. We've only got the bronze and gold medal winners here. So in third position and bronze medal winners from Tara School, we have Gemma Waterhouse, Hannah Ryan, Amy Rouse, Olivia Bailey, and Cox by Maria Karatuzos. Medals of course presented by Sinclair Taylor, the new president of Rowing New South Wales. And the gold medal, and in first place for the schoolgirl 4 Division 2, is Canberra Grammar's Iris Rangia, Ella Vannon, Ella Shockley, Eliza Jones, and Cox by Sophia Matz. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolgirl 4 Division 2, Canberra Grammar.
Once again, the second division of the schoolboy Cox Quad Scull, we have Kinross Wallaroi and Kinross Wallaroi, so it's the crew in lane 4 of Price, Robson, Condon and Soster, who seem to have a fairly comfortable lead over their colleagues over there in lane 1, Davis, Hunt, Cleary and Shaw, but they are being pushed by the Cranbrook crews. So the ones closest to us in lane 8 of Ellen Harwood, War and Maison look to have a slight lead, or no, it's a bit hard to tell, over their colleagues out there in lane 5, Shara Rowlands, Dawson and Williams. So the race is on between Kinross Wallaroi, who will certainly take the win, and the Cranbrook crews. I think the Kinross Wallaroi crew over in lane 1 is probably going to take second position. Then the real battle on between the two Cranbrook crews, but a very nice finish here from Kinross Wallaroi, looking very comfortable as they cross the line. That's the crew of Price, Robson, Condon and Soster. Then over on the far side, the Kinross Wallaroi of Davis, Hunt, Cleary and Shaw. And the battle on between the two Cranbrook crews, but lane 5 is just going to beat the lane 8 crew, so that's lane 5, Shara Rowlands, Dawson, Stathis and Williams.
I don't know what it is with Bowman, but they cannot help themselves from looking at each other.
No.
They're both giving each other the hairy eyeball there. That's Redlands coming in 5th. And then just Hunter Valley Grammar in 6th there. Redlands of Fenton, Turton, Collier, Whitney and Ferrer, 7th, and Cranbrook close it out.
So with the ones who keep looking, I often point them to, I think it was the 2014 was one of the World Rowing Championships, and the Germans were about a boat length ahead of the Aussies, and about 10 strokes out, one of the Germans looked across to see where the Aussies were, caught a massive crab, and the Aussies cruised across the line.
Yeah. Being an Englishman, I'd say that's down to Aussie luck as well, you know, to be honest. But
it was technique.
No. It's unusual that
In other
you
words,
get...
don't look.
Yeah, unusual you get that ill discipline from a German crew, let's just say, but yeah.
Okay, we are back to... So we're down to a final. We just need to get the listings. And we'll be right back.
So in race 43, the listings are: in lane 2 we've got PLC, in lane 3 St Catherine's, in lane 4 St Catherine's, in lane 5 Canberra Grammar, in lane 6 Queenwood, in lane 7 Tara, and lane 8 Kirribilli. And this is the F final. So these are respectively the slowest boats of the schoolgirl year 8 quad, coxed quad. So this should be an interesting race. It's 1,000 meters. So on the far side, PLC's boat stroked by A. Cameron. In lane 3, St Catherine's boat stroked by M. Bowers. Lane 4, St Catherine's stroked by McIntosh. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5 in the middle of the pack, stroked by McCallum. Queenwood stroked by Davis in lane 6. Tara School stroked by Winfield in lane 7. And nearest the grandstand is M. Roberts stroking the Loreto Kirribilli boat. So just been lined up, this final, the F final of the Year 8 Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull. Perfect conditions today. The sun is trying to break through, I believe. There's very, very little wind as the umpire just goes down the course, checking the course is clear. And the umpire will start to peel off now, and the race will be underway very shortly. Running a bit behind schedule, about 25 minutes behind schedule. But the starting umpire at the 1,000 meter mark, lining them all up. They'll ask the rowers, each individual cox in the boat will ask their rowers to come forward and get ready, placing their blades in the water. Then they'll be on the starter's orders, which usually start with attention and then row, and then off they go. So they're under starter's orders now. Just a couple of boats tapping down, and there they go. The starts will be typically at this kind of level. It will be a often heard 3/4, half, 3/4, push, drive, lengthen, all those kind of bizarre terms if you're not a rower. Well, there's some interesting steering right off the bat. I think that's a I don't know who that is. Maybe that's a...
Well, we can tell everybody who's in this race
maybe
now. We've
that's,
just had a little bit of a frenzy, just because this is a final, and so getting the list of names and boats in the final.
I was going to say
it's the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad.
It's like a demolition derby out there. It's amazing.
Well, it is the F final.
Yeah, the F.
So,
yeah.
and Year 8. So we expect a bit of excitement.
Yeah.
Over in lane 2 from PLC Sydney, we have Asta Ewing, Vanessa Feltus, Layla Purdy and Annabelle Cameron, coxed by Myla Duritz. In lane 3 from St Catherine's, it's Gracie Lou Farthing, Jala Vadat, Matilda Carroll and Monty Bowers, coxed by Matilda Mills. In lane 4 from St Catherine's, Amelia Williams, Ayla Rose, Adriana Oliver and Isla McIntosh, coxed by Bailey Dew. In lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Charlie Yeaman, Isabel Hogan, Adele Cox and Olivia McCallum, coxed by Hayley Fung. In lane 6 from Queenwood, Jess Slade, Amelia Baker, Scarlett Clark, Sophie Davies, coxed by Piper Argus. In lane 7 from Tara School, Dora Hay, Chelsea Hodges, Amelia Duffy, Charlotte Winfield, coxed by Trinity Ting. And in lane 8 from Loreto Kirribilli, Sienna Ballantyne, Eloise McConnon, Zoe Knowles, Molly Roberts and coxed by Sophie Dobbin, and it does look like at the moment they're mostly within lanes.
You know what? I've been watching it. I've been watching it on the different cameras. It's like the Battle of Waterloo out there. It's quite incredible. It's like a demolition derby. There's a couple of boats which have managed to swerve themselves through the course. So it looks like the Loreto, the boats on the near side of the course, Loreto, Kirribilli, Tara, and Queenwood seem to have avoided the carnage which has happened in the middle of the field, and as they go through the first 500 metres, it is indeed Tara School who've just got their noses out in front, 0.3 of a second in lane 7, away from Loreto Kirribilli, which is just a boat to their left hand side. St Catherine's are in lane 4, they're somewhere behind, and Queenwood are giving them a hard time as well in 4th position. The St Catherine boat of Monty Bowers some way behind. They had a bit of issues, and then the Tara School boat was in all sorts of bother. And they
it still is.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
you can see it out the back. They've first gone to one side of the course. Now they're going to the other side of the course. But why not?
They're not immune. Day. If you look at all the boats, they're just absolutely all over the place. If they finish in the same lane they started in, you know what? That would be a win.
So the Loreto Kirribilli crew in lane closest to the grandstand is managing to keep a pretty straight course, and they're not looking too bad considering.
That's pretty good.
Which is the reason that they're in the lead. They're followed closely by Tara School, who are just doing a little bit of course correction there as they come along. And then across to St Catherine's crew, the Williams, Rose, Oliver and McIntosh crew. Their cox has decided she's not going to sit in the cox seat. She's going to sit right up high in the back to get a clear view.
I have no idea why she's doing that. Maybe either she's 8.5 feet tall, or she's decided the
cox seat can be pretty uncomfortable.
That's a novel approach. I've not seen that for a while.
Fantastic finish here, though, by Loreto Kirribilli. Looking very nice, timing just a little bit out, but mostly getting it together, and they've managed to stay a good clean course all the way through for a well-deserved win.
A win. Loreto take the gold medal in the F final. Well done, girls.
And they're followed across by Tara School, who are very pleased that they've come to the end of the course. I'm not quite sure what St Catherine's are doing out there. They've all each individual's decided to row at their own rate.
Own rate.
But they're still managing to hold off the Canberra Grammar crew.
Queenwood girls.
Queenwood girls.
Who just missed out on 4th.
So there's obviously some advantage to the cox not sitting in the cox seat. What do we have still coming? We have the that's St Catherine's crew in lane 3. So that's Farthing, Vadat, Carroll and Bowers. I think they may not necessarily have decided they're in a race. I'm not quite sure. But over the far side there we have PLC Sydney. Putting in a good effort to cross the finish line. Well done, girls. And further back here we have some other girls that Canberra Grammar might be able to see the next race coming down and decide that they'll have to get out of the way shortly.
It's not unreasonable to say they had some issues at the start there, but give them a round of applause. Canberra Grammar, Charlie Yeaman, Isabel Hogan, Adele Cox, Olivia McCallum and Hayley Fung from Canberra Grammar. They finish 7th in the F final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 coxed quad scull. Well done, girls.
Roaring down the course, we have the E final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 coxed quad scull. Over in lane 1 from Queenwood. In lane 2, well, I'm just going to run through the boats because they're roaring down the course in rapid fire. In lane 2, Loretto Kirribilli. Lane 3, MLC School. Lane 4, PLC Sydney. Lane 5, Pymble Ladies. Lane 6, Newcastle Grammar. Lane 7, Canberra Grammar. Lane 8, Queenwood, and lane 9, Queenwood. So we have a few Queenwood crews.
Yep.
But out in the middle there we have...
It was Newcastle Grammar who, at the 1,500 metre mark, were...
Well, they've got a very healthy lead.
Yeah.
You can see they've got about 3 or 4 lengths over the...
Canberra Grammar girls.
Crew. Yeah.
And then it's the boats from Queenwood who are actually, I think they're going to try and ram each other.
Well,
that's
I think
really competitive racing.
Lane 9 has decided they're either going to ram the other ones out of the field or just wash them off, which is not such a bad idea either.
Yeah, I didn't know these girls knew about bumps racing. That reminds you of that. But, yeah, that's a good win there for Newcastle Grammar. Windy Bank, Hutton, Myers 2. Sienna and Paris Myers, and Brooklyn now as Cox there. Oh, slight deciding when to finish.
2 seats decided she's not actually going to do anything.
Why not? They've won it. They're already in the back.
Why squeeze your blades into the water?
Yeah.
But they've still had a very comfortable win with the course well steered by the coxswain. They're going to be followed across by Tara School.
Yeah, and then it's going to be a close run thing for third. So the girls, Ho, Wang, Cox, Mandelson and Hughes from Queenwood have avoided catastrophe collisions and finish in third spot, silver medal position. Oh, it's very close there. Pymble Lady, I think. No, it wasn't Pymble Lady. It's PLC take 4th from Queenwood, who were 5th. And Pymble 6th. I think it's Pymble 7th, sorry, and MLC and Loretto Kirribilli bring up the rear. So that's race 44. In first place in a time of 4:20.89 is Newcastle Grammar School, 2nd Canberra Grammar, 3rd Queenwood. That was the E-final, race number 44 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad. Very, very exciting.
6, 7, 9.
Now we have the D final of Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, equally as exciting. I'll run down the boats. I won't go through the names because they're coming to a conclusion pretty shortly. On the far side, we've got the Queenwood boat in lane 1. In lane 2, Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 3, we've got another Queenwood boat, coxed by Emily Bailey. In lane 4, North Sydney Girls. In lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli, coxed by Juliet Courts. In lane 6, Loretto Kirribilli's boat, coxed by Lily Heyman. In lane 7, Roseville. In lane 8, Tara. And in lane 9, it's the Redlands School.
A few navigation issues happening out there as well. I think it's the lane, it's the Sydney, North Sydney girls just having a bit of trouble staying in their lane. They've found it again and come back in. Whether they hold a straight course from now on, I'm sure the coxswain's getting the hang of it.
At the halfway mark, it's very, very close, less than a second and a half between Queenwood in lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6 and Roseville in lane 7, so nothing really in it at all at the halfway mark.
Well, it looks close from up here when you look down. They're coming up, they're about 300 metres out. It does look to be the 2 Loretto Kirribilli crews battling it out with Roseville. And then further across in lane 4 by the look of it, it is, no, it's lane 3.
It's Queenwood, yeah.
Crew.
Looks like Queenwood have dropped back. Haven't been in the lead actually at the halfway part. They've kind of dropped back and it looks like Loretto Kirribilli and Loretto Kirribilli and Roseville.
Well, the Queenwood crew over in lane 3 are doing, seem to be actually starting to push through into the lead. But
they were in the lead at halfway. They've dropped back, I think, actually. So
well, the Loreto Kirribilli crew here is in lane 6.
Yeah. They seem to have their nose out in front.
Seems to be in the lead and holding it at the moment, but that Queenwood crew is pushing hard to try and get back. I think if Roseville was able to keep a straight course, they'd be in the mix as well.
There's no point in following them, girls. You need to be in front of them, overtaking them. Okay, so they're winding them up. Oh, maybe Cooey would have got something left, but maybe not.
Yeah, so it does look like Loreto Kirribilli of Duffy, Bartlett, Ryan and Heyman are the ones that are going to hopefully hold their lead. They're working very hard. They've realised they could be in the running here.
That's it. I think they've got it. Loreto Kirribilli in lane 6 take the win. Last 4 strokes. 3, 2, 1. There you go. They take it. Loreto Kirribilli in gold medal. Queenwood in second.
Could be a photo for third. I think I would give it to lane 5.
Yes, I would agree.
That's Loreto Kirribilli crew of Galvin, Mattock, Johnson and Cortez.
Yeah, that's going to be some interesting stairs in the boathouse tomorrow on boat packing. Loreto Kirribilli and Queenwood share the same boathouse.
So is it the F? Oh.
Okay. We'll very quickly turn our attention to the medal pontoon. This is the final, the F final of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull for the schoolgirls. In bronze medal position, St. Catherine's, Amelia Williams, Alia Rose, Adriana Olivia, Isla McIntosh, and coxed by Bailey Dew. In silver medal position from Tara School, Dora He, Chelsea Hodges, Amelia Duffy, Charlotte Winfield, and coxed by Trinity Ting. And the winners of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull F final from Loreto Kirribilli, Sienna Ballantyne, Eloise Mikkonen, Zoe Knowles, Molly Roberts, and Sophie Dobbin. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull F final, Loreto Kirribilli.
And coming into the final stages of the races, the C final of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. So over in lane 1 from North Sydney Girls, we have North Sydney Girls crew. Not enough time to run through the names, I'm afraid. Lane 2, Loreto Kirribilli. Lane 3, PLC Sydney. Lane 4, Queenwood. Lane 5, Askham, who look to be battling for the lead against Roseville in lane 6 and Loreto Normanhurst in lane 7. Then we have Loreto Kirribilli and Roseville. Loreto Kirribilli in lane 8, Roseville in lane 9.
This is going to be super close.
So
at the 500 metres, there was 0.8 of a second between the first 3 boats. So very, very close.
So over in lane 2 as well, we have the Loreto Kirribilli crew holding their own, trying to get in the mix there of Thompson, Scrooby, Zuckerman and Orth. And out in the middle in the distinctive red colours is Butler, Zoo, Brown and Rebillard from Askham. They are battling it out with the Roseville crew next to them of Howard, Gifford, Roberto and McIntosh. And then closer to us, the Loreto Normanhurst crew of Patelli, Smith, Neeshaw and McGowan. So it's going to be anyone's, but I think the Loreto Kirribilli crew over on the far side have been the dark horse in this race.
Coming from third, coming through to maybe stealing this. A bit of a problem with the Aspen crew there, but got it back together. Loreto Kirribilli pushing on right through to the end. So
it looks like also the Loreto Kirribilli crew over this side is managing to have overtaken the Askham crew. And so
Normo takes second and then Askham take third. That's a great result.
So fantastic race there. So that was Loreto Kirribilli came in first, Loreto Normanhurst in second.
Ooh, that's a photo there between Loreto.
Askham in third. They were followed through by Roseville.
Yeah, that's definitely a photo between Loreto Kirribilli and North Sydney girls.
Well, the unofficial time's showing 0.37 of a second, so that's just somebody's reaction time on the button.
Yeah. And then PLC just dribble over the line there.
So yeah, that was the C final. So as we go up the numbers, the competition gets much tougher. Out on the course at the moment, we have the B final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. And they're underway in lane 1 from St Catherine's. We have Arthur, Cowdrey, Markham and Vinnell, coxed by Ash Dew. In lane 2 from St Catherine's, Olin, Derek, Smith, Gibson, Smill and Dodwell, coxed by Zara Morrow. In lane 3 from Queenwood, McWilliam, Beavis, Drasmere, Taylor, coxed by Alana Elliott. In lane 4 from Loreto Normanhurst, Dean, Lander, Shepherd and Horden Smith, coxed by Claire Cabule. In lane 6 from Queenwood, Corellis, McCall, Self, McIntyre, Newton, coxed by Maddie Ellison. In lane 7 from Canberra, Nolan, Roche, Bushby, Bodman, coxed by Ariana Stoyer. In lane 8 from St Catherine's, Steed, Brill, Hartley, Lim and Veruhas. And in lane 9 from Tara School, Mishra, Tran, Peach and Uwono, coxed by Caitlin Leliev.
Yeah, I'll go through this. And we'll just turn our attention to the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull E final, the medal ceremony. In silver medal from Queenwood, we have Annika Ho, Alice Wang, Sophia Cox, Lulu Mendelson, and Molly Hughes. In silver medal position from Canberra Grammar, we have Lucy Haskins, Adele Penfaze, Delilah Shakespeare, Claudia Koenig, and Cox Anna Scanlon. And in the gold medal position from Newcastle Grammar School, we have Ella Windybank, Matilda Hutton, Sienna Myers, Paris Myers, and Brooklyn Nauser. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull E final.
So we can hear the crowd roaring for the final phases of this B final, and out there in the front is the Loreto Normanhurst crew of Dean, Lander, Shepherd and Horden Smith, and they look like they're going to hold off the St Catherine's crew closer to us in lane 8 of Steed, Brill, which, they've just had a mishap. I think that gives the advantage to their teammates across the other side there in lane 1 of Arthur, Cowdrey, Markham and Vinnell. So that little mishap just cost them second place, I think. So that's St Catherine's second and third, Out there in the middle, we have a Queenwood crew. They're just not quite in time, but they've managed to cross the line. Almost a photo finish here for fourth place, but I think the Canberra Grammar crew just managed to pip the Queenwood crew out there in the middle. It's all happening all at once.
Tara just pipped Queenwood. There's a photo. I think it's going to be going to a photo, but Tara pipped Queenwood 4th, 5th, Queenwood in 6th. 7th were Pymble Ladies. And then we still got St Catherine's boat in lane 2 to finish. And they will finish in 8th, and in 9th will be Cranbrook Grammar second boat.
So our apologies if we missed calling the details of a few races, 1,000-metre races. They're coming thick and fast, and these are the finals. So we also have the medal presentations, trying to squeeze them in between the races. The exciting finishes we're seeing in these races here today. Underway now, we have the A final. So this is the big one of the schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad. Over in lane 1 from Queenwood, we have Curry, Whainganunku, Rogers and Jolly, coxed by Sophia Chen. In lane 2 from St Catherine's, Wadham Hare, Burgess Dunkley, coxed by Estelle Glass. In lane 3 from Roseville, Mannion, Gracie Forster and Jenkins, coxed by Zia Chapman. In lane 4 from Loretto Normanhurst, Whitaker, Ogilvie, Lamp and Bradford, coxed by Ava Forrester. In lane 5 from Pymble Ladies, Gavadnia, Cullinane, Leahy and Lloyd, coxed by Hilary Ayres. In lane 6 from Canberra Grammar, O'Brien, Moram, Doherty and Dixon, coxed by Scarlett Mukherjee. In lane 7 from Redlands, Halliday, Kwan, Betty and Brown, coxed by Calvin McNabb. In lane 8 from Pymble Ladies, Woodbridge, Ashton, Bennett and Oldfield, coxed by Bella Zoo. And in lane 9 from Canberra Grammar, McFarlane, O'Donnell, Redwin and Jardine, coxed by Abigail Warren, and it is very close as they come down the field there.
Yeah, when they came through halfway through, it was Roseville just their nose out in front by about half a boat left from Loretto Normanhurst. Canberra Grammar were in 3rd, Pymble in 4th, Queenwood in 5th, Redlands in 6th, and Pymble Ladies in 7th, and Canberra Grammar in 8th. So very close through the halfway line. It looks like some of these boats have got to sort themselves out in the lanes here, who've just come off the pontoon. So don't hang around, Queenwood. Get out of there quickly. You are obstructing the finish line, so the boats off the pontoon. Please move quickly. Do not sit there, Queenwood. Move.
Okay, very interesting. We have a couple of boats there just struggling to get out of the race lanes. We have very close race out on the course. They're in the last, only about 200 metres to go. It does look to be the St Catherine's crew over in lane 2 of Wadden, Burgess, Hare and Dunkley. And they are trying to hold off the crew beside them, the Roseville crew. And then closer to us, the Loretto Normanhurst crew, and over on the far side, Queenwood. So as we would expect from an A final, we're just hoping we're not going to see a collision down here. No, I think all is going to miss. So as they come up to the finish line, it's about 3/4 of a length to the the Queenwood. Roseville.
Just going to take it.
Roseville.
From Loretto Normanhurst, I think.
Yeah, that's right. And then Pymble Ladies.
Pymble Ladies, yeah. 1st, 2nd, 3rd.
And they were followed closely across by Canberra Grammar, and over on the far side, the Queenwood crew. So it's all happening down here at the finish line.
Yeah, so good time there from the A final. Roseville win the A final, a time of 4:01.60. That's some 9 seconds quicker than the previous one. So great win there for Roseville. They win the A final of the Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. In 2nd, Loretto Normanhurst, just 0.6 of a second behind. And in 3rd place was Pymble Ladies.
Yeah, we should be able to squeeze them in. Oops.
we'll turn our attention to the medal pontoon. This is the D final of Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. And we only have gold medal and bronze medal, and they're awarded both to Loreto Kirribilli. So in bronze medal position, the girls from Loreto Kirribilli, Emily Galvin, Molly Mattock, Allegra Johnson, Juliette Cortez, and Cox Harriet Fallon. They take the bronze medal in the Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull D final. And right next to them, the gold medal winners, also from Loreto Kirribilli, Anna Duffy, Addie Bartlett, Georgie Ryan, Lily Heyman, and Cox by Rafaela Robinson. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull D final, Loreto Kirribilli.
And coming into the last 200 metres, we have the C final of the schoolboy Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. And out in the lead, it does look to be the Canberra Grammar crew of Raina Bratic, Bud and Andrew Ghetto. And a bit of a battle here for second and third places. I would give it to the Cranbrook crew of Carano Walker and Marchant Williams and Austin. Over on the far side there, the Joey's crew is putting up a good fight. Paki, West, Muncaster and Wilson. And they will be followed through by the Redlands crew of Dunnett, Trass, Fass and Lundberg. But definitely a nice win there by the little guys there from Canberra Grammar, Raina Brassic, Bud, Andrew Ghetto. They are followed across by Cranbrook. Over on the far side, it is the Joey's crew. Then closer to us, Canberra Grammar. Then they're followed across by Redlands. And rounded out by the rest of the crews. Holy shit. So just a little bit of confusion there. Race 49, the C final of the schoolboy Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull, which I called that to be, was actually cancelled. That was the B final of the schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull. And roaring down the course, we have the A final. Over on the far side, we have Cranbrook crew. And then in lane 1 and lane 2, St Joseph's, 3 St Ignatius crews in lanes 3, 4 and 5, lane 6 Redlands crew, lane 7 St Ignatius, lane 8 Cranbrook and lane 9 Grammar. And being an A final, they all look very close together.
Yeah, it's going to be close. It looks like, can't quite see where they are, but it looks like the boys in lane 3 could be St Ignatius, might be. Or maybe it's lane 4. Maybe, yeah, it looks like St Ignatius in lane 4 might have the noses slightly out in front, but it's St Ignatius 3, St Ignatius 1, and Redlands in the middle of the pack. They may have just dropped off. As they come through the halfway mark, let's just have a look from the timing booths. It's quite confused here at the moment in the time from the timing that we've got. But it looks like it's the gents in lane 5 from St Ignatius seems to have their noses out in front.
So it looks like to me like St Ignatius,
Maybe.
so that's lanes 5 and 4.
Yeah, and it could even be St Ignatius again.
It could be St Ignatius again, but the Redlands crew on this side of them is putting in a good effort to try and get themselves in the mix, and then this side of them is the other St Ignatius crew.
Yeah.
So
could be a Queen sweep. It's Queen sweep. Sorry, unless Redlands have got something to say about it. So the horde of blue Zooties is descending very quickly to the finish line. St Ignatius.
So that's Burke, Liddy, Bateman, and Dalgleish have the lead. Fairly comfortable. It's a good length and a half, I'd say.
Yeah, and then it's going to be the boat on their right and the boat on their left. But tell you what, the boys in in lane 7 are also charging hard as well. This could be a really close race. The Redlands keep their nose in front, get in the medal positions here. Boys are coming really, really strong on their left. Have they got enough to keep them off? St. Ignatius in lane 5 win. A big grab in lane 4, but they've still hold on for second. Redlands hold on for third.
Well done, Redlands, holding in there.
St. Ignatius 4th and 5th. Cranbrook 6th. Canberra 7th. Then it'll be Cranbrook in 8th and Joey's in 9th.
Now we can heave a bit of a sigh of relief while the starter goes back to the 2,000 metre mark. We'll be able to take some time to do some medal presentations.
So we'll turn our attention to the medal podium. This is the C division, the C final for the schoolgirl Year 8 coxed quad scull. In third position from Askham School, Amelia Butler, Emily Zhu, Jess Brown, Jess Robillard, and coxed by Poppy Mallet. That's the bronze medal for Askham School. In the silver medal position from Loretto Normanhurst, silver medal position from Loretto Normanhurst, Harriet Portelli, Sienna Smith, Sarah Neeshaw, Neve McGowan, and coxed by Sophie Rigney. And in gold medal position, the winners of the C final for schoolgirl Year 8 coxed quad scull, Loretto Kirribilli's Allegra Thompson, Sienna Scrubby, Grace Zuckerman, Charlie Orth, and coxed by Audrey Lonergan. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the schoolgirl Year 8 coxed quad scull C final, Loretto Kirribilli.
Yeah, so just while we're waiting for the winners of all those finals to get themselves onto the medal podium, we move now to race 52, which is about to start. It's back at the 2,000 metre mark, and this is the schoolgirls coxed quad scull. So there are 2 heats in this event. Over in lane 1 from PLC Sydney, we have Maisie Burge, Ella McCartney, Molly Cameron, Emily Barrett, coxed by Lily Cameron. In lane 2 from the Armidale School, Jeannie Inglis, Olivia Ballinger, Beatrice Thibault, and Scarlett Bunting, coxed by Alice Carter. In lane 3 from Roseville, Eva Zhang, Hannah Clark, Alice Bestick, Sabine Baird, coxed by Grace Thompson. In lane 4 from St Catherine's, Eden McGregor, Emily Plowman, Genevieve Links and Darcy Connell, coxed by Bridie McGregor. In lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy, Xanthi Staniforth, Tessa Wong, Olivia Searle and Lucy Reedy, coxed by Emily Caro. In lane 6 from Winona, Sophie Hay, Erica Nutt, Alice Stringer and Arabella Turner-Smith, coxed by Alexandra Pearson. In lane 7 from Redlands, Kira Attard, Jemima Hugman, Alana Winder and Annabelle Huang, coxed by Carolina Pedro Ignacio. And in lane 8 from MLC School, Emma Hugh, Isabel Ing, Rebecca Beaton and Sophie Winnell, coxed by Alana Ing. And in lane 9 from St Catherine's, Melanie Poulos, Eveline Stigter, Isabel Yardley and Chelsea Baker, coxed by Georgia Parks. And that race is underway, but it's in the early stages at the moment, so we won't... they've gone through the first 500 metres. It looks like the field's a little bit spread out. We're just looking at some fantastic video there. So the conditions have smoothed out again. That little blast of rain that came across has passed us by for now. And Kinross Walleroy have a very healthy lead as they, by 6 seconds 40 over the Armidale School, then back to Redlands, MLC School, Roseville and PLC Sydney, and rounded out by Winona. That's through the first 500 metres. As we know, there's the positions can change as they come further down the course and settle into their rhythms.
We will now turn our attention to the medal pontoon once again. This is the B final of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. We only have the winners here, so the gold medals go to Loretto Normanhurst, Kate Dean, Isabella Lander, Annie Shepherd, Charlotte Horden Smith and Claire Kabul.
And the St Catherine's crews now just lined up.
And it looks like late to the party, St Catherine's have also joined us. They're the silver medal winners of Edie Arthur, Scarlett Cowdery, Abby Markham, Saskia Vinell and Cox Ash Cox. But please join me in congratulating the winners of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull B final, Loretto Normanhurst.
So as we move back to the course, it's race 52 coming down, which is heat 1 of the schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. Kinross Walleroy have taken a very comfortable lead over the rest of the field as they cross through the 1,000 metre mark. They're followed by Redlands about 13 seconds back. Then the Armidale School only a second behind, so a bit of a battle there. Then further back to PLC Sydney, then Roseville, and rounded out by Winona, and there should be one other or two other crews. So as they come into the last 1,000 metres, we might be able to do some further medal presentations. I think what's happened is the ones we've just done with the, what did we do? The gold, the silver, and now the bronze medalists have shown up.
The bronze medalists shown up as well. The bronze medalists would be St Catherine's, Olivia Steed, Olivia Brill, Isabel Hartley, Cadence Lim, and Isabel Varulhas from St Catherine's. So they're bronze medalists. So okay, join us for congratulations of the winners of the B final, schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, who were Loretto Normanhurst.
Where's that one coming from? So coming down the course is the final stages of the heat 1 of the schoolgirl coxed quad scull. They've just come through, the leaders have just come through the 500 metre mark. Loretto Kurabili with a Kinross Walleroy with a very comfortable lead, doing a very nice time. Okay, so as they're in the last 500 metres now, Kinross Walleroy with a very healthy lead over the Redlands crew, who also have a healthy lead over the MLC School. Then the battle is on for that third position. This is a heat, so it's the fastest through to the finals. So all crews should be working as hard as they possibly can. But Kinross Walleroy, I'm not sure that they realise it's all on time, because they look like they know they've got a comfortable lead. They are just cruising in this last 200 metres of the race. They should be really working to get the best time they possibly can.
It's a great study in good sculling there. Really nice pause up that finish, letting the boat flow, letting the boat run. You don't usually see this in racing, because usually you're under a bit of pressure, but that is a great example of some
but what I'm saying, Nathan, is this is actually the fastest through. So
correct,
it's not actually wise to be doing this, in my humble opinion.
Unless they're very confident of
they know
beating all comers, right? Yeah. There you go. Great example. Love to see that.
So that is the crew of Staniforth, Wong, Searle and Reedy. They'll be followed across by the Redlands crew of Attard, Hugman, Winder and Huang in second position. And then in third place will be lane 8 here, MLC School, Hu, Ing, Beaton and Winnell. And then over the far side from the Armidale School in their distinctive bright hats is Inglis, Ballinger, Thibault and Bunteen. They'll be followed across by PLC Sydney of Burge, McCartney, Cameron and Barrett. And then further back to the Roseville School, and out here in the middle, the Winona School. And I think we're probably ready for some more medal presentations.
A lot of scratches in it. And we'll turn our attention to the medal pontoon once again. This is the race 50, the medals of the B final for the schoolboy Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. Presented by the president, the new president of New South Wales Rowing, Sinclair Taylor. In silver medal position from St. Joseph's, Thomas Packey, Max West, Zachary Muncaster, Cooper Wilson, and Cox by Jack Kelleher. St. Joseph's, the bronze medal winners. In second place, silver medal winners, Cranbrook, Charles Carano, Rob Walker, Leo Marchant Williams, Kian Austin, and coxed by Arlo Pollock. And the winners and the gold medal recipients of the Schoolboy Year 8 Cox Quad Scull B final, Canberra Grammar, Toby Reiner, Jamie Brackick, Finn Budd, Maximo Andrigetto, Idhant Tumahalapali as Cox. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolboy Year 8 Cox Quad B final, Canberra Grammar. And after the B final, we'll move very quickly on to the A final medal presentation.
Coming down the course, just while we wait to do the presentations for the A finals, is the Heat 2 of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1, from Mont St Angelo, we have Reed, Darcy, Mills and Walsh. In lane 2, from Kinross, Walleroy, Smith, Mason, Tancred and Crouch. In lane 3, from Redlands, Richardson, Budden, Crennan and Campbell. In lane 4, from the Armidale School, Miller, Wright, Crawford and Maroulis. In lane 5, from St Catherine's, Lloyd, Hall, Borthwick and Steed. In lane 6 from Redlands, Wainberg, Simpson, Solgard and Pollock. In lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Boyle, Smart, Brown, Mackenzie. In lane 8 from Kinross, Walleroy, Kirby, Lago, Leuf and Wilkin. And in lane 9 from Roseville, Wang, Coonan, Robertson and Eburn, and they've just come through the 1,000 metre mark, coming up to the 1,500, but we will squeeze in the medal presentation for the Schoolboys A final.
Yes, the Schoolboys A final. Year 8 A final for the Cox Quad. In third position, bronze medal winners, Redlands, Olivia Stojanovic, Sam Parsons, Emilio Dresler, Bear Whitelaw, and coxed by James Dorey. In silver medal position from St Ignatius, Otis Timms, James Lewis Enright, Bill Giblin, Charlie Salter, coxed by Beck McGrath. And the winners of the Schoolboy Year 8 Cox Quad Scull A final from St Ignatius, Patrick Burke, Felix Liddy, George Bateman, Jock Dalgleish, and Cox by Zach Burton. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolboy Year 8 Cox Quad Scull A final, St Ignatius.
And moving back to the course, it's Heat 2 of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull. So this is the second and final heat. And we can see again St Catherine's out there in lane 5 of Lloyd, Hall, Borthwick and Steed. Seem to know that they are probably through to the final. They're only sitting on about 22 strokes a minute by the look of it to me. They have a healthy lead over the Kinross Walleroy crew on this side in lane 8, and who is Kirby, Lago, Leuf and Wilkin. And then over on the far side, the other Kinross Walleroy crew of Smith, Mason, Tancred and Crouch. So they know they've got a comfortable lead, these three crews. They're all just cruising, but they may forget that this isn't necessarily based on placings. It's on time. We all know that they're all through to the final. We can see the Newcastle Grammar crew here are the ones actually doing a bit of work. They're going to come through in 4th position, and then it's further back to the rest of the field. So that was the...
That's quite
St.
interesting,
Catherine's
yeah.
crew.
There's a bit of race tactics going on there, I think, because they were actually, the girls from St. Catherine's looked to be very comfortable, finished 6 seconds quicker than the girls from Kinross, who won the first final. So it's going to be very interesting when they they line up.
I would say the Kinross in the previous one, if they'd worked their way to the end, they would have easily made up those 6 seconds.
They both looked very comfortable. There was no effort being put together any of those two crews. So yeah, we're looking forward to the St. Cat's versus Kinross final there, as Roseville just come through just from Redlands, and then the girls from the Armadale School bring up the finish in 8th, and then the girls on the far side from Monty will bring up the final field in 9th.
So again, talking tactics, there's another crew way back, couple of crews. It looks like they're actually probably missed their races or something, because they're over in lane 0, just rowing down, not part of the racing. Just talking tactics, so the coaches may have actually told them to, if you know you're pretty much through, save your energy for the final.
Yeah, I know a couple of coaches have definitely put a rate cap on some of these races. They're very much seeing these as a time trial more than anything else.
Okay, and coming down the course now, we have a really interesting race. This is a school mixed 8. And obviously it's not something that we do much in New South Wales, because they are all Canberra crews, Canberra Grammar. So we have all 5 lanes, it's 8s, they're mixed, school kids. In lane 3 we have the girls in the bow section, Massey, Allen, Warboys and Reiner. Then we have boys, Brooks, Olafson, Chesworth and Berry. In the lane 4, so the second crew in from the far side, we have again the girls in the bow section, Shockley, Vannon, Rangier and Jones, and the boys in the back, Tremopoulos, Vanderwalt, Dafter, McLean and Dafter and McLean. Robbins is the cox. And we have the same pattern through all these crews. All the girls are in the front of the boat and the boys in the back. So the middle crew, lane 5, is Byron, Smith, Robertson and Griffiths. That's the girls. Then the boys, McGregor, Murphy, Schmidt and Griffiths. Then lane 6 is the girls in the front is Lee, Templeton, Harris, Talbot and McLean. And the boys, Pracey, Bridgewater, Vag and Alice. And in lane 7, the crew closest to us, the girls are Morgan, Miller, Dearlove and Webb, and the boys are Pouncey, Pedler, Sixsmith and Healy. So this seems like a great concept to me, to have mixed school school races.
We do it in the Masters, often, right? There's
constantly
many times, twice. This is the first time I've seen a mixed 8 in any of the school events. So I think it's great, and I think the way the world is going, I think we'll see more of this, and I hope we see it more in the elite competitions as well.
Well, just given without any hard data, but it seems to me we've had more girls and boys racing today, so mixed certainly makes a lot of sense. And being the Canberra crews, as we would expect, the Canberra 1, so it's all Canberra Grammar. The number 1 crew has a lead out there in lane 5. The number 2 crew is in 2nd place. The numbers 3 and 4 crews are really battling it out. So that's over in lane 3. So the crew on the far side and the crew currently we're seeing closer to us, they're battling for 3rd position, and it's quite some way back to the number 5 crew.
Well, this is a great idea, though. I think we should do more of that. I mean, obviously, some of the schools, some of the single-set schools are going to be disadvantage, but maybe there's some interesting partnerships, which I'm sure either school wouldn't be too adverse to. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
So I think we're going to see Canberra Grammar, Canberra Grammar, Canberra Grammar and Canberra Grammar take the placings here.
Yeah. Not a bad luck in 8 as well. Well, in good timing, those guys there, finishing over the line there.
You can see why the number 1 crew was the number 1 crew, just in terms of technique. And that is the crew on the far side has just managed to get half a length in front of the crew on the near side. And further back we can see, dare I be cheekily say, as to why the number 5 crew is the number 5 crew. The technique compared to the number 1 crew, quite some difference there. Possibly younger, because it's just basically listed as school mixed 8, so could be a whole range of races. And for Canberra Grammar to field 5/8s,
that's amazing.
That's 45 people. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a bit of a trip up here, so well done, guys.
So we now go to the lunch break, and racing will resume at 1:15.
Good afternoon and welcome back to an afternoon of racing at the All Schools Regatta, 2024 All Schools Regatta. We have race 55 coming into the 2,000 metre start. It's the schoolboy coxed quad scull B final. In lane 1, Cranbrook 4, Christian Ogg, James Trugarthen, Maximus Mason, Orlando Stallone, Nicholas Wagner is coxswain. In lane 2, Hunter Valley Grammar, Anders Leonard, Bailey Crop, Samuel Lonergan, Oscar Powell and coxswain Lucas Wilson. In lane 3, we have Newcastle Grammar, Logan Harmon, Edward Baker, Thomas Clarkson, Jack Martin and coxswain Jane Guzmarini. In lane 4, Cranbrook 2, Thomas Shara Rowlands, Henry Dawson, Sol Stathis, Edward Williams and coxswain Thomas Lukes. In lane 5, Redlands 2, James Foley, Kieran Newman, Oscar Pearce, Henry Dobson and Henry Priest Cox. In lane 6, Cranbrook 3, Hamish Allen, Lachlan Harwood, Raphael War, Henry Mason, Will Gloucester is coxswain. In lane 7, Redlands 3, Matthew McClellan, Nicholas Tebbett, Lachlan Mackay, Oliver Cook and Toby Priestley is coxswain. And in lane 8, Redlands 4, Alexander Fenton, Sam Turton, James Collier, Thomas Whitney and Jack Feller is the coxswain.
Thanks, Rob. And just as we have our final boats lining up on the course and just getting aligned on the fingers, looks like we might just be waiting for a few last-minute boat holders down there at the start line. But fantastic to see this event, very well attended for the first regatta of the season, over 1,400 entries out here at the All Schools Championships. And if you are unfamiliar with this regatta format, a bit of a reminder on how these races are seeded. So the heats are seeded as the clubs, or schools in this case, enter them. So your first quad in the first heat and second quad in the second heat, as it was in this case. And then the fastest times, the fastest 9 times progress through to the A final, and the second fastest 8 times here in the B final. So it should mean that we're on for some pretty closely fought racing and medals for both finals in this instance.
So we appear at this stage to have the boat holders in position. So just a reminder out there that they're short of boat holders this afternoon. So if anybody's thinking they'd like to have a go at it, there certainly is a need. If you come and see them in the tower, I'm sure that Roe New South Wales staff will spirit you up to the start and give you some instruction to get you going. So we're certainly have a line at the moment. So there's where a start is imminent. So race 55, the schoolboy coxed quad scull B final is now underway, and it's a fairly clean start. It looks like the crews have got away reasonably evenly, although the crews on the outside are making a bit of an early push to get some advantage over the middle crews. But all crews away. We have 8 crews in this race, as we said, and certainly certainly well underway with just that slight headwind at the moment. So very good racing conditions.
Yeah, a little bit unusual for an afternoon in Penrith, but certainly this time of the year, things a little bit more unpredictable in terms of the wind. We saw some very odd conditions last weekend at one of the GPS regattas, and things just getting a little bit slower as the afternoon progresses here. And the winning time in the heats, the fastest time in the heats is 6:45, which is certainly for a schoolboy coxed quad at this stage in the season, nothing to turn your nose up at. But I think the quickest time through to this final was about 7:20 or so, which was the Newcastle Grammar School combination over in lane 3, who look to be our early race leaders, or just going toe-to-toe with Cranbrook there in lane 4. That Cranbrook crew of the Cranbrook number 2 entry in lane 4, Thomas Shara Rowlands, Henry Dawson, Sol Stathis, Edward Williams and Thomas Lukes, the cox, and they look to just narrowly be leading that Newcastle Grammar combination of Logan Harmon, Edward Baker, Thomas Clarkson, Jack Martin and Zane Guzmarini, the coxswain, who actually may have just slipped back into third as they approach the first timing point. Redlands there in lane 5, James Foley, Kieran Newman, Oscar Pearce, Henry Dobson and Henry Priest, the coxswain, who have just strode out into that third place, that bronze medal position at the first timing point. The Redlands crew in lane 5 there, just starting to really make their mark on this race in the second 500 metres. So that Redlands crew in the centre of the course, just about half a canvas lead over the crew from Cranbrook, 0.83 of a second at the 1,000 metre mark. And Newcastle Grammar, who we believed were our early race leaders and certainly the favourites for this B final, just dropping back into third place. The Redlands number 3 crew in lane 7 there in 4th, Cranbrook number 3 in 5th, and the Hunter Valley Grammar crew over on the far side of the course in 6th. Redlands on the near side of the course there in lane 8 in 7th place. Rounding out the field there at the halfway point, but certainly on for young and old in at the 1,000 metre mark between Redlands and Cranbrook. Both schools at the moment, I believe, rowing out of Middle Harbour, if only on the weekends for Cranbrook, who during the week actually row coastal boats on Rose Bay, a little bit closer to the school out of their shed there, and opt for some flat water rowing on Middle Harbour on the weekends, and certainly doesn't appear to be slowing them down as they enter the championship quarter of this race.
Yes, and Chris, the field is fairly spread at the moment with the crews over in lane 1, the Cranbrook number 4 crew just dropping back a little bit out of it, and the crew over on this side, the Redlands number 4, dropping back, but certainly not much in it at the front of the field with those top 3 crews, the Hunter Valley Grammar and Redlands, certainly going tongue to tongue, head to toe, and the Cranbrook crew just getting shaded now by Redlands as they come up towards the 500 metres to go. Hunter Valley Grammar just dropping off the back a little bit, and it holding some pretty good form and length, this crew from Redlands coming through, the Redlands number 2 coming through the 500 with about a 2-second advantage over Cranbrook 2. Newcastle Grammar just going through now. They're down about a length and a half now off that early lead they had coming through the first 500.
Yeah, so Cranbrook just really winding into the race. They weren't the quickest to the first 500, but stamped their authority on the race in the middle 1,000 there and have moved out to pretty much a neat boat length, rating 31 strokes a minute as opposed to the Cranbrook crew's 33. So, as you said, Rob, good length through the middle of the race and possibly just not getting too excited and sticking to their guns and maintaining a really good rhythm as they approach almost the last 250 metres of the race course here, as the wind has just dropped off a little bit in the last couple of minutes, so not quite as dire as had first seemed. And 5:29 to the first to the 1,500 metre mark. It's not overly slow, so it certainly is not as slow as we'd originally feared, but it is certainly Redland's race to lose here as they approach the last 200 metres of the course. The leading 3 boats are certainly well within the last 8th of this 2,000 metre course. It is Redlands from Cranbrook and Newcastle Grammar in the bronze medal position. The Redlands crew, again, of James Foley, Kieran Newman, Oscar Pearce, Henry Dobson and Henry Priest, the coxswain. As they enter the red buoys of the last 100 metres, they've got about half a boat length of clear water between their stern and the bow ball of Cranbrook. The Cranbrook crew of Thomas Shara Rowlands, Henry Dawson, Sol Stathis, Edward Williams and Thomas Lukes, the coxswain. And they'll have to settle for the silver medal as Redlands have timed this race to perfection. And as they lift towards the line, it'll be Redlands for the win, about a length and a half clear of Cranbrook for the silver medal position here in the B final of the schoolboy coxed quad scull. Newcastle Grammar, our early race leaders, just fading away into a certain bronze medal position here for third. And for fourth, a tight little race unfolding, but Redlands once again getting the better of Cranbrook. The Redlands crew in lane 7, about half a boat length, 2/3 of a boat length ahead of Cranbrook in lane 6 for 5th place. And over in lane 2 for 6th place will be the crew from Hunter Valley Grammar and the Redlands crew in lane 8. The Redlands number 4 crew for 7th. And just in about 45 seconds time, we'll see the final of the Cranbrook entries over in lane 1 to round out this B final of the schoolboy coxed quad.
Chris, already out on the course. We're through the coming down through the 1,000 metre mark. We already have the A final of the schoolboy coxed quad scull, and we just run through the crews. The Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 1, Newcastle Grammar in lane 2, Cranbrook 1 in lane 3, Redlands 1 in lane 4, Kinross Walleroy 1 in lane 5, and Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 6. St Augustine's is a withdrawal. In lane 8, Kinross Walleroy number 2, and in lane 9, Kinross Walleroy number 3.
Yeah, shame to see St Augustine scratch from this one, but with the fluid draw situation that we've had this week, I'm sure they are resting up for the 8 later on this afternoon, which again will be a fantastic race, the penultimate or third last race of the day. Race number 99, but this race here on the course, the A final, the schoolboys coxed quad, race 56 in your program, and you would not be a wise gambler to bet against the crew in the blue boat in the centre of the course there in lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy, who look to be leading by almost a boat length at this stage. 3 of that 4 crew were national champions in the schoolboy quad last year, setting the Australian record in the process, a record that was originally set by their coach Ben Watt about 10 years ago. 2 of those gentlemen also joined the New South Wales Pathways team after the national championships and raced very well in the quad sculls there. But here, back in the Kinross Walleroy colours and travelling over the Blue Mountains to be here this morning for their first regatta of the season. They're about a length clear of the crew from Cranbrook, Redlands rather, on their right-hand side. Cranbrook to the right again in lane 3 look to be locked in a fairly intense battle with the combination from Newcastle Grammar on the near side of the course. Of Hunter Valley Grammar there in the centre of the course, but it is certainly Kinross Walleroy who, as they have been all day and were almost all season, our race leaders here in the schoolboy quad scull. Very impressive crew that did under 6:30 at the New South Wales State Championships last year and backed that up a couple of times at the National Championships, and then pretty much at no point last year looked to be threatened by almost anyone else. So it is actually quite commendable, this Redlands crew, who are almost within a boat length here and aren't quite letting go of the race leaders, but with just over 110 metres to go, it'll be a tall order to overcome the might of Kinross Wallaroi there in the centre of the course. They've still got just over a boat length's lead. Redlands have just got the rate up, not quite as high, but still appear to just be moving with them quite well. And it's certainly going to be a quick time, so all that rubbish that we were rambling on about earlier about headwinds and slow time certainly hasn't come to fruition, as Kinross Wallaroi crossed the line at about the same time as they set in the heat this morning to take the win in the schoolboy quad scull. Redlands for second place for the silver medal. Cranbrook in lane 3 for the bronze, and it's going to be really tight for fourth place. We have 3 boats that'll go to a photo finish. I believe it would have been Newcastle Grammar, Hunter Valley Grammar, and then the Kinross number 2 crew, but we'll wait for the official confirmation of results there for that one. Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 1 for 7th, and the final Kinross Wallaroi crew in 8th.
Yeah, some very tight racing there and a very polished performance by that Kinross Wallaroi crew, but certainly not far out of it with the Redlands crew and coming in less than a length behind them. Out on the course now we have race 57, the schoolgirl year 9 single scull. This is over 1,000 metres. So I think they're still just, no, they're away. They're actually away. So we have a Newcastle Grammar in lane 1, Elliot Munro. In lane 2, Penrith Anglican, Elise Currell, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold. In lane 3, Kinross Wallaroi, Matilda Tink, coached by James Perrin, Rebecca Pearce and Will Stanley Davis. In lane 4, Blue Mountains Grammar, Maya Edwards, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold. And in lane 5, Asham, Ings Dive. And in lane 6, Redlands, Rose Collier. In lane 7, Morris College North Shore, Ava Baker, coached by Ben Woodwolf and Joshua Hewitt. In lane 8, Roseville, Ariana Pappas, coached by Jack Henderson. And in lane 9, Taras School 1, Ruby Odbert, coached by Lauren Goldie and Ben Board. And at the moment, we have the Asham sculler, Ingsty Dive or Div, is having a handy lead over the rest of the field, right in the middle there. And it's certainly got out to a flyer and looks to be well in control of this race as we come down towards the 500 metre mark. Just we have the Blue Mountains Grammar sculler, Maya Edwards, just shutting her off to the right, probably in second place at the moment, and then over to this side to the, looks to be the Morris College North Shore sculler of Ava Baker, then in a tight tussle for that 3rd and 4th positions.
Yeah, certainly Inkster Dive of Askham there in the centre of the course, who has really gone from strength for strength. She only started rowing at start of last year and started rowing with Glebe Rowing Club as well. As we can see, no, those aren't the Glebe oars. I believe those might be Singapore oars there, courtesy of the head coach there at Askham, Lizzie Chapman, our co-commentator on occasion. But yeah, Inks are really going from strength to strength, and great to see her out with a pretty commanding lead. If you just ignore the names on the screen there, I think she might be so far in front that our timing hut at the 1500 have just managed to miss her, but about 8.5 seconds the lead there. And I think we will see her backing up in the year 10 single scale. Of course, at this regatta, you are allowed to double up or row up an age group, but only the one age group up. So Inks will be having a first crack at 2,000 metre racing in just a couple of hours this afternoon. So she certainly won't be wanting to push on too much, as she's fairly comfortably in the lead here of the 1,000 metre race in the schoolgirl year 9 single scull. Certainly not all decided for the minor medals, though. On the far side of the course, Elliot Munro from Newcastle Grammar in lane 1 looks to be occupying the provisional bronze medal position as they cross into the last 250 metres of the race. And the sculler, third from the grandstand side of the course from Marist College North Shore, Ava Baker, who would be rowing as a part of the very strong Mossman Rowing Club junior program, coached there by Ben Whitewolf and Josh Hewitt. But on this occasion, rowing in the colours of her school, Marist College North Shore, and she's sitting at the moment in second place, about a length or so up on the Newcastle Grammar sculler on the far side of the course, but neither sculler looking particularly challenged or threatened for a place on the podium at this stage of the race. Inkster Dive from Ascombe School in Sydney's eastern suburbs in the last 100 metres of the race here in the red boys to match the red Zudi and the red Blades, as she takes the last 5 or 6 strokes here to take the win in the schoolgirl Year 9 singles scull here at the New South Wales All Schools Championships.
Just crossing the line, Inkster Daves from Ashton, crossing the line now in Taylor first place, and just about crossing the line now is the Ava Baker from Marist College North Shore, and she'll be followed by the Elliot Munro from Newcastle Grammar, way out over there in lane 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll turn our attention to the presentation dais for the presentation of medals for race number 56 on our program, the Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull. And the medals will be presented by Rob Veal, Managing Director of V Insurance, Principal Sponsor of Rowing New South Wales, to present the medals. Third place and bronze medalists, Cranbrook, represented by Luke Martin, Charles Mann, Edward Hartwright, Toby Lane, and their cox Owen Moody. Second place and silver medalists, Redlands, Jack Meek, Connor Morrison, Toby Anderson, Angus McGuinness, their cox Anushka Lee. First place and gold medalists in the Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull, Kinross Wallaroy, Harry Dimmock, Toby Buckland, Nick Tancred, Oliver Smith, their cox Henry Baker. The crew was coached by Angus Peterson and Ben Watt. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champions and medalists in the Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull.
And we move right along to race 58, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 1. In lane 2 we have Newcastle Grammar, Sophie Whalen and Ruby Bramble. In lane 3, Loretto Normanhurst, PTC, Rosie Lennon and Ella Freeman. In lane 4 we have Queenwood, Julia Fishman and Natalia Allen. In lane 5, Hunter Valley Grammar, Miller Leal Henville, Kate Lonergan, coached by Rowan Hislop, Chantel Lindsay and Odin McIntosh. In lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst, Lara Dwyer and Lucy Meek. In lane 7, MLC School, Imogen Bush and Emily Hyatt Smith, coached by Rafe Stanford Meisel and Ashley Brooking. And in lane 8, North Sydney Girls, Mahisa Suthersan, Gabriel Grant, coached by Philip Brown and Pamela Withnall.
And as this 1,000 metre race for the Schoolgirl Year 9 double, the first division of 2, approaches, was through the 50, well into the third 250 and starting to approach the 1750 metre mark. The wind's just picked up a little bit and really turned around from what we had just half an hour ago, and a little bit of a nice gentle tail breeze blowing on the course now just to help these rowers down the course. And in the centre of the course, it is the crew from Hunter Valley Grammar School, that combination of Mila Leal Henville and Kate Lonergan, coached by Rowan Hislop, Chantel Lindsay and Odin McIntosh, who have certainly made their mark early on in this race and straight out to a pretty convincing lead as they just a couple of strokes away from the Red Boys of the last 100 metres here in the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. Over on the far side of the course there, we've got Newcastle Grammar's Sophie Whalen and Ruby Bramble, who are doing a good job to hold on for second place, if not for just a couple of dirty strokes there as they approach the Red Boys that last 100 metres. They're holding off a threat from two Loretto Normanhurst crews there, the crew in lane 3 of Rosie Lennon and Ella Freeman, who are just trailing the crew in lane 6 of Lara Dwyer and Lucy Meek, who have their bow ball ahead by just about half a boat length here. So it'll be a good race on for the minor medals, or for the bronze medal rather, here in the Year 9 double scull. It is certainly the gold medal will go the way of Hunter Valley Grammar there in the centre of the course. Mila Leal Henville and Kate Lonergan, they'll take the win easily by a couple of boat lengths from Newcastle Grammar, who will hang on to the silver medal position, a length and a half from the Normo crew there in lane 6, despite stopping just before the line, but they got there in the end. And the Loretto Normanhurst crew over on the far side there in lane 3, just outside the medals, in 4th place. And a pretty close race unfolding for 5th, 6th and 7th. Got MLC there in lane 7. North Sydney girls in lane 8, going bow ball to bow ball here in the closing stages of the race. Seeing a very anxious coach in Rod Glendenning next to me here, but they'll just miss out. It'll be North Sydney girls by about half a length, and just testing out all the lanes in the last couple of strokes there from MLC and Queenwood in lane 4.
And as this, we were just watching this tailwind get a little bit more strength in it, and certainly will make for some fast times as we go into the afternoon. Heading on to race number 59, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull, Division 2. In lane 3, Roseville, Zoe Waterhouse and Zoe Edmondson, coached by Sydney Krieger. In lane 4, Kinross Wallaroy, Georgia Tancred and Paxton Buckfield, coached by James Perrin and Rebecca Pearce. In lane 5, Pimble Ladies, Eloise Jenkins and Ginny Macon, coached by Catherine Walker. In lane 6, Redlands, coached by Alice Connell and Matilda Hugman. In lane 7, Tara School, number 1, Adrina Mahajan and Rose Machetto, coached by Lauren Goldie.
So just a reminder for anyone, as you're finishing the race, if there is a race unfolding, please don't row back across the finish line. Just wait for the race to finish, just to help out our volunteers in the finish tower on the timing. Makes their jobs just that little bit easier. And after finishing up with the medal presentations as well, if you found yourself on the presentation dais, please just wait for the race to come down before crossing the finish line once again. But as we turn our attention to the second division of the Year 9 double scull, I mean, we wouldn't be surprised if this race was almost as quick as the first division, but a little bit of a shipwreck there in the centre of the course. So I'll scratch that because that will certainly slow our leading crews down. It was between Kinross Wallaroy and Tara School there in the centre of the course. Looks like Kinross, they were ahead at the 500 and then got very, very close to Tara, and Tara just came across on them a little bit. Tara just really trying to figure out which lane's quickest in this tailwind. It is certainly Kinross Wallaroy there in lane 4 who are doing the best job of things. I think Tara really exploring the lanes because they are meant to be over in lane 7 and have found themselves in about lane 5 You can see the gap there between the crews from Redlands and Pymble Ladies on the near side of the course, as Tara just exploring their way over the course, but it doesn't seem to be phasing the our leading combination of Georgia Tancred, Paxton Buckfield, coached by Rebecca Pearce, James Perrin, who have just found themselves another length or so on their nearest rivalry from Tara. I'd suggest that if Tara had stayed in their lane there, they may have rode a little bit less distance and therefore would be a little bit closer to our race leaders, but I'm sure Kinross will take the win where they can get it there as they continue to power on, really finding some speed late in this race. Tara still hanging on to the second place, but if they explore the southern banks any further than that, it may come all undone for them. The crew from Redlands on this side of the course starting to catch up on them. It actually could be a very tight finish here. Redlands having some steering issues of their own, but managing to stay relatively, or at least on the right half of the course. Kinross Walleroy about 2 lengths from the finish line now. They're unfazed by the mid-race dramas there. They'll take the win here in the second division of the Year 9 double scull. Tara School on the far side of the course are trying their best to hang on to that second place, but Redlands with the straighter line and the better course in the late stages look like they're just going to overcome them. Tara on the far side, the finish line cannot come close enough, but with a wet sail, here comes Redlands, who just take the silver medal from Tara. Tara in bronze, and we'll just have to be careful not to end up on the southern bank over there. A very long way indeed from lane 7.
And ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the presentation of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. This medal's to be presented by Rob Veal from V Insurance, a major sponsor for Rowing New South Wales. And in third place and bronze medal, it is Newcastle Grammar's Elliot Munro. In second place and silver medalist from Morris College North Shore, Ava Baker, and in first position and gold medalist Inksy Dive.
Single scull. It has been an all-the-way win here for Luca Wilson from Lychee Condicate. Coached there by Isaac Shepherd as a part of the Leichhardt Rowing Club program. We haven't had the chance to talk about him very much in this race as it's really crept up on us, but maybe he's just made his way down the course quicker than we expected, because it is about a 150 metre margin for Luca Wilson in the Year 9 single scull. A fantastic win. He'll almost be in at the presentation dais before his competitors are across the line, but it's a close battle unfolding between the scullers in lane 4 and in lane 2. Mossman High's Lawrence Gandor over in lane 2 currently just has the edge, about a quarter of a boat length up on the sculler from St Augustine's, Oliver Kennedy, coached by Amos Noon, and Judith Ungamak, who's coming back at the closing stages. He's just getting slightly cleaner strokes in the water, and he'll pip the Mossman High sculler for silver. So Oliver Kennedy of St Augustine's ahead of Lawrence Gandor of Mossman High for bronze. Kinross Walleroy's Heathcliff Bell for fourth, just outside the medals, and Timmy Jang from Canberra Grammar in fifth place.
And straight into racing for race 61, the Schoolboy Year 9 Single Scull Division 2. And out in front we have the Northern Beaches Secondary School Sculler of Harrison Petey, that holding a slight advantage, although the sculler over on this side from St Joseph's, Joe Brown, looks to have just crept in front. It's a very tight race at the front of this one, with the Newcastle Grammar Theodore Spack certainly in it as well. So it's a very good race for the line here, but it does look like the Northern Beaches Harrison Petey just holding a slight advantage over Joe Brown over this side from the St Joseph's sculler, but it's very close, coming right up to the line now. It's just going to be a very extremely close finish, and it would be a photo. It looks like it could have been lane 5, the Northern Beaches, but we'll have to wait for the official result on that one.
Yeah, Well called, Rob. I think that was Harrison Peaty from Northern Beaches in the Mossman Zudi, just by a bow ball over Joe Brown of St Joseph's College. Theodore Spark over in lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar to take the last medal position there. Cranbrook's Noah Kemp in 4th place. Dean Mansell from Redlands in 5th place to round out the field. And just a reminder to anyone on the podium, if you're lucky enough to find yourself there, please wait for the race, the following race to finish before you row across the finish line. But if we turn our attention back down to the course now, they're coming at us thick and fast here in these series of 1,000-metre races. It's okay, Rob, we've got a little bit of a break before the next race, but for now, race number 62, a full field of 9 crews out on the course in the schoolboy Year 9 double scull, contested over 1,000 metres. We have Newcastle Grammar in lane 1, Redlands in lane 2, Kinross Walleroy in lane 3, Cranbrook in lane 4, Canberra Grammar in lane 5, Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 6, Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 7, St Augustine's in lane 8, and the Armidale School on the near side of the course in lane 9. And you would, if you've just tuned in from since lunchtime, you'd almost be already sick of hearing me say, but it is Kinross Walleroy in the lead. That's the combination of Xavier Zinga and Ash Robinson, coached by Benny Watt, about half a boat length up on Cranbrook in lane 4. That's the combination of Ishan Gina and Seb Koskar, who are just falling back in the closing stages. Kinross really building towards the line here. It's about a neat length clear now at this stage, and another neat length back from Cranbrook to the crew in lane 7 from Northern Beaches Secondary of Anton Andrews and Gordy Llewellyn. It will be Kinross Walleroy by a length and a half to take the win in the schoolboy Year 9 double scull. Cranbrook in lane 4 for the silver, and Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 7 for the bronze. Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 6 will take 4th place just outside the medals. The St Augustine's crew in lane 8, Jasper Moy, Oscar Porteous, coached by Nick Pender and Torben Ungemark. Don't think Nick Pender would have had too much to do with them this week, as he's been down at the NTC testing camp, and congratulations to him on being awarded a place for this season. That St Augustine's crew finished just ahead of Newcastle Grammar on the far side in 6th place. The Armidale School making the 6 or so hours towing the trailer worth it in lane 9, finishing in 7th place ahead of the lane 5 combo from Canberra Grammar and Redlands in lane 2.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we move away to the medal presentation for the Year 9 Double Scull Division 1. We have presenting the medals 2024 Olympian Laura Goulet, and also a coaching at Loretto Normanhurst. So, in 3rd position and bronze medalists, Loretto Normanhurst, Lara Dwyer and Lucy Meek. In 2nd place and silver medalists, Newcastle Grammar, Sophie Whalen and Ruby Bramble. And in 1st place and gold medalists for 2024, Hunter Valley Grammar, Miller Leal Henville and Kate Lonergan, coached by Rowan Hislop and Chantel Lindsay, Odin McIntosh. Please put your hands together and congratulate gold medalists or medalists and finalists in the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. And moving right along to the medal presentation for the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 2. Once again being presented by Laura Goulet, 2024 Olympian. And in third place, and bronze medalist Tara School, Adrina Mahajan and Rose Machetto. And silver medalists, Redlands, Alice Connell and Matilda Hugman. And in first place in gold medalists for 2024 in the Division 2 of the Year 9 Double Scull, Kinross Wallaroy, Georgia Tancred and Paxton Buckfield. Please put your hands together and congratulate medalists in the Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. And we have a start in race 63, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull C final in lane 2, Tara School. Shirin Agarwal, Novya Singh, Adele Toya, Naomi Cross and Caitlin Uwono is the coxswain, coached by Ben Board. In lane 3, Queenwood number 8, Clara Allen Tucker, Scarlett Bennett, Ashwarya Sharp, Alexis Keel, Linlan Din is the coxswain. In lane 4, Tara School, Caitlin Lelivre, Piper Walker, Sydney McCartney, Victoria Eaton, Chelsea Hodges is the coxswain, coached by Lily Feeks and Ben Board. In lane 5, Newcastle Grammar, Kensington Steele, Megna Lukundi, Valero Trujillo, Evelyn Baker and Xavier Eisen is the coxswain. In lane 6 is Queenwood 7, Penelope Rolls, Lara Ben Nahit, Clara Pullinger, Genevieve Hughes and coxswain Carolyn Sun. And in lane 7, PLC Sydney, Isabel McFarlane, Sophie Meyer, Chloe Lau, Virginia or Vicky Russell and Marinda Connor Tully is the coxswain. This race over 2,000 metres and well underway, and as they make their way towards the 500 metre mark, it looks like the crews over on the Southern Bank might be out to, or the crews in the middle certainly might be out to a bit of a lead. We're seeing the vision from the umpire's boat at the moment as they come down towards the probably through the 500 metres and moving down towards the opening of the training lake and down to the 1,000 metre mark. It does appear at the moment that the two crews in the middle of the Tara School and Newcastle Grammar look to have a bit of a lead over the rest of the field, and that's certainly the case as we get a different angle on the cameras, and it's very close, but looks at the moment like the Newcastle Grammar might just have got a slight bow length over the Tara School, but they certainly are neck and neck as they come down towards the 1,000-metre mark. The other crews just a little bit out of it as we near that. As we near the 1,000-metre mark, but it is this Newcastle Grammar crew getting out to about a length, as we said, as we come down to the 1,000-metre mark.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just turn our attention back to the presentation dais for the presentation of medals for race number 60, Division 1 of the Schoolboy Year 9 Single Scull. Medals be presented by Laura Goulet, Paris 2024 Olympian. Third place and bronze medalist from Mossman High, Lawrence Gandor. Second place and silver medalist from St. Augustine's, Oliver Kennedy. And first place and gold medalist from Lachi Condiket, Luca Wilson. And we'll also squeeze in the presentation for Division 2 of the Schoolboy Year 9 Single Scull. In third place and bronze medalist from Newcastle Grammar, Theodore Spack. Second place and silver medalist from St. Joseph's College, Joe Brown. First place and gold medalist from Northern Beaches Secondary, Harrison Peaty. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all our champions and medalists in both divisions of the Schoolboy Year 9 Single Scull.
And coming down the course is race 63, which is the C final of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull. It seems that the Newcastle Grammar crew of, as they came through the 1,000 metres of Kensington Steele, Megna Lacundi, Valero Trujillo and Evelyn Baker have a reasonable lead over the Tara School's crew of Caitlin Leliev, Piper Walker, Sydney McCartney and Victoria Eaton. They're followed through by some distance by the PLC Sydney, Isabella McFarlane, Sophie Meyer, Chloe Lau and Vicky Russell. And they've just come through the 500 metre mark, the 1,500 metre mark. So we've got a bit of an update. Newcastle Grammar are holding their lead quite comfortably over Tara School. Then about 5 seconds back to Queenwood. So Queenwood overtook PLC by the look of it in that middle 500 there. Yep, we're just going to squeeze in a medal presentation.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the presentation of medals for race number 62, the Schoolboy Year 9 Double Scull. Third place and bronze medalists, Northern Beaches Secondary, represented by Anton Andrews and Geordie Llewellyn. Second place and silver medalists, Cranbrook, represented by Ishan Gina and Seb Koskar. And first place and gold medalists, Kinross Wallaroy, Xavier Zinga and Ash Robinson. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champions and medalists in the Schoolboy Year 9 Double Scull.
And just in the final stages of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull C final, we have
The Newcastle Grammar crew out in the lead there, Kensington Steele, Megna Lakundi, Valero Trujillo and Evelyn Baker. Looks like they're going to be followed through by the Tara School crew of Caitlin Liliev, Piper Walker, Sydney McCartney and Victoria Eaton, and there could be a bit of a battle on for third position, but I think the Queenwood crew has comfortably got it. Very nice finish there from Newcastle Grammar, just about to cross the line. So that's the Newcastle Grammar crew of Steele, Lakundi, Trujillo and Baker. They're going to be followed across by Tara School, Liliev, Walker, McCartney and Eaton. Then back to Queenwood, Rolls, Ben Nahit, Pullinger and Hughes. And they are followed across by PLC Sydney, McFarlane, Meyer, Lau and Russell. And the other two crews will cross the line in their own time. They're racing each other, which even though they might be at the back of the field, it looks like there's a bit of competitive edge going on there, with Queenwood narrowly ahead of Tara. Tara looks like they've put a bit more effort in. Queenwood looking across to make sure they stay ahead of them. So you don't have to necessarily be at the front end to have a good race. Nice finish there by these girls. Probably their first ever 2,000 metre race. Well, this is the final, so they got through. Maybe their second race.
Yeah, certainly a big change going from possibly 2 or 3 years of 1,000 metre racing and then rocking up here on a beautiful day in November and discovering there's a whole nother 1,000 metres at the start of the course here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, and can certainly come as a little bit of a shock even for those who are a little bit more experienced and have been here a few times before, as we turn our attention back down the course to the B final of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Quad Scull, and a full field of 9 entries, and all 9 have started here. So we've got Queenwood in lane 1, the Armidale School in lane 2, North Sydney Girls in lane 3, Monty in lane 4, Queenwood in lane 5, Canberra Grammar in lane 6, Redlands in lane 7, Queenwood in lane 8, and the Armidale School in lane 9. So if you're wondering why there are so many different combinations of different schools with multiple entries in these A finals, B finals, C finals, we did race heats earlier this morning, and then the finals are seeded based on the time. So if you've got a program that's got a couple of really strong quads, you might have a couple of boats up in the final, and that does give a bit more of a chance to some of the smaller programs to race for a medal, because no matter what, they're in a final of people with the same ability. So fantastic racing as always at this regatta, formerly known as the Independent Schools Regatta, and now it's the New South Wales All Schools Championships, and it has been very well attended, over 1,400 entries this year, and it's fantastic to see the car park so full so early on in the season, as North Sydney Girls over on the far side of the course lead comfortably by almost 7 seconds from Canberra Grammar School. And so the North Sydney Girls crew of Andrea Dang, Sarah Wang, Lujota Tang, Felicity Moy, Daisy Meng, the Cox, coached by Philip Brown and Pamela Whitnall, who are leading from Canberra Grammar and Queenwood at the 1,500 metre mark.
And the battle's going to be on for third place here, where there was only, as they went through the 1,500 metre, there's less than half a second between Queenwood and Redlands. So it's that valuable bronze medal. Which one's going to get it? We wait to see as they get a little bit closer.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just a quick little announcement reminder for those of you around the boat park, or well, hopefully not listening at home, if you're one for this announcement, but we do need a bit of a reminder on bow numbers. I've just been reminded by the wonderful Julia, who always runs our bow number collection desk, that we do need those returned immediately after your race. They are reused this afternoon. We're racing right all the way up to almost 5 o'clock, and we do need to run through that alphabet of numbers again and again. So if you've got a bow number from a previous race, please make sure it makes its way back to the finish tower as soon as possible. Your club or school does receive a fine in the mail if they're not returned anyway, so please make sure that they are back here as soon as possible so that we can reuse them. But out on the course, as it's been almost the entire way down this 2,000 metre stretch of racetrack in lane 3, it is the combination from North Sydney girls who lead very comfortably now in the red boys the last 100 metres, about 2, 3, 4 lengths clear of Canberra Grammar in lane 6. The Canberra Grammar crew, Charlotte Lynch, Alice Allen, Claire Templeton, Alili Webb, and Isla Morgan, the Cox, coached by Riley Taylor. They're going to come home for silver as the North Sydney girls crew cross the line to take the gold medal in the B final of the schoolgirl year 10 quad scull. Silver for Canberra Grammar and Redlands. They're in lane 7 for the bronze to hold off their Middle Harbour counterparts of Queenwood for 4th, just outside the medals. The Armidale School in 5th place. The Queenwood crew in lane 5 in the centre of the course in 6th. And the crew from Monty rowing with the Mossman Blades there in lane 4 for 7th. The second of the Armidale School combinations on the near side of the course, just in front of the grandstand, will cross the line for 8th, a couple of lengths clear. The final Queenwood combo, the number 6 combination in lane 1.
And coming down the course is race 65, the A final of the schoolgirl year 10 Cox Quad Scull. We'd expect to see some good racing here. Over in lane 1 from MLC School is Mina Kanthathis, Isabel Waris-Tavani, apologies any mispronunciations, Nicola Keast and Jemima Blake, Cox by Deanna Y. In lane 2 from Queenwood, Charlotte McWilliam, Isla McMillan, Lara Sculina, Eloise Lintvelt, Cox by Alice Holm. In lane 3 from Tara School, Nicole G, Isabel Dulimov, Kelly Lee, Rita Liu, Cox by Charlotte Goy. In lane 4 from Loretto Kirribilli, Gracie Murrell, Phaedra Kevin, Belle Tripp, Indiana Orth, Cox by Charlotte Clarkin. In lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy, Sienna McFarlane, Laura Chudley, Emily Wise, Belle Clinton, Cox by Harriet Bartnett. In lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy, Charlotte Doyle, Libby Taylor, Georgia Clunas, Zara Broom, Cox by Poppy Warren. In lane 7 from Redlands, Grace Ford, Liv Goodland, Eva Simpson, Lillian Forsyth, Cox by Lily Van Holtzen. In lane 8 from Redlands, Ella Hurley, Olivia Pollock, Liv Law, Georgia Grace, and Cox by Anae Mishra Mall. And in lane 9 from Queenwood, Arabella Line, Jasmine Ramsey, Ava Francis, Chloe Grimmond, Cox by Madison Fallon. And they've just come through the 500 metre mark. And it does look to be the lane 5 out in the lead, which is one of the Kinross Walleroy boats.
Shocking, isn't it?
Yeah.
Some fantastic performances in quads already today for Kinross. Quads, doubles and singles. We've seen them all on the podium in those blue boats. Travelling over here from the central west of New South Wales, I certainly wouldn't want to be towing their trailer up the backside of Mount Victoria, but they get it done almost week in and week out at this point, and certainly get their money's worth in terms of gold medals. And that crew in lane 5, Sienna McFarlane, Laura Chudley, Emily Wise, Belle Clinton, Harriet Barnett, the Cox, coached by Emma Fessy and Nicole Caro, who are leading by, I'd say, a good 4 or 5 boat lengths at this stage of the race. There's certainly no challenge as they approach about 200 metres left of the race course, but it is on for young and old for the minor medals. To their right-hand side, there is a crew from Loretto Kirribilli, Gracie Murrell, Phaedra Kevin, Belle Tripp, Indiana Orth, and Charlotte Clacken, the coxswain, who are going bow ball to bow ball with the second of the 2 Kinross Walleroy combinations. That is the combination in lane 6 of Charlotte Doyle, Livy Taylor, Georgia Clunas, Zara Broom, Poppy Warren, the coxswain, coached also by Emma Fessy. So possibly a Kinross Walleroy Quinella here if the number 2 crew can make their way up into that silver medal position. But in a tailwind conditions in the closing stages of 2,000 metres, it is certainly going to be a tall ask as Loretto Kirribilli are starting to lift now and respond to any charge from Kinross Walleroy. The Kinross Walleroy number 1 1 crew, meanwhile, are just coming in to take their final strokes now. They'll win it and win it easily. The lane 5 combination there will take the win here in the Schoolgirl Year 10 quad scull. Loretto Kirribilli and Kinross Walleroy number 2 going toe-to-toe here in the closing stages of the race. Loretto Kirribilli up at 29 strokes per minute. Kinross Walleroy really spinning the wheels now and getting up at 33 strokes per minute in the closing stages, but they're almost a length down at this point. Loretto Kirribilli just getting a little bit better value for money, a little bit better distance per stroke, and they'll take the silver medal and hold off Kinross number 2, make it 2 blue boats on the podium. Queenwood just outside the medals by half a boat length for 4th place. The Queenwood crew in lane number 2 for 5th. Redlands in lane 7, the number 1 combination for 6th place. The Redlands 3 combination in lane 8 for 7th. Tara in lane 3 for 8th place, and MLC School over in lane 1 to round out this final of the Schoolgirl Year 10 coxed quad scull. And 7:31 is not a time to turn your nose up at. That was basically the winning time in this event at the National Championships last year, and to do that at the first regatta of the season is certainly impressive.
Yeah, B final. Yeah, I got it here. Okay, what do we see final? Rob Veal. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the presentation for the C final of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull, presented by Rob Veal, the president, chair of managing director of V Insurance. So he's already handing out the bronze medals, which goes to Queenwood Penelope Rolls, Lara Ben Nahit, Claire Pullinger and Genevieve Hughes, and they are coxed by Caroline Sun. And the silver medalists from Tara School, Caitlin Liliev, Piper Walker, Sydney McCartney, Victoria Eaton, and the coxswain Chelsea Hodges. And the gold medalists and winners of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad C final is Newcastle Grammar's Kensington Steele, Megna Lakundi, Valero Trujillo, Evelyn Baker, and they were coxed by Xavier Eisen. Congratulations to the winning crews.
I'm just going to reiterate again that winning Kinross crew in the last, in the A final there of the Year 10 Schoolgirl Quad Sculls, 7:31.58, a 22-second margin. And that's about the winning time of the under-17 quad at the National Championships last year. It is reasonably quick conditions here this afternoon, but certainly not world record breaking.
And while Chris is getting excited about times there, we have another race roaring down the course, race 66, which is the Schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls. This is the C final. Oh, no, sorry, this is the B final. The C final is cancelled. So it's race 67, the C final. Over in lane 1, we have Canberra Grammar. In lane 2, Cranbrook. Lane 3, the Armidale School. Lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar. Lane 5, Redlands. Lane 6, the Armidale School. Lane 7, Kinross Walleroy with a very healthy lead over the rest of the field. Once again, I hope they have enough room in their transport to truck all these medals home again. In lane 8, Redlands, and in lane 9, Cranbrook.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day for Kinross. The Schoolgirl 4 got up this morning in a very, very impressive performance against the St Catherine's 4, who all have international experience on board, and this number 2 crew in the B final of the Year 10 Quad Scull, laying down an impressive marker, almost as impressive as the last race that we just saw, but it's well over 100 metres back to their nearest competition. But Kinross Walleroy, number 2 there in lane 7. Lowther, Dunworth, Burke, Cutter and Grinter the coxswain, coached by Benny Watt and Angus Peterson, and leading by a very, very comfortable margin in the closing strokes of this race. They're well into the red boys now, but the battle is on for the minor medals. We've got the Armidale School on the far side of the course, and Redlands in lane 5. The Armidale School, Wiley Toombs, Dustin Ubergang, Cody Ubergang, Jack Rogers and Chloe Dennison, the Cox, coached by Martin Inglis, who just seem to have the ascendancy going into the last few strokes, as Kinross Walleroy take the win there in lane 7. But the race is certainly on for the minor medals here. The Armidale School in lane 3, lead by almost a boat length. Redlands are charging, but in quick conditions, it's certainly hard to overturn a lead like that in the closing stages of the race. It'll be the Armidale School in lane 3, all the way from the northwest of New South Wales, who win by about 2/3 of a boat length from Redlands in lane 5, who will take the bronze in this B final from Cranbrook in 4th place. The second Armidale School crew there in lane 6 for 5th, Cranbrook for 6th, and it looks to be the crew in the centre of the course from Hunter Valley Grammar in 7th, Redlands in lane 8 in 8th, and the crew over on the far side of the course there from Canberra Grammar trailing the field.
And coming down the course is the A final of the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad. Again, a full field. Over in lane 1 from Cranbrook, a White, Auden, Perkins and Walker, coxed by Thomas Markle. In lane 2 from the Armidale School, Welsh, Quinn, Nielsen and Gordon, coxed by Hamish Pengilly. In lane 3 from Cranbrook, Leggett, Mavris, Campbell and Mills, coxed by Fergus Dawson Damer. In lane 4 from St Augustine's, O'Hare, Duretta, Bray and Schofield, coxed by Sam Pickard. In lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy, Nash, Broome, Searle and Kirby, coxed by Jock Peterson. In lane 6 from Canberra Grammar, Wilson, English, Skrydstrup and Doherty, coxed by Tiniola Bellaghan. In lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, Shockley, Lessing, Ware and Moss, coxed by Charlie Wu. In lane 8 from Canberra Grammar, Healy, Moss, Cox and Windle, coxed by Gabriel Bauman. And in lane 8 from Redlands, McLaughlin, Stedman, Ferris and McDonald, coxed by Arav Basu.
So I don't want to take anything away from these crews, but maybe I'm not giving enough credit to these tailwind conditions here this afternoon, because that Kinross quad has just come through the 1,000 metre mark in a time of 3:19.99. Their senior boys quad, their year 12s, earlier on today did a 6:45. That time would put them at a 6:40. We'll see how they did through so that's 1:42 again through the third 500 metre mark. So on for a blisteringly quick time here in the year 10 quad scull to match that of the last 2 races that we've just seen. From the school from the central west of New South Wales. They're leading by just under 2 seconds from St Augustine's. The combination from the northern beaches of Sydney there of Henry O'Hare, Matthew Duretta, Jesse Bray, Lachlan Schofield and Sam Pickard, coached by Judith Ungamark and Amos Noon. But it'll be certainly difficult in this very quick race in very quick conditions to overcome the early race lead there that Kinross Walleroy have fought so hard for. 7.5 seconds back from St Augustine's in second, back to Cranbrook in third place. So certainly our leading 2 crews having broken away from the rest of the pack. But Kinross Walleroy, as the girls who just won the quad gather on the presentation dais to cheer them on. But St Augustine's really coming at them here in the closing stages of the race. St Augustine's here on the far side of the course in the green with the gold stripe, up at 31.5 strokes a minute. Kinross just seemingly with a little bit more energy in the water, up at 33.5 in the closing stages of this race. But St Augustine's getting good value for money here, good distance per stroke. They're challenging late, but in the red boys of the last 100 metres, it's going to be a 3rd win on the trot for the school from the central west of New South Wales, Kinross Walleroy. The combination of Hugh Nash, Matt O'Broome, Hamish Searle, Will Kirby and Jock Peterson, the coxswain, coached by Angus Peterson and Benny Watt, taking a lead by almost a neat boat length now from St Augustine's from Brookvale. And it will be Kinross Wallaroi in a blisteringly quick 6:44.9 across the line by 3 seconds to St Augustine's. In a close race for the bronze, Canberra Grammar get themselves onto the podium. About 3/4 of a length clear of Cranbrook over in lane 3. It'll be the second of the Canberra Grammar crews in lane 7, the third of the Canberra Grammar crews rather, according to the draw there in lane 7, who will cross the line in 5th. Close for 6th place, but Armidale and Redlands going bow ball to bow ball. Redlands there in lane 9 will take the honours. They'll cross the line in 6th place, Armidale in 7th. The Cranbrook crew in lane 1 in 8th. And Canberra Grammar number 2 combination there in lane 8, crossing the line in 9th place.
Ladies and gentlemen, we turn our attention to the presentation dais, where we have the B final of the Year 10 Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Scull. The bronze medalists from Redlands, Sarah Yates, Saskia Kay, Aurora Crennan, Isabella Solgard, and Kirati Benolio as the cocks. And the silver medalists representing Canberra Grammar, Charlotte Lynch, Alice Allen, Claire Templeton, Ailey Webb, Isla Morgan as the cocks, and they are coached by Riley Taylor. And the gold medalists representing North Sydney Girls, Andrea Deng, Sarah Wang, Luigi Tang, and Felicity Moy. And they were coxed by Daisy Meng, and the coaches are Philip Brown and Pamela Withnell. Congratulations to all our winners. And as we move back to the course now, we are into singles race, which is the Schoolboy Year 11 Division 1. So again, 2,000 metre races. Over in lane 3, we have from Lacey Condorcet, I'd never heard of that before myself, Remy Wilson. In lane 4 from Armidale School, Frederick Glover. In lane 5 from Kinross Wallaroi, Toby Buckland. In lane 6 from Cranbrook, Thomas Scarra Rowlands. And in lane 8 from Redlands, Toby Anderson. We've got a couple of scratchings there.
But would you believe it that we have a sculler from Kinross Wallaroi in the lead? It could be 4 races on the trot here. A fantastic afternoon of racing at the All Schools Regatta for Kinross as Toby Buckland, coached there by Benny Watt, and Angus Peterson there in lane 5. Leads from Remy Wilson there from Lacey Condorcet, or Leichhardt Rowing Club if we have a look at the Zudi. But the Kinross sculler, Toby Buckland, just holding off by just under a boat length now, and will hold off and take the win. 4th win in a row for Kinross Wallaroi here this afternoon. So Toby Buckland for the gold medal there. Remy Wilson will take home the silver, and the sculler from Redlands, Toby Anderson there in lane 8 in the grandstand side of the course. He'll come home for the bronze medal, as our Cranbrook entry, Thomas Scarra Rowlands there in lane 6, finishes in 4th place.
So and this is Thomas Scarrollins from Cranbrook crossing the line. And while the things are getting organised down there on the pontoon, we have the next race, race 70, coming down, which is a combination of schoolboy year 11 singles, and there's a para rower in it. So it's Harrison Nichols from Hunter Valley Grammar is the para rower. I've watched him over the last year or two, and I wouldn't be surprised if he actually beat some of the year 11 schoolboy singles. But over in lane 3 from Canberra Grammar, we have Alexander Griffiths. In lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar's Raphael Cousins. In lane 5 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Rocco Griffiths. In lane 6 from Blacksland High, Aidan Hall. And in lane 7 from St Paul's Grammar, Jacob L. Dowich, and in lane 8, para rower Harrison Nichols from Hunter Valley Grammar.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as this race comes down the course, we'll just turn our attention to the presentation dais for the presentation medals for race number 65 for the A final of the schoolgirl Year 10 coxed quad scull. Just the one crew here on the podium, and it is our gold medalists, Kinross Wallaroy, Sienna McFarlane, Laura Chudley, Emily Wise, Belle Clinton, Harriet Barnett, their cox, the crew coached by Emma Fessy and Nicole Carrow. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our winners of the schoolgirl Year 10 coxed quad scull.
And as these singles come down the course, I've just come through the 500 metre mark, and we have Alexander Griffiths from Hunter Valley Grammar, Canberra Grammar, over on the far side in the lead, and you can see that from up here, pushed pretty closely by Raphael Cousins. He's only just behind him from Hunter Valley Grammar. Then Harrison Nichols is further way back, but as predicted, he's as a para rower, he's certainly not coming last amongst the rest of the field. It is followed across the 1500 metre mark by Rocco Griffiths, and the others are still coming. But as you can see over on the far side there, Alexander Griffiths from Canberra Grammar looking very comfortable. He's about 300 metres out. He's been pushed pretty closely by Raphael Cousins from Hunter Valley Grammar, so those will definitely be the first two place getters. Some distance back now to Harrison Nichols over here in lane 8, and then a bit further back to Rocco Griffiths from Northern Beaches and Aidan Hall from Black Willem. Yeah, we seem to be missing a rower maybe.
Yeah, so missing Jacob L. Darwich from St Paul's Grammar there in lane 7. But a good race unfolding in the closing stages. They're into the red boys now, the last 100 metres. And Sculler in lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Raphael Cousins. We've seen them down the course a few times today. Hunter Valley Grammar with the distinctive rainbow colours on their blades and on their zooties. Well, not on the zootie in this case, as he makes up about an extra boat length of lead in the last couple of strokes. Raphael Cousins will take the win here in the Year 11 single scull. Just narrowly, or just about 2 boat lengths rather, from Alexander Griffiths of Canberra Grammar. We'll see our para entrant here, Harrison Nichols from Hunter Valley Grammar, looking to just be taking things relatively easy here in this race. I think first race back from an international season as well as a part of the Australian para rowing squad, probably just taking things easy and easing back in to the season. Harrison Nichols, who won the interstate para single scull in Perth 2 years ago. As our sculler from Northern Beaches Secondary, Rocco Griffiths, across the line in 4th place but 3rd in the Year 11 single scull. And then lane 6 sculler from Blacksland High, Aidan Hall, to round out the field. Maybe one crew to miss out there on the podium placings, but what is for sure is that Pymble Ladies College, under the tutelage of their new coach Harrison Randall, have done it and done it well here in the opening race of the season, and they are leading by almost 2 boat lengths here at the final stages of the race. Pymble Ladies College will take the win here at the New South Wales All Schools Championships. Loretto Normanhurst will hold off a very tidy looking St Catherine's crew. Loretto Normanhurst for second, St Catherine's take the bronze. Kinross Wallaroi fall just outside the podium. Queenwood in 5th place. Canberra Grammar will cross the line in 6th. It's going to be tight for 7th, but Loretto Kirribilli and Roseville College battling it out.
Yeah. And we move to the presentation of the schoolboys Year 11 single. So this is the Division 2, and also is Harrison down there for the para single? No. So we have in bronze medalists, the bronze medalist representing Northern Beaches Secondary, Rocco Griffiths. The silver medalist representing Canberra Grammar, Alexander Griffiths. And the gold medalist representing Hunter Valley Grammar, Raphael Cousins. Congratulations to all our medalists. So just we'll do a run through while we have a chance to breathe. Race 73 is coming down the course, which is Division 2 of the Schoolgirls 8. Over in lane 2 from St Catherine's, we have Florence Vanell, Isabel Williams, Zoe Elliott, Georgie Smith, Elvie Liston, Lillian Orange, Phoebe Sherrard, Emily Fletcher, coxed by Bridie McGregor. Just pause there to do the medal presentation for, and switch my microphone on, for the schoolboys para single to our very own Harrison Nichols, representing Hunter Valley Grammar School. A big hand, please, for Harrison Nichols, one of our rising stars here at rowing. And right back to the crews that are coming down the course. So over in lane 3 from Loretto Kirribilli is Zara, so it's the Division 2 of the Schoolgirls 8s. Zara Felinski, Imogen Shield, Indiana Orth, Eva Eels, Chloe Stevenson, Ella Chidgey, Sarah Holt and Elizabeth Roberts, coxed by Charlotte Clarkin. In lane 4, also from Loretto Kirribilli, Juliet Butler, Mary Dunstan, Phaedra Kevin, Lily Loiterton, Maddie Wheelahan, Grace Woodward, Gemma Ronan, Annalise Radicaj, and coxed by Lulu Warren. In lane 5 from Kinross Wallaroi, the prize lane, is Tess Shanahan, Katie Smith, Alice Dimmick, Katie Lawler, Molly Mason, Julia Ungemark, Grace Tancred, Georgia Crouch, and Emily Caro as the cox. In lane 6 from St Catherine's, Eden McGregor, Laura Seaton, Tilda Dunn, Emily Plowman, Jaslyn Morgan, Ashley Innes, Genevieve Links, Aida Lloyd, and they're coxed by Claudia Lynham. And rounding out the field in lane 7 from Greenwood is Eva Thompson, Grace Bennett, Madeline Walk, Lucinda Doku, Flo Veach, Winter Shervington, Danielle Stridham, Claudia Gassman, and they're coxed by Melody Yin. And we're about to go to another presentation.
So we'll have the presentation of medals for race number 71, the Schoolboy Year 11 Double Scull. Third place and bronze medalists, Hunter Valley Grammar, represented by William Hunt and Hayden Melneth. Second place and silver medalists, Manning Valley Anglican, Oliver Sampson, and Rian Watkins. First place and gold medalists, Kinross Walleroy, Tom Robson, and Lockie Soster, coached by Angus Peterson. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champions and medalists in the schoolboy Year 11 double scull. As we turn our attention back down to the course for the second division of the schoolgirl coxed 8, and certainly it's looking like history repeating ourselves, where we saw the Pymble Ladies College crew get out to a fantastic lead and hold it early on in the previous race, and we're seeing the same thing again from the girls from Queenwood, the Balmoral-born ladies there in lane 7, who have a pretty commanding lead, almost 10 seconds at this stage. We're seeing blank empty water on our screen at the 1500 metre mark as we wait for the crew from Loreto Kirribilli over there in lane 4 to come across. 13.8 seconds the margin at three-quarter time there. St Catherine's sitting back in third, the second Loreto Kirribilli crew in 4th place, and the second Kinross Walleroy crew in 5th place at that 1500 metre mark. So certainly Queenwood's race to lose here. Eva Thompson, Grace Bennett, Madeline Walk, Lucinda Doku, Flo Veach, Winter Shervington, Danielle Stridham, Claudia Gasman, and Melody Yin, the coxswain, and they lead very convincingly here as they approach 250 metres left to go. The Loreto Kirribilli crew on the far side of the course there in lane, or not on the far side of the course, in the centre of the course rather, in lane 4. Juliette Butler, Mary Dunstan, Phaedra Kevin, Lily Loiterton, Maddie Wheelerhan, Grace Woodward, Gemma Ronan, Annalise Radicatch, and Lulu Warren, the coxswain, in lane 4. They're sitting back in second place and about half a boat length to a boat length clear of St Catherine's in lane 6. Eden McGregor, Laura Seaton, Tilda Dunn, Emily Plowman, Jaslyn Morgan, Ashley Innes, Genevieve Links, Ida Lloyd, Claudia Lynham, the coxswain. And it does look to be in these quick tailwind conditions that those are going to be the way in which the places settle here in the closing stages. It is certainly going to go the way of Queenwood in that iconic grey hull in lane 7. Queenwood win the schoolgirls second 8 here at the New South Wales All Schools Championships. Loreto Kirribilli over in lane 4. They'll take the silver medal ahead of St Catherine's in lane 6, who will claim bronze. The Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew on the far side, just outside in 4th. Kinross Walleroy in 5th, and the St Catherine's third 8 over in 6th place.
The winning time there, 6:59.57. Coming down the course, we have Division 1 of the schoolboys single sculls. Over in lane 3 from Redlands, Angus McInnes. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy. In lane 5 from St Augustine's, Jason Cow. In lane 6 from Sydney Secondary College, Dylan Lee. In lane 7 from Kinross Walleroy, Harry Dimmock. And in lane 8 from Manning Valley Anglican, William Thomas. As they've come through the 1,000 metre mark, Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar had a lead over Harry Dimmock from Kinross Walleroy, and a bit of a margin back to Dylan Lee then, who's battling it out very closely with Angus McInnes and Jason Cow, and quite a distance back to William Thomas. So these boys have just come through the 1,500 metre mark, and Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar's hung on to his lead. He's just about 3 seconds ahead of Harry Dimmock from Kinross Walleroy. Then a bit further back to Dylan Lee from Sydney Secondary College. Pretty even margins now. They're all about 3 seconds apart. Then Angus McInnes from Redlands. Jason Cow from St Augustine's has dropped quite a way back, and it's a little bit further back to William Thomas from the Manning Valley Anglican. So they're just coming up into the last 250 metres now. We have Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar holding on to his lead. Closest to us from Kinross Wallaroi, Harry Dimmick. So whether Harry can catch up to Luke and maintain the Kinross Wallaroi winning streak, or whether they're going to slip back to second place now.
Yeah, it would be a good little rivalry between these two. These two both rode together in the New South Wales Pathways quad last year at the selection trials. Harry Dimmick with another couple of races under his legs. He was part of that schoolboy quad that won in a pretty quick time just after the lunch break. So he's already had 2 laps down the track in the quad sculls. Luke Purdy, on the other hand, a little bit fresher in his efforts. He'll be racing in the Schoolboy 8 a little bit later on, but certainly the single scull is his priority boat, and as he leads Harry Dimmick quite comfortably here. Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar will take the win in the Schoolboy Single Scull Division 1. 7:31 the time, pretty handy there. Harry Dimmick just under 3 seconds adrift. Dylan Lee there in 3rd place. Got Redlands Sculler there in 4th. St Augustine's there in 5th place. And the sculler from Manning Valley Anglican in lane 8 in 6th place. But we'll turn our attention back to the presentation dais for the presentation of medals for race number 72, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl 8. 3rd place medals will be presented, by Hannah Cowap, the 2024 Australian Paralympic coxswain. 3rd place and bronze medalist, St Catherine's. Melanie Poulos, Alice Steed, Lucy Hall, Evelyn Stitka, Darcy Connell, Isabel Yardley, Matisse Borthwick, and Chelsea Baker. Crew is coxed by Georgia Parks. Second place and silver medalist, Loretto Normanhurst. Stella Moore, Sabine Walton, Juliette Mason, Sophia Terry, Annabelle Roche, Patricia Boland, Poppy Russell, Penny Rose Collins, and their cox, Indy Witten, the crew coached by Hannah Cowap and Aidan Smith. First place and gold medalists, Pymble Ladies. Annabelle Shanahan, Lauren Gibson, Isabella Stalley, Summer Phillips, Scarlett Oleson, Millie Cullinane, Erin Porter, Mika Naito, and their cox, Mathilde Goddard. The crew coached by Harry Randall. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our winners and medalists in the Schoolgirl 8 Division 1.
And back to the course, we can see Cameron Schmidt from Canberra Grammar taking a very handy lead in the 2nd division of the schoolboys single scull. Quite a blistering time as he came through the 1500 metre mark of 5 minutes 43. He's followed on this side by Nick Tancred. Sorry, by Nick Tancred. No. Just lost my place there, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with me. So it is Peter Simkovich from the Newtown Performing Arts. And over on the other side, we have Josh Dallymore putting on a fine battle representing Glebe and his school, Redham House. But a very nice finish here by Cameron Schmidt from Canberra Grammar. Just crossing the line now in a time of 7 minutes 37. Can Peter Simkovich hold off Josh Dallymore? He's working hard at it. Josh is putting everything he's got into it, just taking a quick look across to see where he is. Will he be able to make it? He will be on the podium, but it's going to be Peter Simkovich from the Newtown Performing Arts School, followed very closely by Josh Dallimore, coached by Robin Mackney. And that will be rounded out by William Golding. No, that's that looks like the Armidale School uniform there, but without the hat. And William Golding from Newcastle Grammar is bringing up the rear. So sorry, got a little bit confused with that one. And coming down the course, we have another singles race. So this, oh no, sorry, this is the schoolboys double scull. Over in lane 2 from Redlands is Alexander Fenton and Nicholas Tebbett. In lane 3 from Kinross Wallaroi, Nick Tancred and Archie Condon. In lane 4 from Cranbrook, Luke Martin and Charles Mann. In lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Lachlan Brooks and Lockie Byfield. In lane 6 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Lachlan Davies and Zachary Jones. In lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Ronan Brown and Lucas Burton. And in lane 8 from St Augustine's, Hamish Wise and Rory Parker. Now it looks pretty close out there. I think looks to me like the Newcastle Grammar boys of Ronan Brown and Lucas Burton have a lead.
I've spoken a couple of times about the New South Wales Pathways quads. What I haven't said was that Ronan Brown was in the second quad, along with a couple of, I think it was a couple of these Kinross boys as well, a couple of these St Augustine's boys as well. And the second quad actually just came out, went, we're not going to take this lying down, and beat the first quad at that race. So I'm not surprised to see Ronan in a leading crew here, at least one that's very much in contention here in this schoolboy double scull. He's certainly got that fight in him and takes it every stroke of this race, and it's very, very tight coming into the closing stages. The Kinross crew, Nick Tancred and Archie Condon in lane 3, the Newcastle Grammar School crew of Ronan Brown and Lucas Burton in lane 7. Newcastle Grammar have just got a bit over half a boat length lead, almost a boat length lead now in the closing stages. It'll go to the way of Newcastle Grammar for the gold medal in the schoolboy double scull. Kinross Wallaroi will have to settle for silver. It's not something we've said too many times today, but it will have to be that way in the double scull. St Augustine's, that's the combination. Hamish Wise and Will Pender in lane 8 will take home the bronze medal. Cranbrook will have to settle for 4th, just outside the medals. Hunter Valley Grammar, Lachlan Davies, Zachary Jones in lane 6 for 5th place. We'll have Redlands for 6th, and the Canberra Grammar School crew in the centre of the course there in lane 5 for 7th.
But you did well to recover. We'll keep working on that.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we turn our attention to the presentation dais, where we have the Division 1 of the schoolboys single scull. Looks like we only have 2 medal recipients there. So that would be the silver medalist, oh no, we're still... So we have the presentation of the schoolboy single scull Division 1. We only have the silver medalist from Kinross Wallaroi, Harry Dimmick, coached by Ben Watt and Angus Peterson. And representing Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy for the gold medal. Congratulations to our winners. And now coming down the course, we have the schoolgirl Year 8 single sculls. Oh, there's just 4 of them. Over in lane 3, representing Roseville, is Mia Williams. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Ella Windybank. In lane 5 from Loretto Normanhurst, Tiffany Morland. And in lane 6 from Redlands, Pearl Brown. And it does look to be Pearl Brown who has the lead at this time. But we'll get a better picture as they come through the 1500 metre mark. So from what I can see up here in the tower, it does look to be Pearl Brown in the lead. She's been followed by Ella Windybank. And then across to Mia Williams and Tiffany Morley. So the 1500 metre mark, oh, well, these are only 1000 metre races, so sorry, the 500 metre mark is halfway through. Pearl Brown crossed clearly in the lead of Ella Windybank from Hunter Valley Grammar, then Mia Williams and from Roseville, and it will be Tiffany Morley coming up the rear. Just in the meantime, we'll turn our attention to the presentation dais for the presentation of the Division 2 of the schoolboy single scull. Representing Glebe Rowing Club and Redham House, Josh Dallymore, coached by Robin Mackney. The silver medalist representing the Newtown High Performing Arts, Peter Simkovich, coached by Isaac Shepherd. And the gold medal winner, Cameron Schmidt, representing Canberra Grammar, coached by Chris Polychanan. Congratulations to our medalists. So, and as they come into the last 250 metres, we can see Mia Williams from, Pearl Brown from Redlands with a very comfortable lead. I think she knows she's got it, so she's not pushing too hard there. Little bit wobbly, perhaps the wind, but a very comfortable lead out there. I think the other 2 have actually changed their position, so it's Ella Windybank from Newcastle Grammar, holding that second position to Roseville's Mia Williams over on the far side. Whoops, we've just had a bit of a mishap there with Tiffany Morley, just caught a whopping great big crab, but she's still upright. That's something good. So this is the schoolgirl Year 8 single sculls. Very comfortable win here by Pearl Brown from Redlands. Just crossing the line now. It's going to be some distance back to Ella Windybank from Newcastle Grammar. She's managing to hold off Mia Williams from Roseville. So this is a 1,000-metre race with these Year 8 single scullers. And to round it out, we have the Tiffany Morling from Loretto Normanhurst, just struggling there. So she thinks she's discovered how long a 1,000-metre race is. And coming down the course, we have the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull, again another 1,000-metre race. Over in lane 1, Miranda Trujillo Gonzalez and Despina Cornelli from Redlands. In lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, Matilda Hutton and Millie Keenan. In lane 3 from Winona, Bella Rigney and Sophia Gray. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Georgia Foster and Ella Cousins. In lane 5 from Askin, Poppy Mallet and Hannah Kyle. In lane 6 from MLC, Elena Sibai and Alana Ing. In lane 7 from Manning Valley Anglican, Emma Burke and Lara Thomas. And in lane 8 from Roseville, Evelyn Majunda and Amelia Firth. And as they come down, we can see a very comfortable lead there by, I think it's the Hunter Valley Grammar girls. That's Georgia Foster and Ella Cousins. Just pushing through to the finish. It could be fairly close for second and third places, but it does look like Askham in the bright red there is holding their own and keeping ahead of the rest of the field. Over on the far side there, the Redlands girls are pushing hard. So remember, these girls are only Year 8. But will the Redlands be able to actually hold off the Winona girls? That's Bella Rigney and Sophia Gray. So we just have Georgia Foster and Ella Cousins from Hunter Valley Grammar have crossed the line. Redlands putting on a really good push there to make sure they hold their third placing, provided they don't catch any more crabs. The Askham girls, Poppy Mallet and Hannah Kyle, just coming up to the line. And just crossing the line now, and over on the far side from Redlands, it's Miranda Trujillo Gonzalez and Spina Cordelli managed to hold their third place. They're followed across by the Winona girls, Bella Rigney and Sophia Gray, and then in lane 2, Newcastle Grammar's Matilda Hunton and Millie Keenan. Then following through here in lane 7, Emma Burke and Lara Thomas from Manning Valley Anglican. So we might squeeze in a quick presentation here from the schoolboy double scull, just as this next singles race is roaring down the course. So in bronze medalists representing St. Augustine's, Hamish Wise and Rory Parker. They're coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungermark. The silver medalists from Kinross Rolleroy, Nick Tancred and Archie Condon, coached by Angus Peterson. And the gold medalists representing Newcastle Grammar, Ronan Brown and Lucas Burton. Congratulations to our medal winners while we quickly go back onto the course where we have the schoolboy Year 8 single scull. And it is Manning, I think, Manning Valley Anglicans' Jack Croker in the lead, just ahead of Bear Whitelaw from Redlands over there in the Mossman colours. And they are being followed through by Thomas Graham from Hunter Valley Grammar. Sorry, that was Northern Beaches Secondary in second place. That's Kaito Sunikaya and Hunter Valley Grammar's Thomas Graham in third place. And far on the far side is the Redlands rower of Bear Whitelaw. Very close race here to see who's going to get fifth place. It could be a photo finish between lane 9 and lane 5. That's St. Joseph's Aidan Bruin and Charles Gassman from Cranbrook, followed across by Maris Collis, North Shore, Benjamin Arthur, and then St Paul's Grammar, Isaac Ferreira. And we have here, give him a good hand, what a great effort here in lane 7, Mossman High's Toby Clark. You're not quite there yet, Toby. A few more strokes to go, stopping to have a look around, wondering where is that finish line. I think all of us know that feeling. So we might just gather our breaths here while the next race is still down on the start line. So the upcoming race will be the schoolboys Year 8 doubled scull. There are only 3 crews in the race, and again, being Year 8, it's a 1,000-metre race. From Manning Valley Anglican over in lane 4, we have Nash Purden and William Katsamangos. In lane 5 from Cranbrook, we have Miles Gregory and Oscar Derry. And in lane 6 from Redlands, we have Logan Trass and Lachlan Balderstone. The race is underway. It looks like the field is already starting to open up. It does look like Nash Purdom and William Katsamangos have fallen a little bit behind the Cranbrook boys, but hard to tell if the Cranbrook boys are ahead of the Redlands crew of Logan Trass and Lachlan Balderstone. We'll get a better idea as they come through the 500-metre mark. So as they're coming up through the 500-metre mark, we're going to get a better picture of the placings with these. And yes, we've had the... the Cranbrook crew is leading the field over the Manning Valley Anglican. I find that a bit difficult to say for some reason. And they will then be followed through by the Redlands crew. So that's Miles Gregory and Oscar Derry out in the lead, representing Cranbrook. Then over on the far side, Nash Purden and William Katsamangos representing Manning Valley Anglican. And the Redlands crew on this side, just in front of the boat race officials, struggling with probably one of their first races. So we'll go now to the presentation of the schoolgirl Year 8 single scull. The bronze medalist representing Roseville College, Mia Williams, coached by Samantha Reeves. The silver medalist representing Newcastle Grammar, Ella Windyback. And the gold medalist representing Redlands, Pearl Brown. Congratulations to our medalists. And we have some very interesting staring going on out in the course there. The Redlands girls in the Redlands boys in the schoolboy Year 8 double scull, just having a few navigation difficulties, while we see Miles Gregory and Oscar Derry from Cranbrook going to go in for a very comfortable lead as they cross the finish line. They're about 6 or 7 boat lengths ahead of Manning Valley Anglicans, Nash Purden and William Katsamangas. And we hope the Redland boys are able to get out of the way before this quad race comes down. So we'll just quickly go to the presentation of the medals for the schoolgirl. No. Oh, sorry. So schoolboy Year 8, single scull, presented by Howard Croker from Croker Oars. We only have 2 there, so that is the Hunter Valley Grammar bronze medalist, Thomas Graham. And is that Jack Croker from the Manning Valley Anglican, coached by Murray Doust. I think we have a very proud grandfather happening there. Okay, coming down the course we have the Year 8 schoolgirl quad sculls. No, Year 9 schoolgirl quad sculls. So the leading crew here is from PLC Sydney, Eve Boyle, Lily Burrows, Imani McCarthy, Camille Brown, and coxed by Callan and Navarro Flood. And then a battle for second place is going to be between the Pimble ladies, Isabella Jamila Sue, Eden Connors, Claudia Georgiakis, coached by Mayor McAuliffe, and they have just managed to beat the Tara Schools, Catherine Chen, Adrina Maharajan, Millie Suvaram, Rose Marchetto, coxed by Sarita Wijiyakarama. And the MLC girls are still struggling to come down the course. I think they had a bit of a serious mishap about 50 metres back. So the winners there were the PLC Sydney, Eve Boyle, Lily Burrows, Mana McCarthy, and Camille Brown. Yeah. That girl.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will turn our attention to the presentation dais for the presentation of medals, race 78, the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. We've just got our silver medalists here on the podium. So congratulations to our second place silver medalist, Askham, represented by Poppy Mallet and Hannah Kyle. So race number 82 on our program up in front of us now, and rapidly approaching three-quarter race distance, the E-final of the schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad scull. Loretto Kirribilli in lane 1, their number 5 combination. The Armidale School in lane 2. Roseville 3 in lane 3. Pymble Ladies College 5 in lane 4. MLC School 2 in lane 5. St Catherine's in lane 6. Canberra Grammar 4 in lane 7. Redlands 3 in lane 8. and Canberra Grammar 5 in lane 9. So a full field of 9 boats out here racing, although it does look like we are just missing 2 boats from the start list, which I would hazard a guess would be the... I was going to be really clever and have a look at my timing in front of me to hazard a guess, but don't have it in front of me just yet. So lane 5, MLC School is missing from that race, as is, I believe, lane 1, Loretto Kirribilli, not present. But that means it is all for the taking as the crew from Redlands on the near side of the course in lane 8, Jade Kwan, Ella Fella, Rose Collier, Annalise Beatty and Matilda Hugman, the coxswain. They lead the race as they approach the red boys of the last 100 metres here. On the far side of the course, we've got a challenge coming from the Armidale School. Luella Caulfield, Isabel Glover, Scarlett Donahue, Lucy Kelly, Catherine Flynn, the coxswain, coached by Stephen Cotter and Ben McDougall. And it looks like they've just overturned the second place sitters. That was Redlands. Redlands just having a quick look out of the boat, but they'll need to put their heads in and put their heads down as they push towards the line here. But the Armidale School coming home with a wet sail, and their momentum will not be stopped in the dying strokes of this E final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. They'll win it by a boat length. The fluoro hats of the Armidale School, all the way from the New England of New South Wales, over a boat length clear of Redlands in lane 8. Pymble Ladies College in lane 4 will take the bronze ahead of 2 fast finishing Canberra Grammar School crews in lane 7 and 9. And then a close battle between St Catherine's in lane 6 and Roseville over in lane 3. St Catherine's, the girls from Iron Cove, will just pip them at the post to round out the E final of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull.
So coming down the course now, we have the D final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. Over in lane 1 from North Sydney Girls, we have Guao, Lee, Wang and Nguyen, coxed by Selena Q. In lane 2 from Loretto Kirribilli, we have Hopkins, McCloskey, Psychogius and Squire, coxed by Molly Mattock. In lane 3 from Loretto Normanhurst, LeVay, Burgoyne, Nadine, Moore, coxed by Ella Freeman. In lane 4 from Loretto Kirribilli, Taylor, Mattock, Hunter and Hines, coxed by Arabella Johnston. In lane 5 from Loretto Normanhurst, Stark, Jones, Bensley and Bassotti, coached by Sebastian Castaldi. In lane 6 from PLC Sydney, Sullivan, Barrett, Sabaril, Graves and coxed by Eva Lazarus Hall. In lane 7 from Armidale School, Ross, Coddington, Cullen and Ryan, coxed by Sophie Slack-Smith. In lane 8 from Armidale School, Wright, Bach, Williams, Coupland, coaxed by Poppy Post. And in lane 9 from Loretto Kirribilli, Wood, Dunn, Massara, Bartland, coxed by Sabella Bates. So we have a full house with this race, and they all look pretty close together as they come down the field.
Yeah, so as I've said a couple of times, but if you've just tuned in and you're unsure about how this racing has worked, we have had, I think, 6 heats for this event. And of those 6 heats, we, instead of ranking it on top 2 through to the A final, we've done it on times. So the top 9 times out of those 6 heats have progressed through to the A final, the second 9 fastest times to the B final, so on and so forth, down to the F final that we ran 2 races ago. And what that means is that we've had some pretty fair and even racing across the board here So we've had some pretty fair and even racing across these events. We'll quickly duck over to the presentation of medals for the Schoolboy Year 8 Double Scull.
So being presented by Darren Croker from Croker Oars. He's already underway. We have Nash Purden and William Katsamangos from Manning Valley Anglican. And the gold medalists representing Cranbrook, Miles Gregory, and Oscar Derry. They've already been presented with their medals. Darren's slipped in for oh no, the medals are still coming. Darren's already in there for a photo opportunity, but well done. And we go back now to the race on the course.
Yeah, so a fantastic race unfolding here in front of us. It is Loretto Kirribilli on the far side of the course who were leading at the 500 metre mark, but only by less than a second to the Armidale School here on lane 7 on the near side of the course. The first of 2 Armidale School combinations here in the fluoro hats in lane 7 and 8. Loretto Kirribilli on the far side, possibly just straying off their station slightly. That'll affect them in their run to the line. Loretto Normanhurst in the centre of the course are starting to come home strongly, but the Armidale School in lane 7, that's the combination. Zana Ross, Matilda Coddington, Ellie Cullen, Jasmine Ryan, Sophie Slacksmith, the Cox, coached by Stephen Cotter and Ben McDougall. That's the combination of just poked their bow ball in front there. Coxon has a little look across. Sophie Slacksmith urging her girls on, letting them know where they are. As Loretto Kirribilli on the far side, they were our early race leaders, but have just faded in the closing stages. Loretto Kirribilli on the near side of the course, the number 1 crew of Wood, Dunn, Massara, Bartlam and Bates, who have come home with a wet sail, and it looks like they could do it here on the line, just out of shot of us on the camera. But Loretto Kirribilli in the Armidale School, it'll go to a photo finish, and it'll be a photo finish for 3rd as well. I would suspect that 3rd place crew would be the Normanhurst crew in the centre of the course, but what a fantastic finish of that race. It did look to me like the Armidale School number 1 crew in lane 7 just got the win over Loretto Kirribilli there in lane 9. We'll have a replay here, but we can't quite see the Loretto Kirribilli crew down the bottom. Very tight indeed.
I think lane 9 myself.
I think that Loretto Kirribilli, the Sabella Bates Coxed crew, might have just got their bow ball in front there. But while we're waiting for the results of that one, we'll go to the presentation of medals for the F final, the schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull.
9.
So in 3rd place and bronze medalists, Tara School, Catherine Shen, Adrina Mahajan, Millie Sivaram, Rose Marchetto, and Sarita Wijewikrama, the coxswain, coached by Lauren Goldie and Ben Board. 2nd place and silver medalists, Pymble Ladies College, Isabella Hume, Jamila Sue, Eden Connors, Claudia Georgiakis, and Mia McAuliffe. And in 1st place and gold medalists in the F final of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull, PLC Sydney, Evie Boyle, Lily Burrows, Imana McCarthy, Camille Brown, and Caroline Navarro Flood, the coxswain. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our winners and medalists in the schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Scull F final.
So roaring down the course, we have the, just in the final stages of this race, is the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, and it's the C final, and out there in the middle it does look to be the Loretto Normanhurst crew holding a lead over the Canberra Grammar crew a little bit closer to us, but the battle's really going to be for 2nd and 3rd places here. The Loretto Normanhurst crew have a nice comfortable lead, probably about a boat length. Again, we could have a photo finish as they come across the line, but this is the C final. Again, it's very close, and it will be a photo finish between the lane 7, which is Roseville, and lane 3, which is the Loretto Kirribilli, and then in 3rd place it will be PLC Sydney. All happening a little bit quickly for us to keep up with, especially old blokes like me, but we're managing. So we're just waiting on the photo finishes.
So I'll just confirm the results of race number 83, the D final of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. I've got the official results in front of me. That was won by the Armidale School by 0.05 of a second from the Loretto Kirribilli number 1 combination in lane 9 and the Loretto Kirribilli number 6 combination in lane 2 for the bronze medal in that D final of the schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad scull. So we move onto the course now, the penultimate race in this series of Year 9 quad scull races, the B final. 9 crews lining up across the course over 1,000 metres. We've got Canberra Grammar in lane 1, St Catherine's in lane 2, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3, Canberra Grammar in lane 4, Kinross Walleroy in lane 5, Redlands in 6, Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 7, Pymble Ladies College in lane 8, and the Pymble Ladies College number 3 combination in lane 9. And as they crossed the 500 metre timing point, it was the Kinross Walleroy crew in the centre of the course in lane 5 in the blue boat that were leading by a solid boat length at that halfway point. That's the crew of Charlotte Williams, Ruby Hilda, Annabelle Maslin, Alexandra Karish and Sophie Caro, the coxswain, coached by James Perrin and Rebecca Pearce. And that crew leading by about a boat length at that stage, and their nearest rival will certainly be the crew to their right from Canberra Grammar, who are sitting in second and have gone with them in the second half of this race. That's the combination of Abigail Miller, Grace Ralston, Marsha Bodie, Lexi Fuchs and Ada Duckworth, the coxswain, and they're going with them in these closing stages of the race. It'd also be worth looking out for that Canberra Grammar crew on the far side of the course, who appear to be making a late charge, possibly just in the slightly quicker lane over there on the far side, although it is very hard to tell with these swirling winds that we've had all day today. I think it'd be anyone's game for the minor medals here. Redlands in the centre of the course challenging as well. Hunter Valley Grammar, third from the grandstand side of the course, are certainly staying with the leading pack. It's Kinross Walleroy's race to lose as Canberra Grammar to their right in lane 4 start to lift their rate of striking. Kinross Walleroy Kinross Walleroy catching a boat-stopping crab in the dying stages of the race. They're going to have to get going soon. They've just lost the lead to Canberra Grammar, but will they be able to make up that speed? Will they be able to find a little surge of adrenaline in the closing stages of the race? They're up to 34 strokes a minute. Canberra Grammar have sniffed the blood. They've smelt the opportunity, and they're trying to capitalise, but it looks like Kinross Walleroy, even with that mistake in the final stages of the race, have just managed to recover a canvas lead they'll take, and it's a canvas lead they'll hold. Kinross Walleroy, a fantastic save to take the win from Canberra Grammar in second. Redlands come through for a bronze medal on the line. The Canberra Grammar School in lane 1 for 4th. Hunter Valley Grammar 5th. St Catherine's 6th. Loretto Kirribilli 7th. Pymble Ladies 8th and 9th in this B final of the Year 9 quad scull.
It's certainly all happening here on the finish line today, and I'll just call out the A final is about to start because we're going to be suddenly doing medal presentations again. So over in lane 1 from Kinross Walleroy is Whitehead, Orr, Tink and Hellier, coxed by Harriet Bird. In lane 2 from St Catherine's, Griffin, Morgan, Love and Jamison, coxed by Sibylla Howes. In lane 3 from Loretto Normanhurst, Ward, Bornstein, Mullins and Hare, coxed by Charlotte Fagan. In lane 4 from St Catherine's, Vakachiwa, Copland, Waltzman and Innes, coxed by Anya Roofley. In lane 5 from Pymble Ladies, Gaydon, Jones, Landgreb and Wyatt, coxed by Emma Wang. In lane 6, Phillips, Pappas, Fassos and Ben, coxed by Vienna Spear. In lane 7 from Kinross Walleroy, Tancred, Condon, Whiteley and Buckfield, coxed by Chloe Caro. In lane 8 from PLC Sydney, Lee, Miller, Leisha, Moore, coxed by Talia Kinleyside. And in lane 8 from Pymble Ladies, Paris, Elliott, McLaughlin and Leg Hughes, coxed by Phoebe Hutton.
So we'll quickly jump back to the presentation day. So the presentation of medals for race number 82, the E final of the schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad scull. Third place and bronze medalists, Pymble Ladies College, Isla Politz, Bethany Carruthers, Kate Rogers, Abby Pisani, and their cox Poppy Fox Ashwin. Second place and silver medalists, Redlands, Jade Kwan, Ella Feller, Rose Collier, Annalise Beattie, their cox Matilda Hugman. First place and gold medalists, the Armidale School, Luella Caulfield, Isabel Glover, Scarlett Donahue, Lucy Kelly. The crew coxed by Catherine Flynn and coached by Stephen Cotter and Ben McDougall. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champions and medalists in the E-final of the schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad scull.
And as we'd expect with the A final of the Year 9 coxed quad scull, roaring down the course, it is very close. As they came through the 500 metre mark, it was the Pymble ladies crew with a slightly comfortable lead over Loretto Normanhurst. They'll have to work to hold that though, but then it's very close between the two St Catherine's crews and the Roseville crew. And Kinross Wallaroi, sitting currently in 6th place, could also have a chance a little bit further back to Pymble Ladies and then to Kinross Wallaroi. But this is going to be a close one. We need to get the cameras out ready for the photo finish again, I think.
Yeah, these seeded finals have really been delivering here this afternoon. We've had about 4 crackers in a row, and the photo finish camera really getting its value for money here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. But I'd say that the Pymble Ladies College crew who are leading this race are going to echo the efforts of their first date just half an hour ago and not really give the photo finish camera too much work to do. That's the combination of Madeline Gaydon, Rose Jones, Madison Langgreb, Claudia Wyatt and Emma Wang the Cox, coached by Ben Booker, who runs the junior program at the Pymble Ladies College. And he is obviously doing a fantastic job as the Pymble Ladies College crew in the centre of the course, about 2 lengths clear of the rest of the field, but it is certainly on for young and old for the minor medals. We've got Loretto Normanhurst in lane 3, St Catherine's in lane 4, Kinross in lane 7, all in with a shot for a bronze medal. St Catherine's over in lane 2 as well, starting to push and challenge on their counterparts from lane 4, but it looks to be St Catherine's and Normo who will hang on to those minor medals. In what order is yet to be decided. Pymble Ladies College take the win in the schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad scull. St Catherine's will hang on for the silver medal in lane 4. Loretto Normanhurst in lane 3 will take the bronze. Kinross Wallaroi narrowly for 4th over St Catherine's for 5th. PLC Sydney in 6th. Kinross in 7th. Roseville in 8th. And a final Pymble Ladies College combination there in lane 9 to round out the field in this schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad scull A final.
So just while we're lining up for the medalists there, the E-final of the schoolboys Year 9 coxed quad scull is coming down the course. This is the E-final. Again, 1,000 metres. There are only 3 boats in the race. Over in lane 3 from Redlands, Logan Trass, Alexander Dunnett, Anthony Bass and Julian Lundberg, coxed by Lachlan Balderstone. In lane 4 from Cranbrook, Cody Ogg, Oscar Gerard, Oliver Auden and Miles Gregory, coxed by Isaac Cody. And in lane 5 from Redlands, Sam Parson, Zach Purdy, Otis Gate and Michael Coonan, coxed by James Dory. And it does look like the Cranbrook crew is just in the lead, battling it out with Redlands. We wait till they come through the 500 metre mark and we will have a better idea there.
So,
I think
ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals just quickly of race number 84, the C final of the schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad scull. Just the top two present at this one. I apologise. We've been joined by our third place holders. So in third place and bronze medalists, Roseville College.
Which is at the C.
My apologies as I've just lost my place, but Roseville College, Madeline Edge, Lucy Ryan, Hannah Ryan, Abby Harris, and their cox Carmen Gow, the crew coached by Jack Henderson. Second place and silver medalists, Loretto Kirribilli, Charlotte Payne, Abigail Lee, Eloise Roberts, Charlotte Mutton, Lucinda Rose, the cox. First place and gold medalists, Loretto Normanhurst, Beatrix Germain, Jacqueline Whitaker, Ruby Matthews, Amelia Edwards, and their cox Rosie Lennon, crew coached by Lily Gavin. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our winners and medalists in the C final of the schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad scull.
And out on the course we have the schoolboy Year 9 coxed quad scull E final, just finishing now with Cranbrook in a very comfortable lead. That's Cody Ogg, Oscar Gerard, Oliver Auden, Miles Gregory, and coxed by Isaac Cody. They'll be followed across by Redlands. I think the Redlands boys are thinking, where is that finish line? That's Sam Parsons, Zach Purdy, Otis Gate, and Michael Coonan, coxed by James Doré. And across the other side, the other Redlands crew over in lane 2, Logan Trass, Alexander Dunnett, Anthony Vass, and Julian Lundberg, battling through to the finish. They're coxed by Lachlan Balderstone. And coming down the course, we now have the D final of the schoolboy Year 9 coxed quad scull. Over on the far side in lane 1 is the Armidale School. In lane 2, the Shaw School. Lane 3, Cranbrook, and so lane 3 and 4 is the Cranbrook Cruise, lane 5 Canberra Grammar, lane 6 Redlands, lane 7 Newcastle Grammar, lane 8 Northern Beaches Secondary, and lane 9 another Cranbrook crew. So we'll just squeeze in a presentation, I believe. It's interesting, we can just see the wind has come up. There are gusts of wind blowing across the course.
We will quickly turn our attention to the presentation dais for race number 83, the D final of the schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad scull medals, just for first and second in this race. Second place and silver medalists, Loretto Kirribilli, Ariel Wood, Alyssa Dunn, Rosie Massara, Lucia Bartlam, and their cox Sabella Bates. And first place and gold medalists, the Armidale School, Zana Ross, Matilda Coddington, Ellie Cullen, Jasmine Ryan, Sophie Slack-Smith, the cox. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our winners and medalists in the D final of the schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad scull.
And we're about to have a very exciting finish here for the D final of the schoolboy Year 9 coxed quad scull. Cranbrook sitting comfortably in the lead. That's the Cranbrook 4 crew of Henderson, Martin, Murray, Gina, and coxed by Evans, and they are going to be followed across the line by the Canberra Grammar crew of Millen, Webb, Mand and Fahey, coxed by Tommy Ware. And then the second Cranbrook crew, they just stopped to have a little pause there, but they're going to manage to cross the line in third place. That's Mindrescu, Farquhar, Daly, Moylan and Thomas. Then they were followed across by the Newcastle Grammar crew, Northern Beaches Secondary, Redlands, Shaw and the Armidale School just crossing. No, that's another Cranbrook crew just crossing the line there.
The case of the fluoro hats. I know if Richard Dorstein, my Nationals co-commentator, was watching, he'd be very upset if you got the fluoro hats mixed up. But we'll run back down to the course now and have a look at the C final of the Schoolboy Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull, coming out as thick and fast in these very quick tailwind conditions as we see a full fleet of 9 boats out on the field. I'll correct myself, there is 8 boats out on the field. We're missing the combination from lane 4 from Sydney Grammar School, but it is St Ignatius College, just as their first 8 has done in all 4 races over the last 2 weekends, and they are out in front with a pretty convincing margin at these closing stages of the race here in these fast conditions. That St Ignatius crew, Darcy O'Day, Frederick Dunn, Oscar Malines, Theodore Hennessy and Liam Barnes the coxswain. I'd only assume that Theodore Hennessy is the younger brother of Ambrose Hennessy, who was in the junior world champion coxed 4 last season, but if so, he's certainly learnt a thing or two from his brother and is more than a boat length clear on the nearest competition, and that comes in the form of Canberra Grammar in lane 5. They're half a length clear of Cranbrook, who in turn are going bow ball to bow ball with the Shaw School in lane 7. St Ignatius College striding out to a Clearwater lead in a very tight race here. St Ignatius will take the win, just over 2 boat lengths from Canberra Grammar, who are a canvas clear of Cranbrook for the bronze. Shaw just outside the medals in 4th, Kinross 5th, Cranbrook in 6th place and Redlands in 7th. And we'll have the Newcastle Grammar School combination on the far side of the course, just coming a little bit unstuck to round out the field for 8th place.
So just while we have time to catch our breath, coming down the course now is the Schoolboy Year 9 B final. And we'll just run through who they represent. Is over in lane 1 we have Canberra Grammar, in lane 2 Redlands, lane 3 St Ignatius, lane 4 Kinross Wallaroi, lane 5 Shaw, lane 6 and 7 St Ignatius Crews, lane 8 Shaw and lane 9 Northern Beaches Secondary. So we can see the wind has come up. It's probably working in everybody's favour. It's mostly a tailwind, but we can see it gusting on the water.
Yeah, these are pretty typical Penrith afternoon conditions. We generally start off with a nice southerly breeze coming up the Nepean and gives us a nice little cross breeze in the morning, and generally it's a bit quicker on the far side of the course there. And then as we come into the afternoon racing, that's when we get to see the quick times, the nice straight easterly breeze, and we like to see those flags flying directly down the course where it's even and fair and helping out everybody here. But for a lot of these boys, it'll be their first race here out at the Regatta Centre, and probably for a lot of these boys, their first race full stop, and learning to race in these quicker conditions can certainly present some challenges. So we'll see. We did see the Kinross, one of the Kinross quads coming unstuck and still managing to hold on to a win earlier on. We'll see them get their medals soon. But it seems to be all class in this field here in the B final of the Schoolboy Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. We've got Canberra Grammar, Redlands, St Ignatius, Kinross, Shaw, 2 more crews from St Ignatius, another crew from the Shaw School, and Northern Beaches Secondary on the near side of the course. And once again, St Ignatius College there, sitting in lane 6. Harrison Marshall, Arthur Roche, Iggy Jenkins, Charles Holt, Scotch O'Connor the Cox, coached by Sam Kearney, who have a boat lengths lead. It could be a second race in a row here for the boys from Lane Cove, the St Ignatius College Riverview, who their only competition looks to really be coming in the form of their classmates over in lane 3. The combination made up of Harper, Matthews, Kennedy, Clock and Jackson, coached by Ned O'Rourke, but they're coming under pressure From Canberra Grammar on the far side of the course, who just have their bow balls in front. It is St Ignatius College in lane 6 who will take the win. St Ignatius College in lane 3 will take second for a Riverview Quinella. Canberra Grammar third, too close to call for fourth. I'd say Riverview Shaw and then Shaw again. Redlands for 7th place, Kinross for 8th, and we'll have Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 9 there for 9th position.
Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our attention now to the presentation dais with the B final, schoolgirl year 9 coxed quad scull. So the bronze medalists representing Redlands, Sarah Yates, Olivia Pollock, Georgia Grace, Olivia Law, and their cox Kyra Benolio. And we can see the winds coming up there, just blowing the sign away. Stay in line, get your medals, girls. The bronze medalist, silver medalists representing Loretto Kirribilli, Charlotte Payne. Canberra Grammar, Abigail Miller, Grace Ralston, Marsha Bodie, Lexi Fuchs, and coxed by Ada Duckworth. And the gold medalist representing Kinross Walleroy, Charlotte Williams, Ruby Hilda, Annabelle Maslin, Alexander Karash, and coxed by Sophie Caro. Congratulations to our medal winners.
And we've got the A final of the schoolboy year 9 coxed quad scull well underway, and boy do we have a race on our hands. We have less than a second separating the top 4 boats on the course here at the 500 metre mark. It was the Shaw crew in the centre of the course, leading St Ignatius, leading the Shaw crew in lane 6 and St Joseph's in lane 7. And as we come into the closing stages of this race, it looks to still be the case. It's the Shaw school in the middle of the course in lane 4. That's the combination of Bathingthwaite, Scammell, Wood and Conquerant, William Johnston, the coxswain. They're leading this race by about 3/4 of a boat length. From St Ignatius College to their left, Harris, O'Halloran, Dynan, Gordon Twaddle and Cooley the cox. Shaw number 2 in lane 6 are trailing in the bronze medal position. The Shaw crew on the far side of the course challenging St Joseph's for 4th place, but it'll be too little too late in the dying stages of the U9 schoolboy quad sculls. It'll be the Shaw school in lane 4 who will emerge triumphant here and take the win in the final race of this set of year 9 quad scull races. St Ignatius College for the silver and Shaw a second boat on the podium for the bronze. St Joseph's College in 4th, Shaw 5th, Kinross in 6th place, in lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar in 7th, and the St Joseph's College number 2 crew in lane 8 in 8th place.
Division 1.
And we'll turn our attention to the presentation dais for the presentation of medals for the A final of the schoolgirl year 9 coxed quad scull. 3rd place and bronze medalists Loretto Normanhurst, Anna Ward, Sahara Bornstein, Ruby Mullins, Alexandra Hare, the cox Charlotte Fagan. Crew is coached by Isaac Shepherd. Second place and silver medalists, St Catherine's, Talika Vakachiwa, Stella Copland, Delphi Walsman, Madeline Innes, and their cox, Anya Roofley. First place and gold medalists, Pymble Ladies College. Madeline Gaydon, Rose Jones, Madison Landgreb, Claudia Wyatt, their cox Emma Wang, and the crew coached by Ben Booker. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our champions and medalists in the schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad scull.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation for the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull E final. In bronze medal position was Redlands Logan Trass, Alexander Dunnett, Anthony Vass, Julian Lundberg, and their cox Lachlan Balderstone. And the silver medalists representing Redlands, Sam Parsons, Zach Purdy, Otis Gate, Michael Coonan, and their cox James Doré. And the gold medalists representing Cranbrook, Cody Ogg, Oscar Gerard, Oliver Auden, Miles Gregory, and their cox Isaac Cody. A big hand for our E finalists in the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. Congratulations. Right. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have the presentation for the D finals of the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. So in bronze medal position, representing Cranbrook, Max Mindrescu, Sam Farquhar, Max Daly, Harry Moylan, and their cox Thomas Lukes. And the silver medalists representing Canberra Grammar, Matty Millen, Noah Webb, Jacob Mand, Edward Fahey, and their cox Tommy Ware. They were coached by Ethan Zisler. And the gold medalists from Cranbrook, Flynn Henderson, Perry Martin, Willem Murray, Ishan Gina, and their cox Felix Evans. Congratulations to all our medalists. That was the D final Year 9 cox quad scull.
So while we're waiting for our next presentation, we do have a race well and truly underway. The first division of the schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. Lane 1, we have Kensington Steele of Newcastle Grammar. Lane 2, Abigail Reiner of Canberra Grammar. Lane 3, Rani Jarek of Kinross Wallaroi. Rani was our Rowing New South Wales Novice of the Year last year, so expect big things there from Lane 3. Ava Felsen from Manning Valley Anglican in Lane 4. You're not the only one that struggles with that one. MLC Schools, Adelaide Abernethy in Lane 5. St Columba's Catholic, Ellie Taylor in Lane 6. Emily Kemper Massey from Manly Selective in Lane 7. Emily Bodman from Canberra Grammar in Lane 8. And Isabel Armstrong from Monty San Angelo in Lane 9. And as we came through the 500 metre mark, it was Rani Jarek from Kinross Wallaroi ahead of Ellie Taylor from St Columba's Catholic and Emily Kemper Massey in the third place at that 500 metre point.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the presentation dais, we have the presentation for the C final of the schoolboy Year 9 cox quad scull. The bronze medalists representing Cranbrook, Oliver Southall Keeley, Frederick Emmanuel, Noah Kemp, Sebastian Koskar, and the cox Arlo Pollack. And the silver medalists representing Canberra Grammar, Oscar Harris Talbot, Samuel McCormack, Oscar Timpson, Julian Sousa, and their cox Tristan Knop, and their coaches were Patrick Curtin and Ethan Zisler. And the gold medalists representing St Ignatius College, Darcy O'Day, Frederick Dunn, Oscar Malines, Theodore Hennessy, and their cox Liam Barnes. Congratulations to all our medalists. And roaring down the course, we have that singles race, but I think we might move also quickly to yet another medal presentation. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and we move to the medal presentation for the B final of the schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. The bronze medalist from Canberra Grammar, Jackson Michaud, Harry Rorsheim, Brendan Brooks, Archer Glaskin and their cox William Brown, coached by Patrick Curtin and Ethan Sisler. And the silver medalist representing St Ignatius, Max Harper, Jack Matthews, Xavier Kennedy, Nicholas Clock, their cox Charlie Jackson, and their coach was Ned O'Rourke. And the gold medalists representing St Ignatius, Harrison Marshall, Arthur Roach, Iggy Jenkins, Charles Holt, their cox Scotch O'Connor, and their coach was Sam Carney. Now we're back out onto the course for the single race.
And it is, as it has been pretty much the entire way down the course, Rani Jarek of Kinross Walleroy, as we said earlier, Rowing New South Wales Novice of the Year last year for her outstanding performances in the single scull and quad sculls in her first season of rowing. And she takes a very comfortable lead in a very handy time, 8 minutes 30 seconds. It's a very handy early season time for under 17 sculler, and a very comfortable margin. It's going to be over the sculler in lane 6 from St Columba's Catholic, Ellie Taylor, coached there by Daniel Waddell, as well as Hugh and Miles Harold, so rowing out of the Nepean Rowing Club, the local hero there, for the silver medal. And then we'll have Kensington Steele from Newcastle Grammar on the far side of the course in lane 1, who will secure herself a trip to the presentation dais and a bronze medal indeed. She finishes in 3rd place, just ahead of MLC Schools Adelaide Abernethy for 5th place, Emily Kemper-Massey in 5th, Isabel Armstrong in 6th, 7th, Ava Falzon from Manning Valley Anglican.
And ladies and gentlemen, we go back again to the presentation dais for the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull A finalists. Representing Shaw in bronze medal position with Tom Amati, Nathan Clant, Harry Ferguson, Oliver Wilson, their cox Owen King, and their coaches were Warwick Payne and Victoria Hunter. And the silver medalists also representing representing St Ignatius, Hunter Harris, Charlie O'Halloran, Xavier Dynan, Max Gordon Twaddle, their cox Dax Cooley, and their coaches Sam Carney. And the gold medalists representing Shaw, Charlie Basinthwaite, William Scammell, Lawson Wood, Louis Corcoran, and their cox William Johnson. And their coach is Warwick Payne. Congratulations to the medalists for the A final of the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull.
Coming down the course now is the second division of the schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. In lane 1 from Askham, Inksa Dive. Lane 2 from Queenwood, Bridget Thompson. In lane 3, Lillian Orange from St Catherine's. In lane 4, Mia Simkovic from Newtown Performing Arts High. In lane 5, Ada Poe from North Sydney Girls. In lane 6, Lily Cadwallader from Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 7, from from the St Scholastica and Glebe, India Lloyd. From Redlands in lane 8, Lillian Forsyth, and in lane 9 from Loretto Normanhurst, we have Hazel McPhail, coached there by Jackson Gersoy and Kate Crampton, and I'm led to believe that Kate's actually not very well this weekend and not with us here, so wishing her all the best in her recovery and wishing her athlete all the best as she comes down in lane 9. But Inksa Dive from Askham leading the charge through the 1,000 metre mark.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just a quick overview presentation for the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull, and the medals, the gold medals have been presented to Georgia Foster and Ella Cousins from Hunter Valley Grammar. Their coaches are Chantel Lindsay and Rowan Hislop and Odin McIntosh. Congratulations to our gold medalists there.
Back down to the racing, pretty interesting in some regards, but not very interesting in terms of close racing. So Inksa Dive of Askham, first ever 2 kilometre race. We saw her take out a pretty convincing win in the Year 9 single just a couple of hours ago, and I was having a chat to her coach, Lizzie Chapman, earlier on this afternoon, and she commented, we've just had Inksa out in the single just to do something with no pressure, and certainly thriving in that environment as she led by about 20 seconds at the 1,000 metre mark.
Now we're on the ball with our presentations. This is the presentation for the schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. Representing Newcastle Grammar, the bronze medalist Kensington Steele. Representing St Columba's Catholic, Ellie Taylor, coached by the Daniel Waddell and Hugh and Miles Harold. And the gold medalist from Kinross Wallaroi, Rani Jarrett, coached by Emma Fessy.
So things possibly not getting too much more interesting, but that'll be to the delight of Inksa Dive at Askham, who leads the race here in the second division of the schoolgirl Year 10 single scull by a comfortable cruisy 25 seconds here as she approaches 250 metres left to row. You can see her coach Ollie Klotz on the far side of the course there, not listed, but certainly doing a great job with Inksa both at Glebe and at Askham. And a lone cyclist there on the far side of the course, so far ahead of the rest of the field. And should be a threat to the time set in the first division race as well, as she if she can wind it up into the line, as it looks like she's doing. Really getting the rate up quite significantly, actually, as she just approaches the red boys of the last 100 metres here. 28.5 strokes a minute. Pretty good for the end of the first ever 2K race and second run down the track here today. And Inksa Dive performing admirably in these tailwind conditions. The Redland Sculler on the near side of the course. Lillian Forsyth in lane 8 sits pretty comfortably in second place herself, ahead of the St Catherine's Sculler. Lillian Orange in lane 3, but Inkster Dive didn't get her out of the blocks the quickest. She was second at the 500, but then put the foot down and never looked back as she crosses the line to take the win in the schoolgirl Year 10 single scull Division 2. Even takes a few extra strokes across the line for good measure, in a time that will almost challenge the first division sculler. So fantastic effort there from Inkster Dive of Askham. Redlands Lillian Forsyth in second place will comfortably take the bronze medal, or the silver medal rather. And then we'll see India Lloyd from St Scholastica and Glebe, coached by Nick Galea, will take the bronze medal. Mia Simkovic from Newtown Performing Arts High, rowing for Leichhardt Rowing Club most of the time, as we can see by the Zudi, and coached by Isaac Shepherd, will finish just outside the medals in 4th. Looks like we've had just a little bit of an incident about the 250 metre to go mark for the sculler from St Catherine's there in lane 3.
Well, the wind is coming up. That's making the conditions a little more challenging out there. We have also here the sculler over on coming into lane 10. That would be Hazel McPhail from Loretto Normanhurst, I think. It's just sort of been blown out of a lane.
I would suggest possibly missed the start at that.
May have, yeah.
Or possibly had an issue and had to stop, because she was apparently... We've had our timing just a little bit off here with our names in front of us, so just ignore that. But one thing's for certain, Inkster Dive with an emphatic win in her first 2K race in the Year 10 single scull.
And fantastic length she was getting with every stroke. We've just got the schoolgirl Year 10 double scull coming down the course, Division 1, over in lane 2 from Manning Valley Anglican. Nia Simmons and Lily Wright. In lane 3 from Canberra Grammar, Sarah Miller and Issy Massey. In lane 4 from Mont St Angelo, Sophie Mills and Chloe Phillips. In lane 5 from the Armidale School, Isabel Coddington and Georgia Henderson. The Roseville crew is showing as scratched. In lane 7 from Redlands, Aurora Crennan and Saskia Kay. And in lane 8 from St Catherine's, Phoebe Sherrod and Ashley Innes. So they're just coming up to the 1500 metre mark. It looks like the Monte St Angelo crew is also scratched, so that leaves us 5 girls and 5 doubles in the race. As they came through the 1000 metre mark, the Armidale School had a fairly comfortable lead, well, a very comfortable lead over the Manning Valley Anglican College crew. And then a little bit further back to Canberra Grammar, and a very hefty margin back to the Redlands crew of Aurora Crennan and Saskia Kay. So it is going to be Isabel Coddington and Georgia Henderson from the Armidale School who have comfortably come through the 1500 metre mark with a very healthy lead. They are in lane 5, so out in the middle of the course. Probably catching the most wind also as they blow down the course. You could almost get into the conditions where you could surf slightly. They're followed across by Nia Simmons and Lily Wright from Manning Valley Anglican College. They were 25 seconds behind. Then a very close margin to Canberra Grammar. So the Canberra Grammar's Sarah Miller and Issy Massey. The fight's going to be on here as to who takes second place. The margin showing as they came through the 1500 was less than a second, so that's barely a boat length.
So the Armidale School there leading very, very comfortably. It's possibly one of the most dedicated little rowing programs, I would say, in the country. It's about 6 or 7 hours towing the trailer down here from Armidale, and not an easy drive down the New England either. And each way, of course, and they're at almost every single... I think they went to more regattas last year than I did, and between coaching and commentating, that's certainly quite a few. And a reasonably recent program. Armidale started sending their fours to the GPS head of the river only in 2012, and the girls rowing has only emerged in the last couple of years. And these two athletes in front of us, in the form of Isabel Coddington and Georgia Henderson, their coach Martin Inglis, who has been very, very dedicated to this program in the last couple of years, and seeing a fantastic result now in the Year 10 double scull Division 1. The Armidale School will come home to take the win by a convincing margin. Isabel Coddington, Georgia Henderson take the gold medal.
So sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we just lost our train of thought there as that race was finishing. So the Armidale School had a very comfortable win there, Isabel Coddington and Georgia Henderson. Then it was 35, nearly 36 seconds back to Canberra Grammar's Sarah Miller and Issy Massey. And a further margin of 10 seconds back to Manning Valley Anglican College's Nia Simmons and Lily Wright. And then a further margin of nearly 15 seconds back to Redlands Aurora Crennan and Saskia Kay, and an even bigger margin back to St Catherine's Phoebe Sherrard and Ashley Innes. Both Chris and I we get tongue-tied when we talk about the Manning Valley Anglican College.
My
we'll
apologies
get there.
to all of those up north to endure us butchering the name of your school today.
So we have the medal presentation now for the schoolgirl Year 10 single scull, Division 2. The bronze medalist representing Glebe Rowing Club and St Scholastica College, India Lloyd. The silver medalist representing Redlands, Lillian Forsyth. And the gold medalist representing Askham, who also rose out of Glebe, Ingsie Dive. Congratulations to our medalists. Look how happy they are.
drink water. Lots and lots of water.
So the second division of the schoolgirl Year 10 double scull is well and truly underway through the 1,000 metre mark, and we have 6 crews contesting this event. Over in lane 2, Georgia Jones, Georgia O'Brien from Hunter Valley Grammar. North Sydney girls in lane 3, Ari Williams and Zian Tang, coached by Pamela Whitnall. In lane 4 from Ascom, Sammy Rebillard and Anouk Lafferty. Lane 5 from MLC School, Nicola East and Liana Way, coached by Rafe Stanford Meisel, Ashley Brooking and Rob Glendenning. In lane 6 from Loretto Normanhurst, Nessa Kitchington, Libby Lacko, coached by Jackson Gersoy and Kate Crampton. In lane 7 from North Sydney Girls, we have Zaizu Liu and Imogen Zabo, coached by Philip Brown. At the 1,000 metre mark, it was the North Sydney Girls combination of Liu and Zabo who were leading by a comfortable 3.5 seconds back from Hunter Valley Grammar in second place at that third timing point. And MLC School were sitting in third place, but only narrowly ahead of Ascom's Sammy Rebillard and Anouk Lafferty at that timing point. But I think we've got the timing for a different race up in front of us at the moment. We'll get an update in just a second as they come through the 1,500 metre mark, but it does look to still be North Sydney girls there on the near side of the course in lane 7 who are leading. I think the Ascom combination may have just moved their way up into medal contention. They're having a little battle with the crew on the far side of the course from Hunter Valley Grammar, Georgia Jones, Georgia O'Brien. So Sammy Rebillard and Anouk Lafferty going toe-to-toe here. Actually could even be in contention for the win here in the latter stages of this race.
So we'll just move quickly to a medal presentation for Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull. So in bronze medalists were from Manning Valley Anglican School, Nia Simmons and Lily Wright, coached by Murray Doust. The silver medalists from Canberra Grammar, Sarah Miller and Issy Massey, coached by Riley Taylor. And the gold medalists representing the Armidale School, Isabel Coddington and Georgia Henderson, coached by Martin Inglis. A huge congratulations, please, to our medal winners, and we'll go back to the course.
Yeah, good little race unfolding here. North Sydney girls on the near side of the course here in, the North Sydney girls crew in lane 7 on the near side of the course, still hanging on to that advantage that they worked for early on, but it has certainly come dwindling down to the likes of Ascom's Sammy Rebillard and Anouk Lafferty, who have overcome 4th place, overcome 3rd place. Hunter Valley Grammar have moved their way up into silver medal contention and may even be pushing for the gold. But North Sydney girls, they've done the work early. They're rowing with decent length in the last few strokes of this race, and it'll take disaster for them to come unstuck at this stage. But a fine finish from Sammy and Anouk there in the red from Ascom. They'll finish silver. North Sydney girls take the gold medal. Ascom take the silver, a neat length behind. 2 lengths clear of Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 2, who will come home with the bronze. MLC School there in lane 5. Nicola East, Liana Way will cross the line in 4th place. And the second of the North Sydney girls crews in lane 3 will take 5th ahead of Loretto Normanhurst in lane 6 for 6th place.
And coming down the course is the Schoolboy Year 10 single scull. Over in lane 1 we have Thomas Mitev from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 2 from Manning Valley Anglican College, Oliver Sampson. In lane 3 from Cranbrook, James Walker. In lane 4 from St Augustine's, Lachlan Schofield. In lane 5 from St Ignatius, Benjamin Eisenhower. In lane 6 from Canberra Grammar, Fergus Whiteside. In lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, Ryan Pouncey. And in lane 8 from Kinross Walleroy, Hamish Searle. And it does look to be Hamish Searle who has a fairly comfortable lead over on this side, or am I missing something? The Kinross Walleroy rower closest to the grandstand. And then I think it's over the far side, Thomas Mitev from Newcastle Grammar. And beside him, Oliver Sampson from Manning Valley. Then across into lane 6, it looks like the Canberra Grammar rower Fergus Whiteside is probably going to make 4th position, but the leading rower is now into the last 200 metres. That's Hamish Searle from Kinross Wallaroi. He's coached by Ben Watt. And then keep an eye over on the far side, Thomas Metef from Newcastle Grammar. He's just taken his rating up. He knows he's in the last sprint to the finish line. He's got the Manning Valley Anglican Oliver Sampson right behind him, so pushing him along. Then it's a bit further back, quite a bit further back now, to the Fergus Whiteside from Canberra Grammar. And a very nice strong finish here from Kinross Wallaroy's Hamish Searle. Yet another medal for Kinross to take back out to the west somewhere. He's going to be followed across the line by Thomas Metef from Newcastle Grammar. Manning Valley Anglican Oliver Sampson is crossed over in 3rd position there. 4th is going to be Fergus Whiteside from Canberra Grammar. Out there in lane, bit of a battle for 5th place between the Canberra Grammar's Ryan Pouncey, closest to us, and Cranbrook's James Walker, giving it everything he's got. The race is on between these two. They're looking at each other to see which one's in the lead. I think Cranbrook's James Walker. No. Ryan Pouncey, I think, just managed to get an extra surge to cross the finish line there, but it's not coming across as a photo. So yeah, 0.45 of the second is the unofficial time difference there. So the winners there of the Schoolboy Year 10 Single Scull Division 1 was Hamish Searle from Kinross Wallaroi, followed by Thomas Metef from Newcastle Grammar and Oliver Sampson from Manning Valley Anglican. And we're nearing the end of the day. We have 5 races to go.
Yeah, not too sure what's going on. Apparently the Year 10 double and the Schoolboy 8 are both on at 4:38 p.m. Which I'm not sure how that's going to work, given both of the events are pretty well subscribed. But so a few more races to go. We should be wrapped up shortly after 5 o'clock. Bit of a late finish for this one, but a very well subscribed regatta. Certainly not quite as late as the 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. day of racing on the Sunday of state championships in February. So if you've enjoyed our coverage today, you've definitely got that to look forward to. Second weekend of February, put it in your calendars. It's a big one for sure. Fantastic day's racing it's been with all the school kids. So coming down the course now is Division 2 of the Schoolboy Year 10 Single Scull. And I'm going to call this in reverse order because Nicholas Clock in lane 9, closest to us, has a handy lead over the rest of the field. Then Luca Wilson from Lycée Condorcet looks to be in about 3rd position. He's in lane 8. Bailey Crop from Hunter Valley Grammar looks to be in 2nd position, but he's fighting it out against the lane 6 rower, sculler Banjo Kirkham, representing Northern Beaches Secondary. Then they basically tail off after that. We have James Baker from St Dominic's College in lane 5, Gus O'Sullivan from Redlands in lane 4, Oliver Tucker from Mossman in lane 3, and Amon Perry Ferreira from Penrith High way over there in lane 1, bringing up the rear. But what a comfortable lead here from Nicholas Clock in lane 8. We don't seem to have a lane 9, so this could well be Luca Wilson from Lycée Condorcet. So if they've got the right lane numbers on, staying in the lanes, we actually have something a little different to what I just called.
So yes, I don't think that's a St Ignatius Zooty, so that does seem to be Luca Wilson with his very handy lead. It is, and he has a very handy lead out over Banjo Kirkham from Northern Beaches Secondary. And then it was back to James Baker, who's very close behind. So the battle's going to be on for second position here. Was further back to Bailey Crop from Hunter Valley Grammar, then Gus O'Sullivan. So as they come up to the finish line, we have Luca Wilson from Lycée Condorcet, looking very pleased with himself as he crossed the line there. So he's going to be followed across by Bailey Crop from Hunter Valley Grammar. Then fairly evenly back to Banjo Kirkham in lane 6 from Northern Beaches Secondary. A little bit further back there to James Baker, who I think is very pleased to finish this race from St Dominic's College. Across to lane 4, Gus O'Sullivan from Redlands. I notice we've called his name a few times in earlier crews, so it's not surprising that he hasn't had everything to give in his singles race. And further back over the other side there is Oliver Tucker from Mossman. And we will now have the presentation for the sorry, I just find the listing here. The schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 2. In the bronze medalists representing Hunter Valley Grammar, Georgia Jones and Georgina O'Brien. The silver medalists representing Askham, Sammy Rebillard and Anouk Lafferty. And the gold medalists representing North Sydney girls, Zhao Zhuo Liu and Imogen Sabo. They're coached by Philip Brown. Congratulations to our medal winners. And now back on the course, we have the schoolboy Year 10 double scull coming down the course. Race 98. And it looks like the lead is there. I can't quite see. Chris, can you see it? Yep, it's Cranbrook School. That's James Campbell and Max Mills. They're in lane 4. They're followed by Maddox Broom and Will Kirby from Kinross Walleroy. Quite a distance back to Jesse Bray and Matthew Giuretta from St Augustine's, who are battling it out with Sebastian Sells and Noah Jeston from Redlands. They're in lanes 2 and 7, so opposite sides of the course. But a very nice win just about to happen here from James Campbell and Max Mills from Cranbrook. They're being followed by the Kinross Walleroy here, should know that from the blue boat, Maddox Broom and Will Kirby, who will take the silver medal in the Year 10 double scull. And then it looks fairly leisurely a little bit further back. I would suggest over the other side there, it's probably the Northern Beaches Secondary with no number, but they are in lane 3. And they have a bit of a margin over the Redlands crew of Sebastian Saltz and Noah Jeston. And we seem to be missing the rest of the crews. So getting close to the end of the day, some of them have packed up and gone home, I dare say.
Yeah, St Augustine's not starting and Canberra Grammar scratching from that race, but I think I've seen a few names in both of those crews up and down the course a number of times already this afternoon.
So this will be... Yeah, I got it. And ladies and gentlemen, we turn our attention once again to the presentation dais for the Schoolboy Year 10 Single Scull Division 1. The bronze medalist representing Manning Valley Anglican is Oliver Sampson, and he's coached by Murray Doust. The silver medalist, Thomas Mitteff from Newcastle Grammar, and we're a bit slow on the uptake here, the gold medalist from Kinross Wallaroi, Hamish Searle, coxed by Benjamin Watt. Please congratulate our medalists.
And on to the third last race of today's program, the Schoolboy 8. Race number 99 on your program, and a total of 5 crews contesting this one. St Joseph's in lane 2 have scratched. Newcastle Grammar in lane 3. Edward Baker, Thomas Clarkson, Logan Harmon, Jack Martin, William Bird, Ronan Brown, Mitchell Chung, Lucas Burton, and Claudia Wills, the coxswain. Canberra Grammar number 2 in lane 4, Lachlan Brooks, Thomas Olofsson, Maxwell Chesworth, Thomas Berry, Oliver Pracey, Alistair Bridgewater, Archie Vagg, Byron Ellis, and Tenolia Belugan, the coxswain. Canberra Grammar 1 in lane 5, Marcus Tremopoulos, Magnus Dafter, Lucas McLean, Benjamin McGregor, Nicholas Vanderwalt, Ethan Murphy, Cameron Schmidt, Alexander Griffiths, Timothy Robson, the cox, and coached by Chris Polichannon. Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 6, that's Harrison Skelly Osman, William Hunt, Zachary Jones, Lachlan Davies, Raphael Cossins, Hayden Melmoth, Harrison Nichols, Luke Purdy and Emma Purdy the cox. St Augustine's in lane 7, Henry O'Hare, Jason Cow, Matthew Geretta, Jesse Bray, Rory Parker, Hamish Wise, William Pender, Lachlan Schofield, Ryder Taylor the cox, coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungermark. And we can see there the pre-race favourites of Canberra Grammar coming through the 1500 metre mark in fine fashion with a significant lead over St Augustine's. Canberra Grammar had a much hyped season last year that just didn't quite eventuate, but 2 weeks ago they took a big scalp. They dusted up the Canberra Rowing Club crew at the Darramarlin Regatta, doing a time that admittedly only over 1800 metres down on Lake Burley Griffin, but translated to 2K was something that was for sure going to be special this weekend. And 3 or 4 through the 1000 metre mark proves that they are well on the pace and well ahead of the St Augustine's combination. We have unfortunately seen Sydney Grammar and St Joseph scratching. I saw the Sydney Grammar 8 out on the water this morning, being coached there by John Kenny, so I was pretty certain they weren't going to be out here in Penrith, given I saw them in Homebush Bay. But Canberra Grammar, we haven't seen a really competitive 8 from the territory in quite some time, and it is fantastic to see these boys coming up here and making a statement at the first race in the season. It'll be really interesting to see how they compare to the top crews in the GPS competition this season. Hopefully they are joining us at the New South Wales State Championships in February. They're into the red boys now, and it will be Canberra Grammar, have led the race early and led the race well, and with 3 more strokes to the line, will take the gold medal in the Schoolboy 8 here at the New South Wales All Schools Championships. About 3 lengths clear of St Augustine's in lane 7 in the green and the gold stripe. St Augustine's for the silver medal, and it is coming right down to the wire for the bronze, the battle of the Novocastrians. Hunter Valley Grammar and Newcastle Grammar. Hunter Valley Grammar have just surged on the line. They'll take it by 3 seats to secure themselves the bronze medal, and you can see what it means to them. Hunter Valley Grammar with a medal in the Schoolboy 8, just outclassing Newcastle Grammar, who have to settle for 4th. The Canberra Grammar number 2 crew finishing in 5th place. Fantastic to see such high quality 8s racing here at the All Schools Championships.
And the winning time there, 6 minutes 8.64. So pretty fast.
Reasonably quick, and would be competitive with most of the GPS crews at the moment, with the exception of Riverview, who are about 10 seconds quicker than everyone else at the early stages of the season.
That's a good point, yeah. I've got it. And ladies and gentlemen, we draw our attention once again to the presentation pontoon. We seem to have lost one of our medal winners. No, they're just having a little chat down there. So Division 2 of the Year 10 Single Scull. The bronze medalist from Northern Beaches Secondary, Banjo Kirkham. The silver medalist from Hunter Valley Grammar, Bailey Crop. And the gold medalist from Lycée Condorcet, Luca Wilson. Congratulations to our medalists. And we'll now do the presentation for the Schoolboy Year 10 Double Scull. The bronze medalists from Northern Beaches Secondary, Rocco Griffiths and Harrison Peaty. The silver medalists from Kinross Walleroy, Maddox Broom and Will Kirby, their coach is Benjamin Watt. And the gold medalists representing Cranbrook, James Campbell and Max Alchin. Congratulations to all our medalists.
So penultimate race of the day, well and truly underway and through the 1,000 metre mark, the B final of the schoolgirl coxed quad scull. And if you are from Waverley, you're going to be very pleased that the St Catherine's School are leading and leading very comfortably indeed. 8.8 seconds through the 1,000 metre mark was the margin. They were through that 1,000 metre mark. A little bit of some funny things hop up from the time. It was 3:57 through the K ahead of, I've got a lot of different timing going up in front of me, but it was definitely St Catherine's School who were leading at that stage. It's meant to be St Catherine's School, but the draw I have in front of me doesn't quite have them mentioned, but it does when I look at the when I have a look at the live results in front of me. So McGregor, Plowman, Lynx and Connell coxed by McGregor. That was the crew that were leading through that halfway point of the race and leading very comfortably indeed. 3:48 and 8 seconds the margin back to Redlands in lane 5 and St Catherine's in lane 3. So it looks like these two St Catherine's quads are actually two halves of the St Catherine's first 8, judging by the names in there. So I don't know how they've ended up in the B final of this race, but they have indeed, and they are doing very well. Both of them looking every chance at a podium position at this stage of the race. We have those two St Catherine's crews on either end of the course. So perhaps a late addition to this race. I'll clarify that. But other than that, it is a pretty North Shore dominated competition. We have two Roseville crews, 2 Redlands crews, one from Monty, one from Winona, and then the Armidale School, certainly not from the North Shore of Sydney, but in lane 7 there. And just dropping off the pace at this stage of the race, it is certainly the two St Catherine's crew. To my eye, it looks like the St Catherine's crew on the far side of the course who are actually leading. That's the one in lane 2. So McGregor, Plowman, Lynx and Connell. The St Catherine's crew on the near side of the course are almost certainly looking to set up a St Cath's Quinella. That is Poulos, Stigter, Yardley and Baker, coxed by Parks, who is sitting who are sitting comfortably in that silver medal position. It is the two crews in the centre of the course who look to be the closest challengers for a minor medal. That's the combinations from Roseville and Redlands. The Roseville 2 combination of Emily Wang, Lily Coonan, Piper Robertson, Annabelle Eben and Alex Davies. The Cox coached by Gonzalo Briones. They're listed as a number 2 combination, but if that's the coach, then I would assume that is their number 1, as they are leading their number 3 combination on the far side of the course. The Redlands crew in the centre of the course, Francesca Richardson, Catherine Button, Isabella Crennan, Isabel Campbell and Leah Chung, the Cox. They are the nearest challengers to Roseville for a minor medal. It is certainly St Catherine's on the far side of the course, though, in lane 2. It is McGregor, Plowman, Lynx and Connell, who have led this race from a very early stage and now are afforded the luxury of having to look back on the competition and are able to just control the rate and really get some good run on the boat in this tailwind, sitting up at 30 strokes a minute, which is certainly not full race pace in these coxed quad sculls, especially in a tailwind like this. It's very generous and very flattering to the rate and the rhythm. But St Catherine's, as they have done from the start, will take the win here. A bit of redemption for their 3rd place in the 8 earlier in the schoolgirl coxed quad scull. And it will be, if Roseville can't quite get up on them, and they won't, it will be a St Catherine's Quinella, a 1-2 for the girls from Waverley. Lane 9 combination take home the silver medal. Roseville take home the bronze. Redlands in lane 5. Redlands in lane 6 for 4th and 5th. Roseville in lane 3 for 6th. And the Armidale School in lane 7 for 7th place.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we return to the medal presentations. This is for the schoolboy 8. So, the bronze medalists from Hunter Valley Grammar, Harrison Scully Osmond, William Hunt, Zachary Jones, Lachlan Davies, Raphael Cousins, Hayden Melmoth, Harrison Nichols, Luke Purdy, and their Cox Emma Purdy. And moving quickly to the silver medalists from St Augustine's, Henry O'Hare, Jason Cow, Matthew Giuretta, Jesse Bray, Rory Parker, Hamish Wise, William Pender, Lachlan Schofield, and their Cox Ryder Taylor. Their coaches were Amos Noon and Judith Ungemark. And the gold medalists from Canberra Grammar, Marcus Tremopoulos, Magnus Stafter, Lucas McLean, Benjamin McGregor, Nicholas van der Walt, Ethan Murphy, Cameron Schmidt, Alexander Griffiths, their cox Timothy Robson, and their coach was Chris Polychinen. And Chris is itching here to, so big congratulations to all the medal winners. Chris is itching here to call the next race as it roars down the course.
So we've got the final race of the day, the Schoolgirl Cox Quad, the A final out here in front of us. And our race leaders, unsurprisingly, in Cox Quad racing, we have Kinross Walleroy. They're the reigning national champions, state champions, head of the river champions. They've won everything there is to win, and they're back for another bite at the apple here. Kinross Walleroy, that's Xanthi Staniforth, Tessa Wong, Olivia Searle, Lucy Reedy, and Emily Caro, the Cox, coached by Andrew Gannon. They're over a boat length clear of their nearest rivals. That's the St Catherine's crew to their right of Ida Lloyd, Lucy Hall, Matisse Borthwick, Alice Steed and Zinnia Shue, the coxswain, but it'll be too little too late for St Catherine's. There is a mega battle on for the minor medals, however. Kinross, number 2 over in lane 4, battling it out with Newcastle Grammar in lane 3. It'll be Kinross 1 to take the win by 3 seats from St Catherine's in the schoolgirl coxed quad. St Catherine's take the bronze medal, and it won't be 2 Kinross crews on the podium. So we have Newcastle Grammar's Molly Boyle, Sadie Smart, Roxana Brown, Annabelle McKenzie and Zane Guzmarini, who will take out the bronze medal ahead of the Kinross 2 crew. The Kinross 3 crew over in lane 3 will finish outside the medals as well in 5th place. Redlands over in lane 2 will be in 6th. And we'll have MLC School over in lane 8 to finish 7th. And the Armidale School over on the far side after a number of races down the field today in lane 1 to round out this A final of the schoolgirls coxed quad scull.
And please, as we come to the end of the day, a big reminder, bow numbers, bow numbers, bow numbers. Please return all your bow numbers.
And another reminder, please return your bow numbers. It cannot be overstated. I saw a photo of one on the front of a truck in Walgett the other day. They're not souvenirs, and they do need to come back to the finish tower so that we can reuse them. And we'll be doing it all again next weekend for these schoolgirls with the Loretto Normanhurst and Kirribilli regattas. And we'll have just 2 final presentations to bring you, and that will conclude this afternoon's racing. So thank you all for the entries, and thank you as always to our volunteers and boat race officials for making this regatta happen. It certainly wouldn't without the hard work of our BROs keeping things on track. So there is, if you are eagerly awaiting, we do have a point score for this regatta, and I'm told it did come down to the very last race, you know, the battle for, I think, the minor placings in that point score. So we will keep you updated in just a couple of moments' time.
So if we could have a call out so we can present the point scores to Canberra Grammar, Newcastle Grammar and Kinross Wallaroi, and I'm not going to disclose in what order those are yet until we get to the presentations. So if representatives of Canberra Grammar, Kinross Wallaroi and Newcastle Grammar can make their way to the presentation pontoon for the point score presentation. It came down to the last race to determine the final score. So we're about to do the presentation for the schoolgirl coxed quad B final. That's not right either. And the presentation for the schoolgirl coxed quad A final, in bronze medalists representing Newcastle Grammar, Molly Boyle, Sadie Smart, Roxana Brown, Annabelle McKenzie, and their cox was Zane Guzmarini. The silver medalists from St Catherine's, Ada Lloyd, Lucy Hall, Matisse Borthwick, and Alice Steed, with the cox of Zinnia Shu. And the gold medalists representing Kinross Wallaroy, Xanthi Staniforth, Tessa Wong, Olivia Searle, Lucy Reedy, and their cox Emily Caro, and they're coached by Andrew Gannon. Congratulations to our medal winners. And we just see Julia standing down on the pontoon collecting numbers again. So this is a big reminder for everybody to please return your bow numbers before you leave. Check under your trailer, around your trailer, in your tent. Return all the bow numbers.